I will miss you, buddy. We've had good times. All good things have to come to an end. Or, well, let's not call it an end. Let's just call it a little break, a little pause. Unfortunately, going forward, I will no longer be able to accommodate my greenhouse. So, no, that's the party kookaburra. As of next week, I will no longer be able to accommodate my greenhouse. By now, you would know that I am moving house, and I'm actually looking forward to moving. The new place, I think you should have seen it by now, will be very interesting because it sets a completely different challenge when it comes to growing plants. It is much more indoorsy than this place over here. I suppose I was really lucky in the last two places that I lived. I was able to have a greenhouse because I was fortunate enough to have quite a large outdoor space, which is not very common when living in the city. And as much as I was hoping to find another rental that can accommodate a greenhouse, it is very, very hard. There's only so many properties that actually have enough space available to accommodate a greenhouse and a garden. And then those properties also need to be available. Oh, wind! And then obviously these properties would also have to be available at the time of me looking for places. Everything, when it comes to rentals over here in Sydney, everything is done very short notice. I inspected this particular place on Monday, and on Wednesday it was mine. So things move very, very fast. So you can't look too far in advance because you'll end up on the street in the meantime. Long story short, I'm moving house. I will no longer have a garden, and thus I need to say goodbye to my greenhouse. But I don't want this to be a sad moment, right? It's not a goodbye forever. It's just, closing one chapter to open another chapter. And I'm certain that at some stage in my life, I will have a greenhouse again once I have space to accommodate it. And then I'm really grateful for all of the experiences I made with this greenhouse, because next time around, when I'm in a position to have a greenhouse again, I know so much more. So I wanted to end this chapter with a little celebration. A celebration of the greenhouse and a celebration of all of the things that we learned using the greenhouse or growing in the greenhouse and so on. So I wanted to put a little marathon video together that encompasses all of the greenhouse videos I have ever made. And lucky you clicked on that video just now. That's the video that you clicked on. So it is going to be a very lengthy video because I have done a lot of work in my greenhouse and a lot of filming in my greenhouse over the last 2.5 years. Few housekeeping rules over here. And of course, I wouldn't expect anybody to watch every single minute of it. If you want to, I would appreciate it, of course, and I know a lot of you guys love putting on these videos in the background while you go about your day, while you work, while you do your plant chores and so on. So if you can watch all of it, that's very much appreciated. Watching my videos is by far the best way for you guys to support me, and the longer you can watch, the more you can support me. But I will also leave timestamps in the description down below, so you can skip between video updates and kind of just check out the greenhouse over the course of those 2.5 years of me growing in that greenhouse. I've also had that greenhouse in 2 different places. So there's a little moving vlog in between, because moving the greenhouse was a whole lot of fun, trust me. Now, when I stitched these videos together, some of these videos were initially sponsored by brands. This greenhouse in itself was sponsored by Sproutwell. However, they're not sponsoring this particular video, but I kept the portions in for transparency purposes. So this video in itself is not sponsored, but I suppose videos within this video were sponsored. So just so you know, I don't know if that's relevant to anybody, but I just wanted to clarify it. Anyway, I'm gonna start saying goodbye to the greenhouse in private. And for you guys, we're starting with the first video when I first got the greenhouse and I started the 3-day journey of building it. When I moved into this new apartment, straight away I knew that my dream of getting a greenhouse is finally realistic. So I asked everybody online, what's a good greenhouse company? What are your recommendations? And the overwhelming majority of Australian growers said Sproutwell. So I reached out to them and I'm super happy to let you know that we have collaborated on this and they're sponsoring this greenhouse and they're sponsoring this video for me. So thank you Sproutwell for helping me venture into a whole new growing experience with this beautiful greenhouse. Let's take it back to Saturday when all of this journey started. Hello! Today is an exciting day. I'm gonna start my greenhouse build. So this is what the space currently looks like. So we've got south and east behind me, west in front, and I'm standing right in front of my fence over here. So I haven't really decided exactly whereabouts within the courtyard. Oh, hi Brad. I haven't decided whereabouts in the courtyard it's gonna go, but obviously it needs to be on that concreted area, not on the wooden area behind me. But I was initially thinking in the corner over here, but it might actually be nice up against the fence over here instead, or just right bang in the middle. I haven't really decided. The sun exposure shouldn't be all too different in here because it's mainly south facing. So yeah, I think today, day number 1 of the build, I think the focus today is really build the foundation, because you gotta build a solid foundation, an even foundation, you know, like level. And once you got that right, like I think everything will kind of hopefully just fall into place. That's how I feel about it. By the way, I'm absolutely no expert at any of this, so this is not a tutorial on how to build a greenhouse. I haven't built one myself yet, and this is going to be the first one I build, so I'm sure there's going to be certain elements that I'm not doing right or I could improve on, but I haven't made these experiences yet. I chatted to Tim from Grow Vertical a little bit. He has a few greenhouses and he really he recommended that brand to me in the first place as well. So he gave me a few tips about the sleepers and so on. And Sproutwell also sends out this email to all of their customers with like a video guide. It's like over an hour, so it's very detailed about exactly what you need to do. So there's like an instructional video, and there's also a lot of like flyers and like top tips on how to build your base with the dimensions and so on. So they've got plenty of resources, and somebody's already done a tutorial on how to build this greenhouse. So if you end up getting one of those greenhouses, there's already resources out there for you to help you with the assembly. So I don't need to do that. Besides the fact that I don't really want to do a tutorial about something I have no idea about. It is more of a vlog. So I'm just going to take you along the journey of building it, but don't take any advice from me. Maybe in a year's time, after I've had it for a while and I've made some experiences, then you can take some of my advice. But for now, I'm just really excited about getting a greenhouse, and I want to take you on the journey of building it together. So let's go. Of course, I can't do this by myself. I've got my supervisor Brett with me. He is in charge of instructions. Cat hair. He's in charge of instructions, so making sure that we follow the guide step by step. And my friend Tim is coming as well, who usually helps me out filming a lot. And yeah, he's going to help me build it, because you definitely need 2 or 3 people. Depends on how long it takes us to build it. AJ might come and help us as well. Enough talk, let me show you. Let me take you to the garage. Okay. Guys, in case you were wondering how I managed to keep my apartment so nice and clean, it's because all the shit goes in the garage. So there's 3 parts, and then I've got the wooden sleepers over there. I went for like a more aesthetically pleasing option. Hope that's not gonna backfire. I don't know where to start. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna wait for Tim. That sounds like a safe option. Guys, we opened the first box. Look at the amount of screws. What? Oh my god, my poor forearms. They're already hurting. Look at the size of the manual. The footing should be level across the front and the back. You can slant it across the length, but it needs to be the same, huh? Yeah. I don't think we need that. Timber bases require 90 times 45. I don't know what that means. Footing should be level across the front and the back. The front needs to be level, then it can only go this way, because this way is never going to be level. So if we have the front this way, the back this way, then the sides do slant down, which aids the drainage, right?
Yeah.
That bear. You got so much cardboard box to play with, huh? Oh my god, so many more bits. Here, LO8, we need LO88.
I thought it was LO1B.
What?
Is it LO1B?
No, look at it.
LO8, oh okay.
LO8 and L10. We need L10 and LO8. Alright, so far we're really struggling even finding the parts. Like there's a lot of parts. Like a lot of parts. Help me, somebody. How can there be? Is that it?
Well, was there any more in the box? I didn't look inside the box.
No, I think that was it. Like, how is it possible that we have so many pieces and none of them are the ones that we need? What? That's impossible. So we're looking for something like this that goes, you know, it needs to look like, so look, this is LO8. It looks like this. So LO8C looks similar to this actually.
Yeah, but there's only one.
And L10 looks crazy. I found it! That was so dumb. It has to be the biggest one. Sorry. Sometimes it helps if you switch on your brain first. I found it!
Oh, where was it?
Well, I mean, if we think about it, it has to be the longest piece. So I just went with the longest one. Alrighty, my friends, so we got the wooden frame layout and the metal bit, that's the base of the greenhouse. So the front is going to be here, the back, the side walls, and that's because it kind of goes down this way. So the courtyard is more even this way, but it kind of drains down this way, so that's going to be good. We're going to make the wooden base stick out a little bit so we can connect it to the ground. You're supposed to connect it to the ground every meter, but it's pavement and I'm renting, so I can't. But I'm not too worried because this is a very protected courtyard. I've got a wall here and fences with bushes on all sides, so I'm not worried about wind exposure. But of course, if you live in an area that gets really high wind, then you need to secure it properly into the ground. But we got the wooden base, which is just definitely going to make it a little bit heavier and ground it a little more. But yeah, I'm just limited by the renting aspect. Otherwise, I'd have probably gotten rid of the pavers here altogether. But it is what it is. Gotta make the best out of it. Ooh, or maybe don't. Ah, my God! Clumsy today. Oh, hi! Didn't see you there. Alrighty, and here we are. So this is the base. It's all quite even, it's quite flat, so the wood is. And then we can put the base of the greenhouse on there, which is all looking good. There are a few gaps down here, so we're gonna go to Bunnings and we're gonna buy little pieces of wood and foam to close the gaps because we want it to be airtight. That's just because the floor in itself is kind of slightly going down. We're just going to help it with drainage within the greenhouse later though. But yeah, we don't want big gaps. It's looking good. I can kind of picture it now. It's beautiful. All right, trip to Bunnings. Alright, we're back from Bunnings. You can see we kind of put a little bit of foam down here. It was a little messier than I was hoping for it to be, but it is what it is. Yeah, so that's just making sure that it's isolated. Insulated, so that there's no air coming through from the bottom. So now we are fixing the black metal frame to the base. Fun! It's gonna get dark soon, or we could go inside, start building some panels. Alrighty, it is too dark outside. Blah. So we're gonna try and assemble some of these panels. The thing is, like, as we build things, there's less pieces, so it's gonna get easier. Okay, this one doesn't have a label on it, but this one says Z02, which we need 4 of. Okay, Z22, there's 194 of them. That must be this packet, right?
Yeah.
Good morning! It's day 2. Oh, it smells really nice. It smells like wood over here. So yesterday we kind of had to wrap up because it was getting dark. It gets dark really early over here at the moment. So good news is we laid the foundation. The foam isn't the prettiest, but I can hide that. So yeah, the foundation part was the part I was the most worried about, but now that it's done, we can start building upwards. So it's gonna hopefully look a little bit more impactful today. There is a lot of parts, like a lot of parts. I think the hardest part is really just finding all of the parts. Like, there's just so many individual bits, and there's a long instruction manual, but I feel like it's not super step by step. So if you're like me, like somebody who's used to like IKEA manuals are literally like very step by step. I mean, when I built my chair, one of the whole steps was put the cushion on the chair. Building the entire foundation is just one step. So everything we've done yesterday was just step 1. So there's definitely a little bit of reading between the lines required, or like paying really, really close attention to that one image. You're not gonna have every single step explained in detail, but there's also this video that you can watch, and the video is great. Like, you can see them do it, but they don't necessarily explain what part they're kind of up to at the moment. Does that make sense? They just like refer back to the instructions to find the parts. And I was like, I can't find the parts, they all look the same. But they're all labeled. It's definitely a matter of being organized and being patient, and not rushing it, right? So that is what I want to do today. I want to be a little bit more organized today. I want to kind of look at all of the parts that we need and separate them into the side pieces, the front pieces and the back pieces, so I have them all ready for when Tim comes and we can actually build it. You definitely need a second person to help you build it, but yeah, yesterday we definitely spent the most time on just trying to find the right pieces. Which screw? There's like 800 different types, and so on. Actually, most of the screws were not labeled. That was definitely the hardest part, just figuring out based on the quantity provided which screw is which type, because on here they all look the bloody same. But yeah, so far so good. I actually anticipated it to be harder, so I am positively surprised at our progress so far. So we like that. Alrighty, let's have a look at some of these pieces. You gonna help me today? Are you supervising? You were useless yesterday, baby. Absolutely useless. You did nothing. Worst thing, outside wasn't even all the parts. There's more in here. Perfect. LO4A. There we go. So I prepared the next 3 steps. Step 1, step 2, step 3. I think that's okay for now. So there should be the back wall, and then hopefully we can learn from the back wall and just apply it to the side and the front as well. But, oh no, I also have a huge box of like screws and things like that. So let me sort through that. Alrighty, so Bradley, you can come here. In the spirit of being organized, I have a pen, I have little labels, and I have these storage organizers I bought at Bunnings one day, and I just never really gotten around to using it. I was supposed to kind of structure my kitchen cabinet with it, or like my kitchen drawers, but I think we just found the perfect use for them. So I want to separate out all the screws. I mean, things like this, they're pretty self-explanatory, right? They're pretty unique in shape. I don't really need to separate them out. Or if there's only like a really, really small quantity, and they are labeled over here. So this one is actually H2O. Who would have known water could be so solid? This one is not labeled. This one's pretty unique. This one's pretty unique looking. Hi, my baby. Are you helping me, my baby? So, while I do this, and I hope the background noise isn't all too crazy, you can still hear me, but let's talk about it. I haven't really made all too many plans about what exactly I want to put inside that greenhouse for now. As I said, I think at the very beginning, I mean, I don't know if I kept it in the video though, but what I said at the beginning is that, I mean, the plants that are currently growing outside, they're already used to the cooler temperatures. I haven't gotten the electricity part sorted outside yet, so I can't heat the greenhouse. So, I mean, obviously the greenhouse should keep a little warmer just purely based on being a greenhouse rather than being just out in the open. And obviously less harsh airflows. I can control the watering better. So there's definitely going to be benefits of using the greenhouse over just them. Oh, hang on, these look very similar. Let's not get them mixed up. Oh, maybe that wasn't very smart. So there's definitely benefits of using the greenhouse over using the normal outdoors, let's say. But I'm not in a rush. So I really want to just set it up, get an understanding of it, maybe put a little thermometer, like, you know, the little, put that outside, just see what the temperatures are going to be like over the next few weeks, days in there. But I'm not in a rush. Like, I think the main greenhouse setup, so like when I'm really gonna get it sorted, that I believe will be in spring, when I can really put some of my plants that are currently inside outside. That's what I'm looking forward to. Hello, my baby, what are you doing? But I also want to grow some veggies in there because I think that will be cool. There's nothing in it, baby. It's empty. Look. Sorry, my baby. That was mean. It has like this texture, like this grippy texture at the bottom. He seems extremely fascinated. Okay, so what have we got here? This is Z22. Okay, that we need to remember. No, we don't need to remember it because I can pop it on here. I love how my Zs and my 2s look actually the same. There is a lot of Z22s, so we'll be busy. So yeah, I really want to take my time. I don't want to rush it. I know that you guys, probably as the viewer, you want to see like an amazing, super lush greenhouse straight away. And yeah, me too, but you guys know, to me it's all about the journey. I mean, of course I want to have it set up really nicely as well, and I want it like now, like yesterday ideally. But it's not a huge greenhouse in the first place, so it's gonna fill up really quickly. So I'm not necessarily in a rush to fill it up because I feel like it's gonna happen eventually anyway. I'm very proud of my efforts. Oh, you can't even see it, can you? Partially. But we can partially see this. So let's take all of this outside. Let's set up. Bradley, what are you doing? Oh, I think he's doing a pee. Pee or poo? Sorry, Brad. I shouldn't spy on you, that's rude. When I said these were all the parts, I was actually lying. Well, not on purpose. I thought these were all the parts, but I found more. Obviously, I forgot the bits that go between the metal, right? So the polycarbonate, you know what I mean. And actually some of it is glass as well. So let me just bring those in as well. So at least we have everything in this courtyard that we need to build this bloody greenhouse. These things, you know what I mean? Alright, Tim has just arrived, so here's all of our screws. I haven't really organized I just organized them by length, kind of. All the short bits over here, all the super long bits here, and all of the kind of special bits are here, like the door and like the ridge of the ceiling and so on. So, let's go. Alrighty, so we built the back, now we need to build the front, so hopefully we can take some of our learnings from here and apply it to there. I honestly don't know why this is so complicated. But yeah, I'm looking for one more piece and then I think we're good to go. So I'll put you back on time lapse. We were probably like what? Took maybe like a quarter of the time for the front that we did for the back. Yeah. So we're definitely learning. But yeah, there's a lot of pieces. Let's not get over the fact that there's so many pieces. Okay, let's have a look. We're installing the roof. Oh my god, I'm so confused by all of this. So this, and it goes into the first hole, and it does look like...
It slides under it.
Yes. We are working at... Oh, that's the gutter! That's cute. Okay. Let's tackle this. Ow! Timmy, it goes wild now. Yeah. Oh my god, look at it, the sun. Look at my baby sitting there, supervising. It is looking like a greenhouse now, right? I mean, look at it. I'm excited. Definitely really struggling with the steps. But we're kind of just winging it. But basically the problem is the instructions assume that you have 5 panels, but I only have 3. So I'm kind of just following this part of the instructions, but it means that all of these pieces that you're supposed to get are wrong. Like there's some pieces that we don't have, for example. So there's definitely a little bit of reading between the lines. But I think we're getting there. So we need LO4A, seems to be these ones over here. Probably just one, this is where the window is gonna go. Yeah. So we need 2 instead of 4, LO4A. Oh my god, sweet! Hello my baby! We need 6 LO5D. LO5D, how many do we have?
We've got 4 left.
That makes sense because we've got... No, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Because this one won't have a panel because this one has the window.
Yeah.
So there's one here,
Yeah.
one here, one here, one here. But we need L22, 9 of them. Which obviously won't actually be 9, it will probably be, I think it's gonna be 4. How many do we have?
3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, 3 on each side. Is this LO6 maybe? We can't see it anymore because we put the thing on top. No, this is LO2. Where's LO6? Is LO6 the side pieces? No, they were LO1. It's the ridge. Okay, now that we know that, this should make more sense. LO6 or LO... Oh, okay, so this is the ridge, and then we got LO5.
Oh, I see.
Which hole? Which hole, which hole, which hole? The spare hole.
Yep.
Okay, so let's have a look. So we've done step 1, step 2. Shit!
What,
S11 times 2 pieces?
Is that S11?
Oh, I'm supposed to put 2 in here.
Oh.
For the AO3 or the auto opener. Oh, we need the AO3. Oh, okay. So 2 are missing here.
Okay.
Number 4 is the 22, so we're connecting this. Luckily we have a screw here and a screw here. And we have a screw here and we've got a screw here. But we have 2 here. What would we need the second one for?
I think you put extras in, didn't you?
Oh shit, there's another one. Is this LO5D? No. LO5D, we haven't used LO5D yet. Where's LO5D? When installing LO5Ds, ensure you leave one bolt above for the L22. Then install the L22s at the ridge and both sides.
We've done those. We did the L22s.
Is this supposed to go like this? Which means
We need to
this mother screw
Yeah.
is supposed to be here. We need to undo this and this
Why?
and this.
What?
You really want to undo this?
Yeah. Much.
Okay. Hello my friends, look at it! It looks like a complete greenhouse, but it's not complete yet. I'm missing the doors, let me show you. So I'm just missing the 2 doors, so I just need to build the 2 doors tomorrow. It's just getting a little dark. It's actually much darker in real life than the camera makes it look. And yeah, I'm exhausted. This was a long day. The glass bits are still a bit rattling a little bit, but I've got insulation that I can put around it to hopefully insulate it and also get rid of the rattling. But that's it. Jeez, it's not as much space as I was thinking, but it is super, super pretty. I'm excited. Anyway, I'm cold, I'm tired, I'm hungry, I'm thirsty. Gonna call it a day, and tomorrow is going to be the final day. I'm excited. Good morning! It's day 3 of building my greenhouse. I think we've done such a good job so far. So it looks pretty finished. It's not. We installed all the panels and we put like this framing on it. So you know, it's gonna be built kind of the frame, and then you put the glass and all the plastic in there, and then you have like a second frame on the outside. So that's everything, that's all that's holding it in place at the moment, but we actually need to screw it in as well. So I think there's about 150 screws or so for me to get through today, and I can't find the adapter to make it work with the electric drill. So I'm gonna get a forearm workout today, that's for sure. And then I just have to install the doors. So last night, actually, off camera, I just called AJ and I was sitting in my office and I was just building the door on the floor. But yeah, I was on the phone with AJ, so we were chatting away, so I couldn't film it. But you didn't miss out on all too much. But I built the 2 doors, the sliding doors that need to go in here, so we just need to install it, but they're quite heavy, so I'm just going to wait for Tim to arrive to help me with the installation. But I'm going to get going and start screwing in some of these screws, and you can watch me. Look at your dirty bum. It's because you did your business in the dirt. Alright, so today I just need to put all of these screws in everywhere. Alright, so, and I had this amazing idea. I'm thinking I want to give Brett his designated brettle section in the greenhouse. I'm going to grow him some cat grass and some catnip, I think. I think I'm just going to go inside, warm up a little bit before Tim comes and we can do the door. Hello! Alrighty, I figured out the whole rubber thing, so we literally just had to take the whole front apart, put the rubber in, and then put it back together. But now it is sealed properly, and it's definitely my fault. I should have just watched the tutorial, they have like a little tutorial guide on how to build it. And they show you how to do it in there. I was just going by the paper guide yesterday, because the video guide and the paper guide, they're not necessarily following the same steps, which is a little bit annoying. So I was like, I need to stick to one. Ta-da. Well, what a journey. There was blood, sweat, and actually no tears, but definitely a few angry moments. But massive shout out to Tim. High five. Honestly, I'm a very impatient person when it comes to these things. I just want it to be like, I just want it done, like now. Why does this not work? Why does this not fit? Why is there an extra step? That doesn't make sense. Why couldn't they have done it for us? Like, that is literally me. So it was really good having Tim here, who actually really enjoys building these sort of things as well, is way more patient, way less emotionally involved in it as well. So I think we were a good team, kind of balancing each other's strengths and weaknesses out. And yeah, we got it done within just 3 days. I mean, it wasn't full days, and the first day was definitely pretty much just spent building the base and pretty much just finding the parts. Day 2, we were definitely heaps more efficient, and you know, with every bit that you build, you have less bits left over, so you get quicker and quicker and quicker. Definitely worthwhile reading the instructions and watching the video first. Even though the video and the instructions don't follow the same sequence, you kind of pick up little tips and tricks from both of them, and you know the end result. So as you're building, you can keep that in mind, because the instructions are very read between the lines sometimes, right? But I suppose they're expecting people that buy a greenhouse like that to have a bit of experience potentially as well. It's not like an IKEA, you know, chair that kind of everybody buys. So definitely my recommendation, read the instructions, watch the video very, very carefully and take your time. Don't rush it, it's gonna backfire. But let's talk about the greenhouse in itself a little more. Well, now you should be able to see the full thing. So this is the Sproutwell Imperial 1940. 1940s does not relate to the era or like the year. It refers to the depth of the greenhouse. So it is 194 centimeters, let's just say 2 meters. It's 2 meters deep. The front and the back are 2 meters 40. So these greenhouses are always 240 at the front, but you can then basically extend it as well. So if you have a quick look inside, I have 3 panels. So the 3 panels is the standard one, that's the 1940. So this is 194 centimeters, but you can buy extensions, so you can have like more panels. So there's like with 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 panels, so you can just kind of scale it up depending on the space that you've got. But this is the smallest version, and it's the version that suits my greenhouse the best. It is up to 2.5 meters tall, so it's quite tall at the ridge actually, and I think over here it's just I mean, I'm 180, so it's just under 180 tall at the side. So I'm actually really surprised at how tall it is. So I actually have much more vertical space in here available than I expected. I was actually expecting it to be a little bit bigger, but not as tall. But I mean, I was aware of the measurements. I'm just having a hard time. I'm a very visual person. I need to see it. But yeah. Well, while we're in here, I mean, you can see why this would take so long. There's so many little pieces, but they have two vents as well. So I just have the manual window opener for now, but they also have two automated window openers in the, like they come with the packet. They seem to be a lot of work. Like not necessarily to install, but to get right. So my understanding is that they react to the temperature in here and then open automatically. So that's great. It's winter at the moment, so I don't think I really need it for now. Definitely something I should consider in summer, so that the greenhouse wouldn't overheat. But I don't think I'm going to have any heat issues for now. This is a south-facing courtyard, so it gets the least sun exposure in here. So I'm not too worried, and I was just like, you know what, there's so many other things I need to figure out. The automated window opener and calibrating the temperature is not a priority. But you can also customize your greenhouse heaps. There's like louvers that you can put on the sides and so on. So there's many options, and the team at Sproutwell was great because I didn't really know. I didn't have a specific product in mind. I actually asked them what they recommend, and they asked me about my space and so on. So we settled on this one. So they're very knowledgeable and great. So I can, if you want a greenhouse but you're not quite sure which one would be most suited to you, just send them an email, and I've had really good interactions with them. Really polite, nice and quick to reply customer service. So 10 out of 10 for that. Well, now the part that I was talking about that probably took the longest and the one that I'm not the happiest with is the base, but I chose a timber base, and unfortunately, despite the fact that I have paving, the paving wasn't super even. So the front is really even, but you can see towards the back we had to kind of prop up the timber sleepers to make sure that everything is even. It's so important that you have an even base, because if you build your greenhouse on a crooked base, things aren't going to fit, or if they do fit over time, the greenhouse is just going to be under too much stress, or some of the joints are under too much stress. So the more even you get your base before you build your greenhouse, the easier time you have building it, but also the longer your greenhouse will last, because it is like evenly balanced, if that makes sense, you know, and not one joint takes all the load and so on. So that was definitely the most time consuming, but then you also don't want any draft to come under the wooden sleepers and kind of lift it off, or like, I mean, it wouldn't lift it off, it's too heavy for that, but it can create again some like uneven pressure within the greenhouse. So we used just a foam to kind of insulate the bottom so that there's no airflow coming through, but that foam looks hideous. I didn't do the best job at doing it. But yeah, so I got to work on some sort of aesthetic option for that. Right, one other thing I wanted to show you is that the full front, including the doors, are actually all made out of glass. Whee! So the sides and the roof is made from polycarbonate, I think that's what it's called. So it's basically like a plastic, and it's actually a great material to insulate the greenhouse and keep the heat inside and so on. And it also has a UV reflective coating on the outside so that it protects the plants from UV. The front I have chosen to be glass, which is like an extra thing you can do. You can do the whole greenhouse glass as well if you want to, but I chose glass for the front so it looks nicer, so you can really look inside properly, right? So from the display side, so basically you're standing in my my office right now, so that's the side that I will always get to see, so I wanted that side to be nice, and that also is the reason why I have chosen this exposure. Well, not the only reason, it was also the easiest to balance the floor that way, because we were kind of even that way, and there's a natural little downfall this way. If I would be going after pure sun exposure and optimizing the sun exposure, I should have actually chosen the ridge to go east-west rather than south-north, I think. But that would have looked weird. It would have looked a bit cramped in here, I think. So I'm really happy with this. We'll see how we go. What I really like is this gutter. Look at this tiny gutter. Like it's like I built a real house, just with a tiny gutter, and then it will drain through here. So what I can do is I can collect my own rainwater. I'm excited because plants love the rainwater. I had a few of these spare IKEA tiles, so I feel like this makes it like a nice little, it integrates it, or like, you know, makes it part of it, so that's super nice. So yeah, before we wrap it up, just my initial plans for the greenhouse. So I couldn't decide on any shelving. I was looking at shelving, and they do have shelving at Sproutwell as well, but the shelving is on the side. Like they only have side shelvings, or they have freestanding shelvings, but none of the freestanding shelves came in black, matching the greenhouse. So I decided against any of that for now, but we'll see how we go. I mean, obviously, eventually I do need shelving in here to, you know, to optimize the space, to make the best out of the space. But I kind of really wanted to have maybe shelving at the back and then have the sides more empty. But I also want to use a lot of the hanging space and just hang stuff. So I have a few different ideas. I couldn't really think it through in theory. I really need to see it and like put plants there and assess whether I like it or not. Now that I've got the greenhouse, and it's still winter, so I'm not really in any rush of moving any plants out here that are currently inside. The plants that are already outside, them I'll move inside, but they're already used to pretty harsh conditions outside, so I don't need to do any extra effort of like creating amazing conditions in here. They'll be appreciative. So I haven't really thought about heaters, fans, drainage, any of that. I literally just built it for now, and I'm excited to experiment. I'm excited to tackle these other challenges, but I didn't want to do it all in one go. That wouldn't be fun, right? I wanna keep working on this for a long time. Alrighty, my hands are sore. I've done way too much screwing and drilling and hammering and so on, so I think I deserve a really quiet night on the couch today. I hope you enjoyed watching me build this greenhouse. Again, it was definitely not a tutorial. I still have a lot of lessons to learn with this greenhouse, but I really wanted to take you along the whole journey so we can kind of learn together. I feel like that would be fun, at least for me, and I hope it's gonna be fun for you guys as well. Which corner do you want? Which corner should be yours? All of them. Hello everybody, and welcome back to part 2 of me building a greenhouse. Well, I don't have to build it anymore. Today we gotta fill it. In my last video I built the greenhouse, but it's still empty, so I of course want to fill it with some plants. Now it's still winter over here, the temperatures are quite low. It can go down to like 6, 7, 8 degrees Celsius during night. During the daytime it can easily still go up above 20, but ultimately it's not perfect conditions for some of my indoor plants to make the transition into the outdoors. I don't have electricity out here, so I'm working on maybe having some solar powered elements to the greenhouse, but for now I definitely can't heat the greenhouse. I'm not planning on putting any of my indoor plants out here until spring when it's nice and warm. But when I moved here, a lot of the plants didn't fit in the indoors and I had to take them outside. So these plants are already outside as it is. They have gotten used to the outdoor conditions over the last 3 months, so I figured it might be a good idea to take some of these outdoor plants and put them inside the greenhouse, because they're already used to the lower conditions, but at least within the greenhouse they'll get a little bit of, they get higher humidity and they'll get less airflow, meaning they'll dry out less often, meaning I need to water less often. And really when it's cold, I'm specifically really worried about water, because cold and wet is a deadly combination. Cold in itself usually is fine. So yeah, that's the purpose of today's video, taking all of my plants that are spread throughout the courtyard and putting them into the greenhouse. Now I also haven't sorted my shelves yet. All of that's going to happen in spring, so I'm going to mainly put my vertical plants in here so I can hang them. Right now you're actually getting the view that I get when I sit on my desk and edit this video, so I'm really in love with this view. I think it looks so good, but it's gonna look even better once there's plants in here. Plus the afternoon sun is just about to come, so it's gonna get nice and warm in here. So perfect time. Let's get started. So the plants I was referring to are these plants over here that are currently just hanging on the fence. I have some plants in the corner over here. Look at my polar walls, beautiful. This is an Epipremnum panatum. It's going to be too big to fit in the greenhouse, but this Atabapoense in the majestic over there, they will come in. And down here I also bought some cat grass, some catnip, and some herbs and some potting soil because I want to start growing some veggies. But growing the veggies, setting all of that up is probably going to be a separate video. Today I really just want to take my existing plants and move them in here, arrange them, and see what it looks like. I have about 40 of these hooks over here, and I used them when I moved. I used them to hook all of my poles into the van. So I'll use these and hook the plants into the side of the greenhouse. So let's go. Alrighty, this should be okay. You should be able to see everything. So we're just going to move them all in one by one. First one, we've got Philodendron Campi, or I think Lynette. Definitely suffered a little bit out there. Let's hope she'll be happier in here. There you go. First plant. Here we've got Philodendron lupinum. It's just not really increasing in leaf size, so it had to go outside. Not worth wasting my precious indoor space on it. It's my Philodendron Paraiso Verde. It has suffered. I dropped it and 2 of the leaves snapped, but it is growing a new leaf. So it's not totally unhappy out here, but yeah, I'm not expecting it to thrive given the conditions it's exposed to out here. I mean, it's not ideal. This is Epipremnum Global Green. Obviously the conditions out here are not ideal for these plants. It's too cold for them, but I'm just hoping that over this season they'll get used to it and then next season they'll be fine. Philodendron Atabapoense. Ultimately, I don't really have a choice. It's not like I want these plants to be out here and suffer. It's just that that's the only space I still have available for them. Philodendron Magic Dragon. I think this is a good example. When I first moved it out, its existing leaves started turning a little yellow, but the leaves that it has grown since then, they're used to the environment, so they're okay out here. Variegated Syngonium. A very sad Splendid that was given to me by a friend on the rescue mission, but given I have limited space, I'm not too sure if I'm in the best position to actually rescue this or if I'm making it worse, but we will find out. Alright, those were all of the plants from the wall or the fence. Let's move on to some bigger ones. Alrighty, this is my Philodendron Billitii. It is very happy, even though it's grown outdoors, so he really doesn't seem to mind the outdoors, but the pole dries out quite quickly, so I'm hoping that within the greenhouse, due to the higher humidity, it will dry out less quickly. My big Atabapoense has definitely suffered a little bit being outside as well, but she's too big. She does not fit inside anymore, but let's hope that she likes the greenhouse. My Majestic is actually pushing out a new leaf over here. These leaves are all really old. I propagated that from these leaves a long time ago. So the leaves are looking very shabby, but I'm just waiting for the new growth and then I'm going to cut the old leaves off. This is another version of the one that I showed you earlier, the No ID, but this one is actually done much better after the chop. Got some kind of reverted variegated Monstera props, some Vertimarx variegata, some more variegated props and some small alocasias, some more no ID propagations that are doing so out here. Oh, that was it. Those were all the plants. So, alright. I'm liking it, and I have this corner over here for the Brettles plants. Bread corner. Alright. Alright, I put it on wide angle so you can see a little bit better. So here they are. Alrighty, so here we are. Now obviously I acknowledge that a lot of these plants are not super happy. They have definitely suffered trying to get used to the outdoor conditions. It is their first season after all, but I am hoping that over time they'll get used to it, and I just hope that they're going to recover in spring. I mean, they're not dead yet, but they're obviously not thriving to their full potential. I know exactly why. It's definitely the temperatures. It's too cold and too harsh outside, so hopefully at least the harshness is going to be taken away by it growing, by them now growing inside the greenhouse. But ultimately this is the best I can do for them. I do need to wait for Mother Nature to give me better weather. Alright, let's maybe keep this really short and sharp, and that's it for now. And I'll make sure to keep you updated on the progress. Alrighty, welcome back to my YouTube channel. Very exciting times. Bradley, come on, I can put it down for you. Don't jump on there, I'll put it down. Alright, here you go. Get some pet grass for you. Bon appetit. So, it is the exciting part of the year. Spring has finally arrived and I have so much spring work that I want to get done. I want to work on my courtyard and put some more plants in the ground, but that's probably a next week thing. I also want to get on top of a whole lot of maintenance inside, but before I can get on top of my plants indoors, I want to see which plants I'm going to move into the greenhouse and or the garden in the first place. So I thought it would be a smart idea to start off with the greenhouse and the garden, and then move to the inside at like last. And that's going to take me a while, so this is not like a one-day thing. This is probably going to take me all of September, but I'm trying to take you along on as many of these things as I can. But today I really want to get started with the greenhouse and get it ready for spring. And as part of that, I want to change the layout a little bit. I've got some shelves, I've got some flooring. What else do I have? I want to set up some more grow pots and so on as well, but yeah, definitely a bunch of things to get on top of. So what I want to do is, you can see the table over there. I don't actually want it there anymore. What I want to do is I want to take my sprout pots and the shelf and put it on that side of the greenhouse, so it is out in the open. It should get more light over there as well, and realistically I don't really think that I need a greenhouse for these veggies or herbs or grass that I want to grow. I want to then frees up a whole lot of space in my greenhouse, so I can start arranging some shelving, and then I can kind of like look at the plants, arrange them a little bit. I don't think I'm going to do any repotting today of any of these plants. I reckon I'll wait like another couple of weeks or so and then just do a big repot. I'm still waiting on a bunch of ingredients for my aeroid mix that I ordered in bulk as well. Actually, I need to follow that up. So today it's more about like the actual setup. So yeah, where do I start? I think I just need to move this out of here first so that I can get started. And are you helping me today, or are you just gonna, no? Okay, Brett is not gonna help. Guys, I planted some new herbs here. I don't even remember what it is, but it smells like oregano. Was that oregano? Fuck, I forgot. I think it's mint. Okay, that was dumb. I should have turned the water off first. Okay, I didn't turn off the water. That was silly of me. So, I'm just gonna move this. Obviously I need to kind of deassemble the sprout pots. Ooh, don't make a mess. Second one. Did you just hear that sound? That was the pot. Listen to that.
What was that?
I remember this was kind of like built in lots of little bits. So let's see if we can move this in one go. Alrighty, so here we go. Here's gonna be the shelf. So I can pop these back on here. And I've got 2 more growth pots that I also want to set up. And I've bought these little cucumbers that I can put in there. No idea if it's the right season to grow cucumbers. No idea if this is the right setup for them. But cucumbers are my favorite. So, yeah, YOLO. But that's gonna be for another video. Let's focus on the greenhouse for today. Okay, guys, you're on wide angle, by the way, so I don't know, the proportions could look a little weird, but that's the best way I can fit everything in frame. Actually, hang on, I can put you back a little more. Perfect, that's a little bit better. I'll show you everything with like a normal lens later so you can kind of see the proportions a little bit better. Now I'm still testing the EcoFlow thing, so this is my electricity solution. I'm still testing that. I haven't come to a conclusion yet, so proof is in the pudding. Give me a little bit more time to cook the pudding. So we're not focusing on that today, but we're going to focus on everything else in here. So let me quickly get rid of the hose as well. And I'm just going to quickly unplug that so I have more space. Okay, first things first, let's build it from the ground up. So I've got some more of these IKEA tiles that I want to put down. They are already in front of me, which you can't really see, so I thought it would be nice and matchy. I think that's better, right? It's not centered, sorry, I wanted it to be centered, but I think this way you can kind of see the front a little bit better as well. So see these tiles that are leading into the greenhouse? I just want to continue that in here as well. Alrighty, so let me give you a bit of background on the greenhouse in case you haven't watched my previous videos. So that greenhouse was sponsored by Sproutwell, so I did not buy it. It was sponsored. And I got it in June and I built it immediately. So June was honestly the middle of winter over here. It was really cold, so I only put my plants in here, and those are the ones you can see in the background now. Those are the plants that were already outside anyway, so I didn't move any of my indoor plants outside, because my main problem with the greenhouse is the electricity. I don't have electricity out here, so I can't heat it, or I couldn't have a fan. Now obviously I'm working on some sort of electricity solution, but I didn't have that available in winter. That just arrived last week. So during winter, nothing was really thriving in here, right? As expected, it comes back to the conversation about conditions versus care. There's not much I can do with my care approach if I'm not giving the plants great conditions. And it was too cold and too wet in here for the plants to really have been provided with good conditions. This is my south-facing courtyard, so it is a little bit cooler than the other courtyard that is north and west-facing. So I'm not getting much sun over here, specifically in winter. In summer I get more sun. So this courtyard is still quite cool even during winter. It's gonna work in my favor in summer to stop the greenhouse from overheating, I hope. But yeah, it wasn't really great conditions for these plants during winter. So I wasn't really expecting much. I was just hoping for the plants to survive, and not all of them did. So my Billy, my Atabapoense and my Lupinum, they all died. They just dropped all of the leaves. I think it was some fungal infection, and fungal infections are obviously encouraged in cold and humid conditions, which was exactly what happened in here. So I ended up just keeping the windows open all day long in this greenhouse so that it's not so humid, because cold is fine, wet is fine, but cold and wet is kind of deadly. So basically this greenhouse didn't actually give these plants any benefit over the last 3 months. But now with spring approaching, electricity being sorted out, I'm determined to make this work. All right, let me just lay these down. It's quite loud, so I'll talk to you a little bit more later. I don't think you're supposed to cut these, to be honest, but YOLO. Alright, so at the end, this is not really working. It's like not big enough. I don't know. But I like to leave it empty. Not too sure what to do with that. I think that's a later issue. Alright, it's not looking bad, and I'm loving this sun about to come in, which is gonna be really nice. But let me center it a bit more. So this little IKEA bench set that was right there, I'm not really going to use it. So I thought I could use these actual seats as shelves on either side, but I can also sit on it at any time, right? Because, well, maybe I want to sit in my greenhouse every now and then. Plus, I already had them, so I don't need to buy anything new to make this work. So that's good. And then I bought a shelf for the side. So now I have room over here, right? That's pretty good. Alright, so I bought a shelf from Sproutwell because it is matching the greenhouse perfectly. Oh my god, I'm having deja vu. There are a lot of pieces for just... Look at the amount of screws for one shelf. Look, I bought a new toy for Bread. Come on, Bread.
Crazy demands.
So I'm just gonna watch the instructional video. Look at your bird. You enjoying the bird? Yes, huh? In the video they say it's gonna take 1.5 to 2 hours to build this. It's just a shelf. L01B, yes. L01A, yes. L01A, L01B, L01C, L02A, L02E, L02B, L02F. Okay, we need all the L02s. L02A, L02B, yes. Now we need LOE and F and JK, LMNOP. I think I already it up. Bradley, it would be nice if you'd help me. Alrighty, so while I'm sitting here, maybe I can talk to you a little bit. So, with the greenhouse, I think the idea is that I'm gonna move some of my anthuriums out here because I'm really not happy with the anthurium setup at the moment. Now, I don't know if it's a good time to move them out now or if I should wait a little longer. But yeah, and apart from that, I want to have just a whole lot of grow verticals in here. So I think I want the entire, what do you call it, like the side bits to just be grow vertical all the bloody way. Okay, I'm seeing the vision now. It's obviously very flimsy, so I just hand screwed them all in. Okay, got these ones already wrong. Yeah, anyway, so greenhouse. So yeah, I might want to move my anthuriums out here, but I am also worried that it might get a little bit too hot for some of these anthuriums. But honestly, proof is in the pudding. I'm just gonna have to see how it all develops. Like, it's new to me, but I'm excited to learn. Like, I'm not planning on just doing this setup and it needs to be perfect from the beginning. I'm happy for there to be room to grow. I'm just going to mirror what I've done over there. So at least if I've done it wrong, I'm consistent. Yeah, so you saw earlier I had this black flooring down. That was just something I put. It was actually really cheap. It was it's a barbecue mat. You're supposed to put that down like near your barbecue to like stop any splatters from like staining your floor. It was really cheap. It was like $10 for a mat, and I used 4 of them. That was really just to hopefully do a little bit of insulation because the floor down below would be quite cold. So I just kept it there. I figured, why not? But yeah, these tiles, with the benefit of those tiles, these wooden tiles that I put down now, is that they're kind of raised a little bit on like a plastic grid, you know. That's what I use to kind of snap them all together, which means that if I now water, the water is going to go through the gaps and it's going to dry pretty quickly, I hope. But obviously that water evaporating from the floor is also going to give it a bit of a humidity boost. So I don't mind, like I want to be able to go in here and water everything, but that doesn't, when I walk back into it, I don't want to be sliding around. So I feel like that's going to be a good solution with these tiles, because they're not going to be very slippery. And it just ties it in quite nicely with what I've got outside. But I'm so excited for spring, and I know I say it in every video, but yeah, I just really want to like slowly start moving some of my plants from inside back out here, and then see what I want to keep inside. Obviously all my large pots will stay inside, but more like the small plants, like the small displays here and there that don't really add much to the aesthetic inside. I think it will give me an opportunity to keep the inside a little cleaner. I am actually a little overwhelmed with how many plants I've got inside at the moment. I'd rather have less of them, but make them stand out a little more. So I'm excited for that. And then once I know how many plants I want to keep inside, I know how much shelving I need and so on. I feel like when I moved in here, I feel like now I'm in a position to really assess the apartment and be like, oh, what do I want to do with this apartment? When I first moved in, I just had to cramp everything in there and just move on with life. It's like, don't have enough time. But I think now I have a little bit more time back in my day. I'm going to make this really nice, because I've got my mom visiting and so on as well, you know. So it'd be nice to show her like, hey mom, I'm a full adult. Look at my apartment. Okay, alright, this doesn't look that hard at all. Why did I say it will take so long? Am I like waiting for some sort of nasty surprise that hasn't hit me yet? Okay, I just read the last page. It's gonna get hectic. Okay, let's not skip ahead. Let's just stick to what we've got right now. Yeah, spring is like a hectic time of the year for me now, because I finally have a garden as well. So there's like a whole new element of growing and time. A lot of people have asked me if I'm going to grow some veggies. Yes, I will try growing some veggies using these sprout pots, but I think that's it. Like, I can't do too many things all at once. I do also want to get into natives, but I think for now I'm just going to try growing the plants in the garden that I already have. But if I buy any new plants for the garden, then it will probably be natives. So yeah, and then I have not done any chop and extends over winter. I haven't done any repotting over winter, so then it's going to be a big like indoor plant that's get on top of everything weekend as well. So I have a lot happening over the next few months in the plant world. Top of that, obviously it's spring as well, so there's so many beautiful plants in bloom out and about as well, so I want to film that. So honestly, at the moment I have more ideas and content ideas and things to do than I have time, which is a great problem to have. So I'm really looking forward to the next couple of months. I think it will be awesome. Last week I was at the Botanic Gardens in the Blue Mountains, and it was so nice. Like a spring flower walk with a horticulturalist who was an absolute legend. It was so informative, so much fun, so beautiful there. That was amazing, and I took footage, and I need to still edit that, but I want to do a really good job at editing that, hopefully. So I'm gonna take my sweet time, but that was amazing. And then this week or next, and honestly I don't know whereabouts in the timeline this will sit when you'll actually get to see these videos, because I don't necessarily always edit them in sequence. It depends on if there's like a sponsorship that's part of it, if I need approval and so on. There's like different things that kind of influence when I'm actually going to publish it. So please tell me this works. I can see it taking shape, right? So next week I want to go to the Mount Annan Botanic Gardens, which is like our native botanic garden. So That way I can learn a little bit about natives, show you some of the natives, but I don't have to be the one like growing them because I don't know anything about them yet. But oh shit, doesn't mean I don't want to learn. Okay, so let's have a look. Yeah, so that's really nice being able to like collaborate with the botanic gardens on things like that, because ultimately I don't have all of the expertise in the world. I actually know very little about plants. I have some expertise in the indoor plant world, but even within indoor plants I know very little. It's great to catch up with experts and learn from them. I suppose the reason why it has so many parts is so they can ship it like really neatly. When I saw that packet for that shelf, I was like, what the, that's not enough, is it? But yeah, so I suppose that's smart, it's efficient. What was that? But I'm really loving the look of this so far. It's looking like my greenhouse, right? Hi everybody, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. One thing I have to say, over the last few months I've been very focused on Sydney Plant Guy and the business side of things. And I'm here and I am kind of missing a little bit of yarn time. But there was always kind of the plan, specifically over winter. I feel like there's just not that much to do. I'm very much an outdoors person and I love spending time outside, and winter is just the time with the least amount of light. So there is a great opportunity to just really get on top of all of the things that I want to do from a business perspective. But now with spring being here and then summer eventually, I definitely want to make sure that I get some yarn time, that I have some yarn time, that I get to spend some time with my friends, and that I truly get to enjoy it as well and not just think about, oh, should I film this or not, and so on. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to my mom being here this summer as well. It's great to get to spend a little bit more time with her. I don't think she's going to be comfortable to be in front of the camera. Maybe she's going to help me film some things, but I also just want to enjoy her being here without having to worry about content and so on. Definitely let the gym slide a little bit. I used to go to the gym almost every day. Now I often favor editing over going to the gym. So it's like, oh, I could go to the gym now, or I could get on top of this video edit. I usually decide to go with the video edit because I feel like the video edit is more productive, but I think I need to reframe that in my head as well and just make sure that like these things that I want to do for myself, like my physical and mental health, that is also productive, that is also important. It needs to be a priority and not an afterthought if I have nothing on, because I'll always have something on. I'll always find something to do, right? So that's definitely something I want to work on over spring. But doing spring, it honestly feels like you have twice as much of the day because it's just longer sunlight hours. I feel like in winter the days are just gone so quickly. Like winter, it can be dark before 5 o'clock. So like from 6 o'clock onwards, I just feel like, well, this day is gone. Let's just sit on the couch or edit something. Whereas in spring, 6 o'clock, like the day's just starting. Not really, but you know what I mean. So I hope that just purely based on getting more sunlight hours, that my attitude is just going to change naturally. That would be great, because that would be easy. I don't have to force myself to do anything, but yeah, let's see how we go. But by no means am I trying to say that I'm unhappy or anything like that. I love plants, and if I wouldn't love them, I wouldn't be spending that much time on them. I just need to make sure that I don't overdo it, so I'm not gonna burn out or get like really agitated by it, or like, you know, it needs to be fun. But right now, spring, I've been waiting for this for 3 months and it's finally here. Like, I could not be happier. This is making me so excited. It's looking good. It actually is much larger than I thought it would be. Oh my god, we made it! This does not look straight. Whatever. So ideally I'd have it here, but then I need to put something here. Let's see. Okay, so let me just show you what my issue is. So see how I've got the greenhouse on like this wooden plank? If I want this to go right near the edge, then I need to put the little feet on that piece of wood, which means that these feet at the front over here are hovering, so I just put a piece of wood under there as well. Doesn't look great, plus this one is now hovering. I don't have any more of those, but maybe I can just cut them in half, or I'll work something out. I think this is okay for now. It still has stability. I just don't want it to come in further than it has to, if that makes sense. Look, I show you everything. Look, look. Oh, that's fun. Hang on. You can't miss out on this. Oh. Alrighty, here we are. So, last step is we can actually put plants in here. So I think I still want to have all of the grow verticals on this side for now. Alright, look at this one over here. This is a medium silver. I've got 2 plants on here. But this last one, after this leaf, it just grew this big runner. So what I've done is I chopped in between all of them, and you can see some new shoots. And some of them, it's very well rooted, it just didn't give me leaves. So there's a new shoot here, new shoot here, new shoot here, new shoot here. Surprisingly, all of the shoots go into the pole, not happy. Some nice roots here. So I reckon, it was living inside, but I reckon it's time for it to go out here. And I'm really excited for this one actually. Anything ugly has to go. Alright. I'm honestly not too fussed. I mean, it wasn't too bad, but sick of it. Definitely lots more room in here, so let me see. This might look good here. Yeah. I'm thinking maybe this big plant here. Bye. Alright. I was thinking this one might look nice here. That doesn't look too bad, no? Ignore the cable for now. So let's have a look. Okay, sorry, my camera turned itself off because I ran out of storage. I don't know what you've seen and what you haven't seen, but basically I set up the EcoFlow again. So with the solar panels, and then I also set up the fan again. To fit the fan back in that corner, I had to get rid of that second bench, but I put my big Plough-Money eye over here. It was just getting a little bit too big for the inside, kind of like I keep bumping into it, so I feel like I have a little bit more room inside now. And I put the Regal shields over here as well. Happy days. And these are all of the leaves are cut off, so heaps. It's totally normal to have yellow, brown, whatever leaves, even just ugly leaves that you don't want to look at. I just cut them. Honestly, life is too short to look at ugly leaves all day. Cute little alocasia seedlings. I think they can go in here too. Then I've got my Burlemark's Fantasy. It's hard to see, huh? But it's been quite nice. It's grown well, and I thought this would look cool here maybe. My dubia no pot can go in here as well. Got it. Alright, I'm gonna start with 2 anthuriums. This one is not really happy at the moment, but it is growing a little leaf over there. So this is a Magnificum X Forgetii, and this is just a Magnificum. Another one, this is a little Epipremnum pinnatum. Hang on, I need a hook. Right, one more, another Magnificum. I know, it wasn't too happy inside anyway, so I might as well try it, right? So I moved 3 anthuriums in here now, but the goal is that I have heaps more, but I just want to try with these 3 first, see if they like it, and if they don't, then at least I'm not losing my entire collection all at once. Alright, last thing I need to do, I just need to water them, just give them a bit of a spray, just to clean them, but also obviously to water them, and then I'll give you a little tour. Alright, let me take you on a really quick tour. We've got a... Wow, that's a good start to the tour. I think this was the no ID. I've got like 8 of those. This is... I thought it was emerald green, that's what the seller told me. Then people told me it's global green. I believe the difference between those two is that one is light with dark variegation, the other one is dark with light variegation. I don't know which one this is, but it's a pothos. My brandy, I was actually really surprised it made it through winter. But it's here. Little Atabapoense, Campii or Lunette. This is a little Splendid, a little propagation. This leaf actually unfurled over winter, so it is alive. This is a Paraiso Verde. This is a hybrid that Tim from Grow Vertical made and gave to me. I think he called it Magic Dragon, and it's pushing out a new leaf. I see all of that cold damage. Wow, no? Brown as. Then we've got a variegated Syngonium, the Ametrium Medium Silver. We've got a little baby in the corner. Hello. We've got my Monstera Subpinnata. Not super happy, but we'll see if that might change. Some Alocasia seedlings, Cupria propagation. These were from Corms actually. This one is a Burlamax variegata, same as this one, but it was a little sun bleached, this one, over, or like cold damage, something happened to it. This is a not so variegated Monstera. Here we've got the Burlamax Fantasy, so I'm excited to see how this one grows in here. Variegated Epipremnum pinnatum. It looks really yellow with the sun coming through, it's not that bad. A Majestic, a Regal Shields over here, some Mint, Rhaphidophora decursiva. This one was the Plowmanii. Some more variegated Monstera propagations. And then the 3 anthuriums I'm going to try. Magnificum, Magnificum X Forgetii. It's really nice in dark. I really like this, but I just did not like me since I moved into this apartment. Anyway, we'll see. Maybe it's thriving in here. Yeah, look at this. Maybe I need to chop this leaf. And another Magnificum. This one actually grew from seed, so it would be a shame if it dies, but it is pushing out a new leaf here, so let's see how we go. So, I think we're gonna wrap it up here. Now, of course, proof is in the pudding, so I just put them there. I need to see if it actually likes it, but the whole idea is now that I have a fan and now that the temperatures are getting a little bit warmer, I can just keep the doors closed, obviously air it out once a day or so, but with the fan, there will be sufficient airflow in here because it's going to be really humid. It's basically like a supersized version of my IKEA cabinet. Because of the high humidity, it's really important to keep airflow up, otherwise fungal infections are inevitable, and that's exactly what happened to my Atabapoense, my Billy and the lupinum that I mentioned earlier. So now that I have the fan due to electricity, I can actually start using this. I also have a little temperature and humidity reader over here, so I'm just going to monitor that over the next couple of weeks or months, and I'm obviously going to update you. We're going to talk about this greenhouse a lot during spring and summer, I feel like, so there will certainly be plenty of updates. But I think for today, I'm really happy with the work that I've done in here. Now we just need to see if the plants are as happy with the work that I've done than I am. When I set up my greenhouse in June, there was really one thing that was stopping me from using the greenhouse to its full potential, and that was the lack of power. I wanted to get a fan in there, or eventually in winter maybe a heater and so on, have some smart devices to automate misting and so on, but I don't have a power outlet outside. So I was super happy when EcoFlow reached out to me saying that they might have the solution for me. 1.5 months ago, the solution arrived in the form of the EcoFlow Delta 2, their newest, well, it's much more than just a battery at this stage. And I got the solar bundle, so on the roof over there, you can currently see a solar panel which is used to charge this battery. But before we go into the specs and the pros and cons of this product and if it has actually solved my problem, let's cook some pudding and look at the installation and what I learned about this product over the last month and a half. Now, I mentioned before that I don't have any power outside, and EcoFlow reached out to me on the back of one of my videos and said that they have the solution for me. So this is the EcoFlow Delta 2, and it's basically like a power bank, but a big power bank. It's usually designed, to go off-road, to go camping, or if you have a property without utilities, for example. But they reached out saying that this could be the solution for my power problem in my greenhouse or my courtyards overall. Now, this is just a battery. There's a couple of ways I can charge that. I could either take it inside and charge it, but that kind of defeats the purpose. So, EcoFlow has also sent me this solar panel that I can use to charge the battery in the first place. Now, I'm going to talk all about the specs and numbers at the end of the video, but today I just want to get it set up, and then over the next week or couple of weeks I just want to test and see whether the solar panel can create more energy than I'm going to use powering a fan and maybe some other things with my EcoFlow. There were some detailed instructions in there, and they also sent me a video which I'll link in the description that shows how you can optimize the power that you can harvest using the solar panel. So obviously depends on sun exposure, but it also depends on things like temperature and so on. But I have a spot in mind where I want to put it, so I just want to put it there and see how much power I get from putting the solar panel in that spot. And that spot is the roof of my greenhouse. I'm feeling if I put it on the roof of my greenhouse at the same time, it's also going to kind of shade the greenhouse a little more. Heading into spring and then summer, I'm probably going to have to be more worried about overheating in the greenhouse than it being too cold in winter. So it kind of is going to double as a shade cloth. Now, this solar panel is waterproof and dustproof, so it's totally fine to go on top of the greenhouse. And it comes in this carrier case, and this carrier case can also be used as a stand, which I'm not going to do. I'm going to pop it on here, but I'll insert some photos on how it's meant to be used. So you can see that this is really meant to be used for like camping, right? You go camping and you just pop it up on your campsite and you have all the power in the world. This is a 220 watts solar panel, and it is on both sides, if that makes sense. So there's one side that you should obviously make face the sun, and then the other side can still create energy using ambient light, which is perfect for my greenhouse because, well, there's still going to be ambient light coming from below. So, alrighty my friends, I'm here. As you can see, up here there's way more sun because right there is a little fence that is shading the bottom part, but the roof should be getting the most sun. It's quite unobstructed as well, as you can see, so I figured this would be the best spot in my entire apartment or courtyard to put it on, and kind of makes sense because I want to use it for the greenhouse specifically as well, so I wouldn't have to run cables back and forth. East is there. So sun will rise over here, north is there, west is here, south is here. Keep in mind I'm in the southern hemisphere, so in winter the sun kind of goes this way, and in summer the sun should go kind of this way. So winter might be a problem and getting sufficient sun, at least in this courtyard. In winter I might have to set up in the other courtyard, but in summer, specifically this part of the courtyard gets quite a lot of sun. This part of the courtyard is kind of shaded by the house in itself. So my thinking is that I set it up on this side. There's two options. Let me show you. Jeez, it's heavy. So today I just want to set it up provisionally, just to see if it even works before I put too much effort into like fixing it and so on. It is heavy. It's definitely a quality product. First of all, this is the perfect length of my greenhouse. Like, what the hell? Like, perfect length of the greenhouse. Okay, it's resting on here. So it's the perfect length of the greenhouse. Like this, it's kind of overlapping the window by this much tiny bit, which makes me think that if it actually ends up staying here, I could just have the window open on top of it, if that makes sense. So I can still use that window over there. Now this, whoa, shit. Oh no, I just broke off the new chute. Oops. Yeah. Now, this makes sense right now because, it's windy. I'll get down here so you can't hear too much wind noise. This makes sense right now because right now it's the afternoon, the sun is coming, the sun is setting, so it's coming from west. So this side of the greenhouse gets all the sun. But the other way I was thinking I could set this up is this way, because it has these convenient folds. I could have just make it fold on top of the greenhouse like this, and I can move it further to the right to not block the window, so I would just have to hedge the viburnums a little bit. But then this way, when the sun rises, the back part of the panel gets sun, and when the sun sets, this part of the panel gets the sun. So I might just set it up one way, monitor it over a couple of days, and then set it up the other way, monitor it over a couple of days. I looked at the forecast and it's supposed to be really nice and sunny for a while, so happy days. Now I think I'm just going to leave it like this for now because it kind of is secure in itself, because so I don't need to worry about fixing anything. Cables. And I read the instructions, but it's actually really self-explanatory as well. But as always, read the instructions specifically where we're dealing with electricity. But again, all of this is water and dust proof, so it's designed for outdoors. Alrighty, I'll pop that in here. Let me get off that bench. Right, please excuse the poor cable management, but as I said, I just want to see if it even works. I mean, based on paper, it definitely works, but you guys know, proof is in the pudding. If I know it's going to work, I'll do a better job at cable management. So let's have a look at this, and we also have an app actually that goes with it, which I have already downloaded. So let me just quickly connect it. So I've got it all connected via Wi-Fi, and let's have a look. So you can see right now I get 38 watts input, and my overall thing is sitting at 36.6%. So it needs almost 100 more hours to be fully charged. But ultimately what's important is that over the course of a day or over the let's say the course of a week, let's say, right, with some ups and downs in sun, that overall I use less than I make, right? If it stores more energy than I use, then the fan will never not run, right? So I also have a fan. If you can see that, yep, here we go. Bought a fan from Bunnings, of course. Now this is an outdoor fan. It was 250 bucks. Can you believe that for a fan? Anyway, but I wanted to make sure that it's waterproof and dust proof, which it is. So it is specifically made for outdoor use, which is great because eventually I might want to have misters in my greenhouse and so on as well. So it will get wet in there. So if I plug this in, okay, let's have a look at what my app says. So I've got it on speed 4 out of 12 at the moment. Okay, currently it says this is not taking any, oh, can you see this? Hello? Currently it says there's no output. Interesting. So I've got it on level 12 and swinging, and now the output is 44, right? So obviously that is not gonna cut it. If I input 33 and I output 30, if I input 34 and I output 43, then eventually the battery is gonna run out, right? So, but this is like blizzard strength. I don't need it this fast, right? I think my main goal is just have the air moving, right? Because it's super humid in that greenhouse. So I just want to make sure that the air is constantly circulating so that there's no mold forming, right? So basically like in my IKEA cabinet, right? It's 99% humidity in there, but I've got a little desk fan that just circulates the air, so none of my plants have any fungal issues. I've had fungal issues in my greenhouse already, and that was because I didn't have enough airflow. So I've had to keep all of my windows open the whole time, which basically then means that the greenhouse isn't really giving my plants a humidity boost anymore. At this stage, it's only protecting it from really heavy rain, and I want my greenhouse to do a little bit more than that. I want to be able to create really nice warm humid conditions in there for my plants to thrive. But with humidity comes fungal issues if there's not enough airflow. So I just want to make sure that the air circulates in there. I don't want to create tornado winds. So this sort of level 2 or maybe 3 should be plenty. And when I change it to 2 or 3, it literally says output 0. Okay, so we're inside the greenhouse now. I've got the fan set up over here. I've got the EcoFlow over here, and I know it's supposed to be waterproof and dustproof and so on, but just to be extra safe, I thought I'll put it in a box. I'll put a lid on it, so in case it doesn't rain in here, but in case I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna hose everything down or something like that, I don't cause more, like I don't wanna, better safe than sorry, basically. All right. Close this as much as I can. Obviously eventually I'll drill some holes on the side. I'm not gonna try and put too much effort into making it look pretty for now. I just want to make sure that the idea works. Alright, so right now it's gone down to input 23. That's okay, the sun is slowly going down. Keep in mind we're still in August as well, right? So July is the shortest month of the year over here with the least sunlight. So we're still not in the good half of the year. So 23 input, 0 output, but the fan is definitely working. So I'll be back when there's something to share. Alrighty, and we're basically, based on the season at the moment, I'm not getting all too much sun hitting the solar panel. When it does, I think the highest I've seen was like an input of about 43 watts, but usually it's more like 20, 30, 40-ish. So obviously not using the full potential of that solar panel. So the position is not right, at least for the current season. I think a bit closer to summer, and in summer I think it will be perfect. Let me show you what the sun exposure looks like in the morning at the moment. I put in this photo, and you can see that the sun really stops exactly where the solar panel kind of starts, but the sun is going to move closer and closer. So I think in summer this courtyard will, up to about here, gets a lot of direct sun pretty much all day. So I think this is a good position for summer, but right now I get more sun west facing. So I want to try that second option and putting the solar panel just on one side and see if that improves the energy that I can harvest using the sun. Also, something I wanted to show you. Over the greenhouse, my neighbors over there, they have solar panels on their roof as well, and they have them exposed correctly. So they are north facing, but if I would make my solar panel north facing, it's just gonna it's just gonna get shaded by the building. So basically, I know I can't give it the best possible exposure because that would be north facing, but if it's north facing, the building will always block the sun. So I know that I'm probably never going to be able to truly get the full potential out of the solar panel, but as long as it is making more electricity than it is using, it will be okay, right? So what I actually did to give it the best chances, I actually charged it manually, like from the power inside. And when it was at 100%, then I put it back inside, and it lasts about 2 days with the additional top up of the solar panel. So at the moment, I kind of every 2 days, I need to charge the EcoFlow again, which only takes an hour and 20 minutes to get to 100% charge, and then it depletes over two days, right? So that's not terrible. The thing is, like, I can't permanently have it connected to the electricity inside. I mean, if I could, then I wouldn't have to go through all of that effort, because all of my windows close shut like properly, right? Because you can probably hear the road noise. So they're all like properly insulated, and then it's like dead silence inside. So I can't, like, it's okay to do that for an hour or so, but overall, I don't want to have my windows and door open at all times just to feed electricity out here. That's the whole idea why I'm setting this up. But anyway, let's just change the setup, and then I'll give it another week to see if that gives me more energy. Definitely, what I already know is I'm probably not going to be able to have one setup for forever. It's probably going to have to be, like, the setup probably has to change with the seasons. But let's get started. So the idea is that I put it on this side, because this is west facing and you can see the sun hitting it right now, right? So that should hopefully do more, because the two panels that were kind of the two panels that were east facing were doing absolutely nothing. But they will if the sun is hitting it from the top, right? Proof is in the pudding. I'll let that sit there for another week, and hopefully the week isn't as overcast as today is, because obviously we want full sun so I can really see what the maximum input would be. Alrighty, thank you, Jan from the past. So we are now at the very end of September, and honestly, it's only been a month and a half, but it feels like we've gone through like spring already, and we're in the middle of summer. It's a nice 30-degree hot day today, and I paid so much attention to the actual movement of the sun over those last 6 weeks, and it's crazy how much the sun has already moved. So basically, in the last few clips, I was struggling with a couple of things. Well, first thing I was struggling with is that it kind of turned itself off, or I wasn't too sure, is the EcoFlow turning itself off, or is the fan turning itself off? Now, I've connected a light to the EcoFlow, one that doesn't, like, I know that it's not going to turn itself off, and that eventually turned off. So I do believe that it's the EcoFlow that turns itself off, even though in the settings I actually told it to not turn itself off. So I emailed them, and they were also not quite sure why that's the case. I'm thinking maybe it just ran out of battery and then it just charged again. You know what I mean? Anyway, I found a solution that just made this problem null and void though, because, well, the fan that I have is actually a smart fan. and I just set a schedule for like every hour of the day. So every hour I tell it to turn itself on. So in case it would turn itself off at some stage, worst case scenario, an hour later, there is a schedule asking the fan to turn itself back on. That is also super handy. Sometimes the battery depletes overnight, because obviously overnight it's not charging using the solar panels, but I still have the fan running. Sometimes in the morning the EcoFlow is actually empty, but as soon as the sun hits the solar panel and it recharges the EcoFlow, because I've got a schedule set up every hour, eventually the fan will turn itself on. So it is somewhat autonomous now. I don't really have to do much about it anymore. I do charge it every like 4 days now, which is really good. Earlier, like only just 6 or 7 weeks ago, I had to charge it every 2 days, but it was just because we had way less sunlight hours. And again, I am struggling to get the right exposure for my solar panel. So that's not necessarily a limitation of the EcoFlow or the solar panel in itself. I just don't have the right spot to set it up to properly utilize the sun, specifically during autumn or winter. But in spring and summer, when the sun is hitting my south-facing courtyard much more, I've been getting speeds of up to 160 plus now, which is really great. Like 220 would be the max, so me getting 160 without fully optimizing the angle to the sun, I think that was actually really, really good. So overall, that problem of like the fan turning off and it not like running all the time, that's kind of solved now. And obviously, like during night, like if the fan turns off during night, I'm not as worried. I specifically want the fan to be on when the sun is hitting the greenhouse and it gets warm in here, to make sure the air is circulating, and I then have the windows open at the top as well so that hot air can escape. The second issue that I had with the EcoFlow over those 6 to 7 weeks that I was testing it is that on the app, it kind of showed me that like there is no output even though the fan is on. So I reached out to them and they said that the minimum output before like the EcoFlow can really detect it is 18 watts. So the fan must be just under 18, and I actually bumped it up a couple of settings, and then as soon as it hit over 18, it continuously actually showed me the output, and that then resulted in more accurate calculation of how much time I've got left and so on. So basically, it's just a limitation, but basically if I wouldn't be charging it using solar power, or if I wouldn't be supplementing with solar power, the way that I calculated is that it should technically be able to run this fan on that lowest setting that I had it on for about 2 days straight. So if I only have to end up charging it every 4 days, it basically means that I'm supplementing 50% of the energy using solar. So overall, I'm really happy with it because it does enable me to do what I want it to do. It enables me to have the windows closed more often and only really air it out once a day or so, create a more humid environment in here, but without increasing the risk of fungal infections due to a lack of airflow and so on. So that's great, and that's just the first thing, right? I only use the fan for now, but next week I'm also want to install like a misting system and then maybe a timer or something like that, and chances are that something like that might also require some power input. I want to work on some lighting maybe in here as well, so I can enjoy it during nighttime as well, and so on. So now that I know that it's working, I have more possibilities. So very happy with the way that it works. And an added bonus, you can see the solar panel at the top over here. I ended up having like it more even, and 2 on this side and 2 on that side, because the sun is really the sun is now hitting the top of the courtyard more often, if that makes sense. I don't think I'm gonna have any issues during spring and summer using it in the way that I intended, but I might have to get creative for winter, because I don't think the sun in winter in my south facing courtyard will be sufficient to actually power the fan consistently, and definitely wouldn't be enough to actually heat this greenhouse consistently over winter. But I also want to explore heating options outside of using electricity. So anyway, that's a future problem. Alrighty, so that was kind of my experiences with this product. Keep in mind that I'm using this product not necessarily in the way that it was intended to be used, right? This is really your like camping buddy or like a camping companion, or if you go on a festival, or even if you just have like a daytime party at a park or something like that. It can power up to 13 devices at a time, and you can see that on this side over here we've got USB and micro USB, or now USB-C inputs or outputs right here. So really handy to just even like power your phone, power a laptop and so on if you want to work on the road. And you know, I always need to, I pretty much at all times need to charge my phone. And then on the other side you've got the normal power plugs, you know, so you can like it's meant to be used for like, you know, you're camping and you want to make yourself a coffee in the morning and so on, right? Okay, that was just me rambling, but I did actually take some notes as well. So let's maybe go through some of the stats first, and I'll put as much on screen as possible, but I'm also just going to link their website down below. I'm not a super like techie guy, so yeah, these specs in themselves don't mean all too much to me. I'm more about an experienced guy. I'm not so much the theory guy. But so this is the Delta 2, and it just got released in Australia, but it's also available in the US and the UK already. So the Delta 2 has 1 kilowatt of capacity, but you can extend it as well. So there is a little slot over here where you can plug in an extra battery, so you can go up to 2 or 3 kilowatts. As I said before, it can power up to 13 devices at a time, and it can pretty much power anything. Even if you have like a little mini fridge that you want to power for a little while, yeah, it can do that. And I'll put some examples of devices and how long it can charge it continuously for without it having to be recharged. I'll put that up on screen. Like your phone, for example, you could charge it up to 89 times before it runs out of battery. But obviously if you connect it to a solar panel as well, then it will constantly top it up. So that's kind of the way that I'm using it. You're enjoying it too, my baby. Are you fascinated by it? Yes? Okay. Now the thing that I thought was the most impressive is if I don't charge it via solar panel, I actually just charge it using a plug. It charges to 80% within just 50 minutes. Like, it's super fast. So like within an hour it's fully charged, really quick, really convenient, great. And that's just, I do that every 4 days or so, and that gives me a good chance to just air out the greenhouse as well. Just open all the doors, I take an extension cable from inside, I plug it in, and within an hour it's fully charged. Now I don't have to do that. I could also just rely on the solar power, but that would mean that the fan might not be running 24/7. Doing that, like, honestly, plugging it in once every 4 days or so doesn't bother me. But if I'd go on a holiday, for example, I probably wouldn't ask my house sitter to do that. I would just rely on the solar power and the schedule of the fans, like turning it on every now and then again whenever it has charged. So either way, whichever way you want to use it, if you want to use it solar power or if you want to use it, you know, charging it traditionally, both works really well. Now this has an LFP battery, which is a lithium ion battery, which means that it is safer and it should also last much longer than traditional batteries like the magnesium batteries. I think I told you I'm not really good at this, but I did a little bit of research on it. This is like the new generation of batteries that are also now used in a lot of electric vehicles because it has a longer lifespan and it is just much safer to use. Apparently it's also more sustainable because we're not using rare minerals, but I am no sustainability expert, and ultimately the sustainable thing to do would be to do nothing. But I think it's a good compromise. You know, I do understand that obviously there's, you know, this is a luxury item. No luxury item can ever truly be sustainable, but given that I'm using solar power to supplement the electricity in the first place, it's a balance that I'm really happy with. It comes with 5 years warranty and it's a smart device, so you can connect it up to your app. Alrighty, so those were kind of like the general specs, and I've already kind of given you my opinion on most of them anyway, but I thought it would also be good to go through some pros and cons of this device and the setup and overall, that you know how it works for me and how I feel about this product. Should we start off with let's start off with the pros. Let's start it off nicely. Well, the first pro is that it does ultimately do what I wanted to do. It enabled me to have power in my greenhouse and power devices like the fan. Oh, by the way, I didn't plug it in right now, so I can take it out and show you. Secondly, and I just spoke about it charges really quickly. So I don't need to be like all too strategic about it and be like, oh, when do I have 10 hours to charge this? Oh, have I forgotten about this, and so on. If you forget to charge it, it's fine. Within 50 minutes, you're almost there. So that's really, really convenient. You know, it honestly takes this thing less time to charge in the morning than it takes me to get ready and have a coffee. Thirdly, the solar, it does work. I wasn't able to optimize the full capacity of the solar panel, but that is not necessarily based on the product in itself. That is definitely due to the limitation of my location, and it is what it is. But if you're in an open field and you can actually fully like expose the solar panel in the perfect angle to the sun, then you know, you can get up to 220 watts per hour, which means that you can charge this really quickly within just 2 to 3 hours. It is modular, so as I said, you can extend it. You can add another EcoFlow battery on top of that to increase your capacity to store energy. You could have a second solar panel and so on. So it is modular and you can adjust it to your needs. And the other thing, it's only 12 kilos. I don't know, I mean, I don't really have much reference to that, but it is fairly heavy. It's solid, it's a quality product, right? But it is fairly portable. It just has these two little handles, so I can't wait to be invited to some sort of beach party or like a party in the park, and I'm gonna rock up with this and I'm gonna make everybody stay, because probably everybody needs to charge their phone or like even just play music, or you know, power like a pump to blow up inflatables, or even power like a little fridge for the duration of the party and so on, right? Nothing worse than a warm drink. So I can't wait to actually use it for other purposes than just my greenhouse. But ultimately, yes, it is really compact and small. It's a quality product made with quality materials, and it is fairly mobile and you can just carry it around. It's portable. And I really love that you get that app with it, where you can see how much is left, how much is currently put in, how much is put out, and so on. So I thought that was really, really handy. Righty, that's my list of pros. So let's talk about the cons. Well, the con is that I still can't just set and forget. I mean, I can now set and forget because I set up some schedules on my fan, but just the EcoFlow in itself, and I suppose that's the part that I'm reviewing, just the EcoFlow itself is not set and forget, right? But again, that is not the way that it was intended to be used in the first place, so can't blame them for that. But basically, if it wasn't for the smart fan, it wouldn't probably suit my purposes or my needs as much as it does. So it's great, but it's only great in combination with the smart fan that I set up. So that together works really well. The other con was that yes, I can't get the full capacity out of the solar panel, but again, that's not necessarily a fault of the product in itself, but it's definitely something that you need to consider. I live in Australia and we do have a lot of sun. We've had a really, really sunny September. So I suppose when it comes to just the sunlight exposure, I'm in a pretty good position to rely on solar power, and still I can't fully rely on it in this greenhouse over here. So if you live in a country that is overcast all the time and you don't get as much sunlight, then yeah, you can't necessarily fully rely on the solar panel because you will not get the full capacity out of it. So keep in mind that whatever maximum capacity you see or you read about online, and that is not necessarily just unique to this product, that's supposed for all solar panels, that is just the maximum output. Doesn't mean that you will always be able to realize it. It depends on a lot of factors, even like temperature, altitude, obviously the angle and so on, how dirty it is. Talking about how dirty it is, that's actually another pro, because I do have the solar panel just lying on top of the roof over there, and the tree above is shedding a lot of stuff on it at the moment. But I honestly just spray it with a water gun, with like the hose to clean it, and that works a treat. it is waterproof. So the solar panel is waterproof. It can get wet. It got rained on. Nothing happened. The EcoFlow itself is not waterproof, but they actually have a waterproof bag. And actually the first 20 purchases using my link down below will actually get a free waterproof bag. I overcame that by just getting a little box, so the EcoFlow goes in the box and then I put the lid back on, and that way if I hoist down the greenhouse the EcoFlow doesn't get wet. So not a problem for me because, well, I'm not really moving it around, it just stays under this shelf down here. Now the other negative, and I just briefly touched on it before as well, if your output is under 18 watts then the app won't actually show, or the device won't really detect that output. It keeps running the fan, but it shows me as if nothing is running, which means that it actually calculates the remaining time incorrectly because it doesn't know that there's actually something drawing on it right now, right? So say for example, if it would draw 20 watts per hour, then it would calculate it correctly. However, if it draws 17 per hour, it actually pretends like it actually doesn't know, and it thinks that it's drawing 0, if you know what I mean. So you can't necessarily rely on the app and the time that the app gives you of how much time you've got left if you are powering a device that takes less than the 18 watts, because it's not going to be detected. But you can always calculate that yourself as well, right? You know that you've got a kilowatt in here. So as long as you then know how much your device takes, you can calculate how long it should last. And then the last thing is the cost. So the bundle of the EcoFlow and the solar panel is $2,700 Aussie dollars, which is not cheap. Overall, really happy with the product, and it does exactly what I wanted it to do. So it enabled me to now do the things with this greenhouse that I wanted it to do. But of course, I'm not an expert on solar or not an expert on electricity at all. I just plug things in and wait for them to work. I'm not super interested in the tech side in itself. So please do your own research before you go ahead and make any decisions. Thank you so much EcoFlow for sponsoring the Delta 2 and enabling me to power my greenhouse. And thanks to you for watching. I'll need to plug it back in. Still haven't worked on cable management, but that will happen soon. There we go. Guys. You won't believe what happened. We need to move. Again! Can you believe it? I honestly cannot believe it. Just saying it out loud. It just feels wrong. I just picked up a lot of keys, so let's have a look at the place. Yay! Look at this. I've got a big garden again. This has to go. It looks filthy, hey? It looks a bit, yeah, doesn't look the greatest. So I'm gonna take this down. The greenhouse is gonna go here. So this is north facing. North is here, south is here, west, east, I think. So the greenhouse is going to be here. I think it's actually going to be really good for it because it's kind of going to be shaded most of the time. So don't need to buy a shade cover after all. Hey, yay! Good morning. It is finally time to tackle the one thing that keeps me up at night, the greenhouse. Well, it doesn't keep me up at night, but I would just wonder how long it's going to take us to take it down and rebuild it. Obviously last time when we just built it, it took us 3 days, but now we know a little more about it, and I'm also thinking we're not going to take it down all the way to every single piece, right? We're going to try and take segments, but that's the big unknown. We don't know yet how this is going to work out, if this is going to work out, and so on. So that's really our challenge today, and I'm really looking forward to having certainty, or knowing at least what problems we're going to face, so I can go ahead and try and find a solution for them. Anyway, I've actually had 2 fairly relaxed days. I was still working Monday, Tuesday, and then after work we just used Tim's car to bring over like a few boxes at a time, maybe just a couple of trips every day. So I kind of unpacked all of my wardrobe and the kitchen already. So that's boring. didn't bring you along, you know. So all of these things that go from one cupboard to the other cupboard. So not very visually pleasing or interesting, but you know, just trying to tick off as many things as I can, just slowly, just trying to get things done one by one. So that by Saturday, when the removalists come, Hafa hired some removalists, when they come on Saturday and they bring over all the big items, that we are just over and done with this, and then we can enjoy our house from Sunday onwards. Anyway, enough introduction, let's just get started. We are picking up a big van at 2 o'clock, so we've got 6 hours, and we're hoping by then we have this taken down, and then we can use the big van to bring over all of my moss piles, all of the plants in the greenhouse, as well as the greenhouse. And then rebuilding it is a whole nother challenge I'll tackle at some other stage. But that's still a lot to do for just a day, so we better get started. I'm just waiting for Timmy to arrive, but what I can already do is take out all the plants. Look how beautiful. Let me actually just give you a little look at the greenhouse first. Alrighty, here it is. It's looking so good. I'm super happy with it. So now I just need to make sure that the plants don't suffer too much as part of the move. Now, I haven't done anything too special in preparation for this. I still kept watering them as they are. Last time, oh my god, this looks so pretty. I don't remember its name right now, but Tim from Grow Vertical gave me this. Oh my god, what are we doing there? Maybe a bit of a nightmare story. I went to Tim's place up in the mountains the other day. So Tim from Grow Vertical, different Tim, sorry, getting confusing. But and we filmed a tour. Tim actually filmed the tour. Anyway, that's no shade on Tim, but Tim didn't plug in the microphone into the camera. It's technically my fault. I should have been checking the setup. But basically we filmed a whole tour for 2 hours without sound. But luckily my mics record their own sound independently. But for some reason I have 2 mics, right? Like I'm wearing one, and Tim wears the other. For some reason, one of the mics recorded everything faster, or like I think one mic sometimes like skips a little beat, which then obviously makes the whole recording faster. So I basically I have like about 30 different clips from that day of filming, and I've got 8 different audio files because my mic cuts them in like 30-minute segments. So I need to now sync up all of these audio files to each other, so his mic and my mic, and then sync it up to the clips, which I have done. And you would think that, oh, you just sync up the beginning, right? And then smooth sailing from here. Well, I synced at the beginning, and then as it plays, within about 20 seconds it started getting out of whack, so it's like echoing, so I just have to adjust it again, and then 20 seconds later and I have to adjust it again, and so on. So, and it's not always every 20 seconds. So I spent about maybe 4 hours editing this video already, and I'm about 1 minute and 30 seconds into the video. So when I got the news that I need to move, I just aborted that project. I mean, I'll pick it up again eventually, and I would love to. I think it was a great tour, and I think you guys would really love it because it's right up our alley, right? He does aeroids, and he does it better than anybody I know. So I had a great time, and I can't wait to share it with you. But honestly, at this stage, given I'm so annoyed. It's like this one, it would take me 10 seconds to double check that the mic is connected correctly, but now it's probably going to take me 10 weeks to recover from that mistake, which is just so frustrating. if you are quite short on time anyway. So I honestly just gave up. Look how pretty this is getting. Newest leaf came out. Still quite green, but you can see where the yellow will be, right? So this variegation fades in hindsight. Okay, I think I need to stop talking and less talking, more doing. So I'll just park them in my office in the meantime. These trays fill up really quickly. But everything has been thriving in this greenhouse. I'm so sad I have to now kind of disrupt all of these plants in here because they've just settled in. They're just having a good time. But, you know, that is life. But I feel like I thrive in a challenging environment. Give me a challenge and I'm all here for it. But, yeah, this was a challenge I didn't really need at this time. Another one. Oh, guys, okay. I need to show you a few things, huh? Look at this, it's definitely growing pitches now. So the greenhouse did the trick. Please don't die. You just started growing nicely. Please don't die. I feel like this one I'll take separately because I like it so much. Alright, let's also talk about bread a little bit because I haven't really spoken about bread much in this video so far. Look, the good thing is I know that Brett is a super chilled cat. He has moved a couple of times with me already by now. And he has been really fine with all of the moves so far. And it will be more for the better for him as well. He'll have more outdoor space. He's definitely allowed in the courtyard. The courtyard is also facing inwards, so not towards the street. So I'm less worried if he'd jump the fence. I'd obviously prefer him not to jump the fence, because I don't know how, like, you know, neighbors feel about a cat maybe taking a dump in their garden. So I know Brett wouldn't mind. That's Brett, that's the main thing he does. But yeah, ultimately, I'm really excited for him. I reckon he's gonna have a good time. Now he's gonna move on Saturday because he's gonna sleep wherever I sleep. So yeah, I mean, I think he has noticed that something is going on. But yeah, he hasn't changed too much. He's pretty cuddly at night, like he always is. But yeah, I don't think he cares so much. He's more curious, like, you know, yesterday he spent all day in the courtyard, and obviously the courtyard is really empty now, and he didn't care. He just slept there. Had like one look around, we're like, it looks different, but then moved on pretty quickly from there. All right, look at this. This is my global green or emerald green or one of them. And it's so nice. It's growing nice large leaves, but something is eating it and I just can't find it. For the life of me, it's been a long time. Like, it must be like a caterpillar, right? They also all need a repot. That was actually on the agenda. Like a little video where we do a full repot of all of them. But yeah, my focus has shifted. Alright, when I know you can't really see this well, but when I take all of the poles, I make the grow vertical part, the plastic, face outwards, so all the leaves kind of go inwards, if they can. Obviously, eventually it kind of gets a bit too tight in there. But it should be like a bit of a security for them. Look how pretty, a medium silver. Really love this plant over here. Yeah, that's gorgeous. Gorgeous. Look at my dubia no pot. Growing well, huh? Honestly, guys, if there's a little bit of cosmetic damage, I'm not fussed. I just don't want the whole plant to die. Okay, we are getting there. This philodendron dropped all of its leaves during winter, so I just kept it on the pole and chopped it into bits. These two bits didn't survive, it's okay, but new shoot here, new shoot there, and two new shoots at the bottom, so Did somehow survive. Alrighty, and all of these hooks that I'm using to hook the plants into the greenhouse, I will use to hook the plants into the van when we're moving them later. Lastly, my Verkhuisen. It's just been so sad, but it is finally recovering, so just ignore it for now, yeah? Alrighty, let's undo all of this. Honestly, this solar panel situation though has been so good. Alrighty. And of course it rained yesterday, because we all need a little bit of rain. Which is good, at least today it's not super hot, but it's yucky. Oh yeah, I was talking about bread. I'm sorry if my thoughts are not super consistent. Yeah, it will be really interesting to see how Brett reacts to the new place. I reckon he'll love the new courtyard. I reckon he'll... Oh shit. I reckon he'll love the stairs. Actually, neither him nor I have ever lived in a place where we had stairs inside the apartment. Obviously, stairs to get up into the apartment. But I never lived on a multi-story anything, I think. Yeah, I've never lived in a multi-story house in my whole life, have I? I lived in so many places over the years. Oh, and I wanted to address one more thing. You guys don't know about this move yet. So I'm keeping the move pretty secret online until it's all done. You learned about the move as part of my vlog over here. And doing that for a couple of reasons. First of all, because I honestly already have so much content filmed and edited. I'm really ahead, or usually like 2-3 weeks ahead of schedule. So like the videos that you see now, they could have been filmed in September or something like that. Just because I have to be organized, and when I had some holidays in September, which means I just filmed a lot, and yeah, I'm slowly getting on top of the edits, and I just feel like the videos would be odd if I already don't live there anymore and I'm releasing like houseplant tours. So I'm just on top of this whole move. I'm trying to push out and get on top of some edits to push out some content that's just not gonna age well if I move house, you know. Which is good, because I can still be productive, but I can be productive sitting down, so my legs get a little recovery. But yeah, it's weird that I'm doing all of this, but when I post something, it's like I don't acknowledge that, or like I posted the garden tour the other day with the tree removal, and people are so excited to see what I'm gonna do with the new space now that the tree is gone. Well, I'm not gonna do anything. But at the time of filming these videos, I didn't know, right? So I wasn't lying to you. I just I'm gonna push out the videos in the same chronological order than I filmed them. But it's not real time, right? Some of these videos take me a long time to edit, and I might not be able to get it all done in one day, right? I work on them over the course of weeks sometimes. Alrighty, we're almost, oh my god, it's getting really slippery. And I think before we actually tackle the structure, I need a second coffee. And of course, Tim is gonna be here to help as usual. So, what I'm trying to say is I'm really excited to share the news with you, and I can't wait until I can do that, but it's probably going to be like a couple of weeks after the move when I'm actually in a position to share. Yuck. I should really give them a spray, I reckon. Last one is the misting system, so It's just cable tied to the frame. Oh my god, it smells so mossy in here. Honestly, it feels like humidity is at 100% or something like that. It's so humid today. It's not hot, but it's gonna end up being shreddy. Okay, I'm gonna bring anything that we don't need into the other courtyard, just so it's not in the way. And then Timmy and I are gonna tackle the actual structure. I'm not gonna do like, we'll see. I'm probably not gonna do a lot of commentary about it. It's probably just some time lapses and me swearing, so enjoy. Told you that electric grill would be a hit. Oh, I think we just start with the roof. Remove these can't come out because it's the panels there. Oh, shit. I'm drenched and it's not even a hot bloody day.
Can you give me 30 seconds to just...
Jesus. Got it. And every time I'm taking a piece, I'll just write on it where it came from, like left, right, front, back, side, and so on. I reckon we just push the whole thing. Can we just try?
Yeah, okay.
Can we try? Okay. Okay, how the f do we now get this off there? Got it?
Yeah. That is awesome. Huh?
How the fuck do we get it into the new courtyard? Hey, that seems like a future problem, right? I think it's much lighter than I thought it would be, which is good, right? No, it's not so.
It's sitting on its... Okay.
Guys, that actually worked. I mean, we don't have a solution how to get it in the truck, how to get it in the new place, how to build it, but anyway, that's fine. Well, that was connected to the roof, and the roof is connected to this, and so eventually all... Now hang on, this is the middle piece. Oh my god, I have the feeling we might just have to take everything down. At least much better aeration by now. Airflow is no longer a problem in this greenhouse. Oh my god, I'm so sweaty. Alright, that was good, but I've got bad news. I feel like the sides, we can't really just take them in full panels because they all share the corner pieces. We'll have a little coffee break. Alrighty, that was a well-needed break. It doesn't look that hot today, but it's disgusting. It's 22 degrees, which is fine. Humidity's at 75% though, and when the sun comes out, it gets really, really hot and muggy. I keep finding screws on the floor, which doesn't make me really confident. I'm worried. Timmy! Alright, much smarter to keep the end bits on the front and two end bits on the side so we can slide them out and then we just have two side pieces. So I need to undo a lot of the work that I've just done. Okay, at least we're learning. Hang on, oh, I need to put this back in. Ah, put this back in. I need to put this back in. Ah, put this back in. Okay, don't ignore me. Ah, success! Yeah.
Nice.
Oh my god, guys, this weighs nothing. That's really good news.
Side or? Oh, no, there you go.
It's just stuck. Okay, hang on. Let me fit in the screw.
Yippee-ki-yay.
Fuck, seriously, guys, this is insane. Like, we're like builders, we're professionals. We even have all the screws in the world here.
It's actually pretty light.
It's very light, right? It's just the front panel. You go. Lift it. Guys, can you believe it? Sick. Alrighty, that was enough greenhousing. As you can see, we just picked up a van and we're giving ourselves a little break from the greenhouse, and we're going to focus on the big moss poles, because the big moss poles can only be transported in the big van. I reckon some of my moss poles have grown a little too large for this van as well as my new place. So I feel like some plants might have their top growth damaged a little bit, but it is what it is. Anyway, let's start bringing in some plants and pots. So I've got hooks like these. I'll just hook it into the moss pole and then I'll hook it into the grid of the van. And see if I have enough to fix each moss pole with 2. That would be my preference, but we'll see how we go. Oh my god, look how pretty this one is! Big plant incoming. This one is definitely going to be too tall. That new growth. Rest in peace. I reckon. Come on. Alrighty, we're getting onto the velvet phyllos. Look at the new leaf. Please don't die. I feel very relaxed about this part of the move actually, because I feel like I've done this before and I know it works. Last time I had more damage after the move than during the move. Literally after the move, when I was just moving them around inside the apartment to decorate and so on, that's when they came crashing down on me because I wasn't diligent. But doing the move, I'm pretty careful. Ooh. Oh my god, this is also super dry, huh? Mm-hmm. Last one. Alright, just ignore how incredibly sweaty I am. But we made it. If the camera would ever adjust. Hello! Can you adjust? There you go. All of the plants are here. Let me, I think, if I get out of frame, the camera probably adjusts a little better. Here we go. So all of the big poles are in here. Definitely some will struggle with height. But I basically hooked them into the grid over here. And then on the side, I also hooked them in there so they can't really twist and they can't fall over. Like this one is a good example. See how it just doesn't twist around and it's hanging here. So that worked a treat last time around. Wow, look at this plant. So let's hope it works again. Alrighty, all the big poles have moved in. So the thing is, I didn't bring any of their pots because I didn't want the pots to kind of like swing around in the van. So they all just kind of leaned against a corner. There's one here. There's some clipped into the staircase over here. One in this corner. Some over here. Actually, it looks nice with the lower ceilings because the plants look bigger. Some hooked out here. Oh my god, it's a mess. A big one hooked over there as well. Because I just didn't know where else to put it. Actually, I don't like it there. I'd rather move it inside. It always lives inside. I don't know how many bloody insects are going to be out here. So now, what I did do in preparation for this, I didn't water the plants so that they're a bit lighter to carry. Which means they're all a little dehydrated. Now I put some CCS, it's also from Growth Technology. I don't use CCS all too often, but I used to use it when I had more propagations. It's great to encourage root growth, and it supposedly also has a lot of vitamin E in it, E vitamins, stuff like that, which helps plants with dealing with shock. Sorry, not shock, stress. So, yeah, supposedly gonna help my plants recover from the stress of being moved. Last one. Alright, they're all drinking. We're gonna go back and get the greenhouse. Alrighty, that was pretty good. So first van load done. We're back with an empty van and now we're gonna put all the heavy stuff, the greenhouse stuff and so on, because all the plants have been taken care of. Oh, well, not all plants, but all the big ones. Alright, let's go, huh? Let's go. I have a spare one here.
Go down the end.
Okay. Well, do you want to take this piece out?
Oh, okay.
You got it? That's good to me.
This is going to be much easier.
Good effort, yes. Yeah, probably easier to maneuver. Oh, there's one more there. Sorry. Forgot about that.
Keep gassing.
Do you want to lift it? I'm receiving it, yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, I can't believe it. All the pieces made it into the courtyard. Now Timmy's gonna try find a park and then we're gonna attempt to assemble it. We've got the base down. This is where we have decided it's gonna go. But pretty happy with it. I think it will be good. It won't be all too sunny, but it also won't be too shady. So I think it will be a good mix between the two. And I have to admit something. I have been bitching and moaning about people using leaf blowers my whole life. And here I am, buying one myself. That was probably not a good idea. But this bloody tree, what is it, Maria? Has so many, I mean it's beautiful, it smells great. But it has so many leaves and so many flowers, and this is just gonna be a forever issue. So I figured the earlier I get one, the more use I can get out of it, and then this way I can also use this one to clean my old courtyard out. So I went and bought it today at Bunnings. Of course. Still messy, but much better than before. Alrighty. Good morning. We are back. Sorry, yesterday kind of ended a bit abruptly. My camera ran out of storage, my phone ran out of storage, and we ran out of patience and energy. It was a really exhausting day, but this is what we got up to. So we've got the 4 panels back down. So today we just need to do the roof nice and early. But Tim can only help me for the first part of the day, and then the second part of the day AJ is coming to help. Whoop whoop. Miss AJ, I haven't seen her in a long time. Anyway, you probably also hear some construction noise. Pleased to announce that 3 houses down they're demoing the house and rebuilding, so that's probably going to be an ongoing pleasure for everybody, but I suppose it is what it is. Where do I start? I'm so tired. But I'm really motivated to get this done. Oh, bloody hell, the sun has so much bite again. It's supposed to be overcast. And it's super humid again as well. Sorry, I'm really lost. What am I trying to achieve here? Is the silver thing matching?
No.
Oh shit!
What?
Sorry, we didn't get this right. We need to lift it by these black bits in the middle.
Yeah. Yep.
And fucking pray for the best. This is actually working.
Fucking shelf is here.
Stop, 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 stop. Yes, yes. Alrighty my friends, sorry you guys kept overheating and I just wanted to keep going, but everything is back in place. Except for the doors, that's what I need to work on. Alrighty, next thing I'm going to do is I'll put the misting system back, and I want to clean everything before I put anything else in there. But basically the misting system is just a hose with these little nozzles on it, and then I'll connect that to like a smart plug so I can set a timer. And I've got the misting system itself from Sproutwell, and the timer is from a company called Holman. While Timmy is working on that, I want to show you this machine. La Máquina. Okay, so the way that it works is you spray. Then you wipey, la 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 la. Now you vacuum it clean. And keep in mind, I've only done one side, right? So to get the real effect, I need to do both sides. Can you see how dirty the water was? Yeah. Alright, I think that's good enough for now. Look at this. Disgusting. So we've got my greenhouse set up over here. I cannot believe we actually managed to bring this over. Timmy is filming, and probably 90% of the credit needs to go to Tim for providing physical as well as emotional support bringing this one over. So thank you so much. Honestly, it would have not been possible without you. And also big shout out to the ongoing construction that is going on next door, which is going to be a lot of fun for all the videos we're going to film out here. 6 months ago, I set up my very first greenhouse, and I've made a lot of learnings over those 6 months. A lot of plants have moved into the greenhouse and have been thriving. So I thought it would be a good opportunity to update you on the greenhouse, show you all of the plants inside it, do some well-needed repotting in there, and also tell you about anything that I learned about growing plants in the greenhouse. I can't believe it's already been 6 months, but also only just been 6 months. I feel like I've spent a lot of time in this greenhouse. Probably having to move it didn't help, but I think this greenhouse came into my plant journey at the perfect time. I think really in 2023 I wouldn't say was getting bored of plants, but you know, it eventually becomes very repetitive, and I feel like this whole growing plants indoors on moss poles, like, yeah, that is my bread and butter. I love doing that, and over the years I really perfected my approach, and I've proven to myself that, yep, I can do it. So I think I was really needing a new challenge in this plant hobby to keep it interesting, so that I can keep learning and keep making new experiences. And this greenhouse offered all of that. By the way, it's dripping down my back from the mister above. I turned the misters and the fan, everything off, just so we don't have any noise kind of interfering with us and or getting wet constantly. But I'll put in some videos on the side when the misters are on and the afternoon sun hits it. It looks like such a magical place in here. Honestly, I couldn't be any happier. Today I really want to do some repotting. There's a few plants in there that haven't been repotted in years, or plants that I have newly acquired that I've never repotted. There's still plants that have survived winter in there and the substrate kind of got a little bit yucky over winter. So yeah, I want to have a look at these plants. It was due to be done in like October, November, but then I got the news that I had to move house, so everything kind of went on the back burner. So here I am, middle of summer, wanting to repot my plants, which is probably not ideal, but better than not repotting them in the first place. I do repot throughout the whole year, but I think ideally spring, when it's not too hot, would be good. But I looked at the forecast over the next couple of weeks. No crazy heat waves coming anyway, so should be okay. Plus, all of the plants in there are absolutely thriving. I think they can handle a little bit of adversity. Talking about plants that are thriving in there, let me give you a tour of the greenhouse first. Over here, I've got a Ripsalis. Just really love the hanging plants. They really add a nice feel to it. Over here, I've got my Philodendron ernestii, and it is finally recovered. But I'll show you a little more about it later. Over here we've got a variegated monstera. That's going to be a Christmas present for one of my friends. My Alocasia gargaena, really beautiful, but really needs a repot today. In the back we've got an Anthurium magnificum grown from seed. It's nice ruffled edges. Nice. Probably one of my favorites over here is my Magnificum X Forgetii. Has some holes in here. I'm not too sure what happened, if that might have been an insect or not, but the other leaves are just absolutely perfect. Anthurium magnificum here. No, this is actually, sorry, crystallinum. This is crazy rubbish. And this is a magnificum over here. Oh yeah, that's the newest crazy rubbish leaf. Very beautiful. I always forget this one's name, but I'll put it up on screen. It's a hybrid and it has some verrucosum in it. But we need to repot this, so we're going to look at this a little bit closer. Some alocasias over here. Some of them got a little sun stressed. It's okay. Over here, this one looks a bit sad, but look, two big inflows. What else do we have? Another alocasia over here, Virgata, but a bunch of them have reverted to full green. Alocasia Jacqueline still only has one leaf to show at the moment, but it already had an inflow coming out of this leaf. Super weird. Alrighty, down here we've got a big pot of alocasia seeds. Gotta do something with them. Some Anthurium hybrids. These I'm pretty sure are is this plant self-pollinated. My Esmeraldens growing a new leaf. This one was the last one, so very nice. She's just recently moved in here. This is my Monstera Indonesian marble, settling in quite nicely over here. This is my Cheronii, and I only recently put her in the greenhouse as well, and this is the first leaf in the greenhouse. This was the previous leaf, so quite a significant increase in leaf size. This one is, what is it? Is it, I think it's supposed to be Paraiso Verde, but reverted, so very disappointing. Then over here we've got my carnivorous plant. So pretty. absolutely in love with her, and she finally started growing pitches now that she's in the greenhouse. So I think it's the mix of high light and high humidity that just makes her thrive. And she's growing wild, like she's taking over. Alrighty, over here we've got an Monstera dubia. She's growing off the pole. She doesn't even have a pot to start off with, so roots coming out here as well. So maybe I need to do something with her, but she is thriving, so I'm figuring let's not change what's not broken. This one is Amidrium medium silver. And the cool thing about this plant is that it just had really long runners, and I just started cutting the runners in between a couple of nodes, and they all started reshooting, and now I have so many plants and shoots on this plant, on this pole, super pretty. Philodendron tenue over here, also the first leaf in the greenhouse, and it is really happy, finally increasing in leaf size. This one is Philodendron splendid. Recovered. It lived out here all winter long, and it's finally recovered and giving me nice leaves. Very pretty. This one is emerald green, and it also survived winter out here. Needs a repot, but it's looking pretty. Variegated syngonium and Burlemark's Fantasy over here. Also got to do something with that. This is a no ID. Magic Dragon over here. Gigas. And this one's called Wernerian. Hasn't done all too much, but we'll see. My Brandianum also miraculously survived winter out here and is now finally giving me some decent sized leaves. The Jose Bueno has also moved in here and is pushing out its first leaf in the greenhouse, so see how that goes. Alright, then hanging over here is Syngonium, I think Red Arrow. I need to find the real name, but it is thriving, and I think it's such an impactful plant in here because we really get to appreciate the red backsides while it's hanging there. Another Ripsalis over here. They just make it look so jungly. It's pretty. And then over here, my Mangela pothos. So I decided to put her in the greenhouse a couple of weeks ago, and this is the first leaf in the greenhouse, and it's probably one of the biggest leaves she's grown so far. Previous to that, I had her outside, which burned her a little bit, but oh well. And on the side over here, I'll show you. So this is where I planted up the top and the bottom next to each other. This was the bottom part, and it has reshot in 4 nodes. I can't even see. Sorry, I can't really get in there, but lots and lots of new shoots on that side over here. And they're already decent sized as well. Look at that. Like, that's not bad. But I'll do an update on this plant separately. My Plowmania down here, also thriving. Let's move out of it. Newest leaf over here, so pretty. Look at that. That is really nice. And over here, my Regal Shields. Over here, my Majestic. So pretty. Sorry, I can hardly get to it. Nice backsides as well. And super nice sheen on the leaf, very nice. And my Subpenada, growing off the moss pole a bit, isn't it? But she hasn't done much, she only recently started recovering. Alright. I think those are all the plants in the greenhouse for now. So let's repot some of them. Lots and lots of plants in there. I actually want to get rid of a couple as well, and Christmas is just around the corner. Probably by the time you see this video, Christmas is far gone, but I'm gonna give a few plants out for Christmas as well. So we're gonna look at those today as well, see what I wanna give away or gift to some of my friends, and then we're gonna repot, look at poles. Do they need extending? What do they need? I just want to kind of look at every single plant in there and assess what it needs to really get on top of it. First of all, this is a variegated monstera. I'll bring it closer. Last time I chopped my monstera, I chopped into lots of little bits. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, I think this I counted already. I think 5 cuttings in here. Hey my baby. But none of them is really super highly variegated. This one is kind of the nicest leaf so far, but I'm gonna give this to a friend. I think for somebody who's not necessarily a plant person, somebody who doesn't necessarily care about or like doesn't even know about variegation and how historically expensive variegated plants were. I think they would appreciate a plant like this more because it's easier to care for. It's going to size up quicker. The white parts aren't going to brown and look ugly and so on. So I think for somebody who doesn't necessarily know about the hype of variegated plants, this is a much more rewarding plant to grow because there's like 5 or 6 shoots in here, and it's just that basically means that there's going to be a new leaf unfurling all the time. So this is going to be a Christmas present for a friend because I think it will be really nice and impactful in their house. You know, those people that have like 5 plants and this is going to be their 6th plant, like they're going to love that. Whereas in my greenhouse, it's just one of hundreds. I have so many variegated monstera propagations everywhere, so yeah, I really don't need this plant, and I think it will make somebody else really happy, so I'll put this aside. I reckon I'll just go chronological maybe. Okay, what the hell is this? Okay. Too hard basket, I'll just pop it back. Problem is this one is neither pretty nor highly variegated, so hiding under a shelf I've got this big begonia that AJ gave me one day, and it's definitely being eaten by something. So I'll probably just put that back to feed the wildlife. But this is its newest leaf that it unfurled, which is quite nice. Sorry, I have no desire to come closer. Okay, I should. This new leaf is actually really pretty, and look how big it is. It has a nice sheen to it. Sorry guys if this is going to end up being a really chaotic video again, but this is just how I do plant care. Just cut off the ugly ones so that the new ones can shine. And there are new ones coming. I feel like they might have just gotten a bit too shaded from the other leaves. Alrighty. Oh, hang on, I forgot about this. Holy moly, fully forgot about it. Oh my god, I grew some moss here. It got burned in my old courtyard and it hasn't really fully recovered by the looks of it. I'll just put the lid back on and forget about it. In a corner over here, let's see how much of this fits in frame. Okay. That should fit in frame a little better now. So this one is my Philodendron ernestii, and what happened, she grew outside last year and got absolutely did not enjoy being out there. So what I've done, it was just basically lost all of its leaves, so I just cut the stem in between the nodes. Now not all of these cuttings actually survived. Okay, clearly these two did not. But this cutting has a new shoot here, this cutting has a new shoot here, and then the base cutting has already given me these 2 new leaves over here and is working on its 3rd. And the top cutting also has a small one over here. So what I'm thinking I should probably do is take this top and pop it in the pot with this one. That way it's not so super tall. I don't need it to be that tall. The plant is now just re-establishing. It's going to be a while until it reaches the top of its pole again. And I will make it lusher. Okay, so let me take this off its pole. So, you know, it comes to show, just because a plant drops its leaves, or, I mean, I had to cut some of these off as well because they just ended up looking so ugly. doesn't mean that all hope is lost. And also it shows that leaves are just, like, the beauty of leaves is just temporary. Very often they'll turn to shit eventually. Okay, let me... Root system looks okay. Not mad at this at all. Substrate looks good as well. But I do want to give her some fresh substrate, just why not? And then the old substrate I can use in like some bigger pots that I put in the garden, like when I pot up like a big palm or something like that. Okay, but I can reuse the same pot. And yes, it's gonna be a tight fit. You guys know me, I love a good tight fit. When it comes to my pots, that way they don't take up too much space. Let me get some cable ties, 1 sec please. Hello my baby. Alright, I'm back. Also had to just quickly put up, hang out some washing, because it's been so rainy over here again. I gotta make use of a good sunny day like today to dry my washing. And I've given the supervisor a chair over here as well, so he can properly supervise what I'm doing. So make sure I don't mess up. Right, my baby? No, you don't like this seat? What are you looking at? What's there? Alright, got a new tub of Repot mix here. You know what, actually I will reuse this, because otherwise I feel like I'm gonna run out very soon. Ta-da! Done! Here we go. Cut off these. Nah, Bradley did not want to hang out with us today, did he? I need to be organized today, otherwise this is gonna turn into a crazy mess. Over here. Alrighty. These are fine. Okay, let's worry about some alocasias. I think there's just too many distractions for Bradley to actually want to hang out with us today. Hang on, you're really far away now. Whenever I look at the view there, it looks so much worse than what it actually looks like when I edit later. So right now I look at my little screen on the camera and I'm like, oh my god, this lighting is terrible. And then when I edit it later, I'm like, ooh, this lighting is really nice. Bradley, what are you doing? Are you joining us again after all? Alrighty, this one is Alocasia gagaena, I think. And she is super pretty because she has this yellow variegation, but when leaves first come out, they're basically just green, and then the yellow kind of comes in over time. She's still in the pot that I got her in. She's from AJ's, and this is a little bit too not chunky for my liking. I like my mix really chunky, but obviously was happy in there, so nothing wrong with that. It just means that you need to water it less. But if I have so many different types of mediums within the greenhouse, it's really hard to just water each plant differently based on its medium, if you know what I mean. So nothing wrong with that, just this medium requires less frequent watering than the Repot mix that all of my other plants are in, so I just want to make it consistent. So let me talk to you a little bit about the greenhouse maybe in itself. Oh, hang on, this one, what is it called again? The Mycorrhizal, that one, sorry. This one is a more perlite heavy mix. I just want to very gently tease it. It was from Bunnings in clearance for only 30 bucks, but it has one shoot that is fully white and one shoot that's fully green. Two shoots that are fully green. So only one shoot that's actually giving the nice variegation in half-half. So on, but so be it. This has a decent root system actually, very nice. What I might actually do, I might take this reverted one, the full green one, and see if I can separate that. Oh, what is this? Oh, a comb. Already with a new shoot. Another comb with another shoot. Jesus. But yeah, people were upset with me because last time I did look for combs in my mix. I did. It just didn't do it on camera. I know exactly what I'm going to do with those. Okay, I wanted to get this enough, so I just ripped this off. This is the green one, and I'll pop this in the garden actually, because I don't need any more green alocasias. I have so many of those. This one's also kind of very green, so I'll do the same here. I just rip this off, I'll put it in the garden. Maybe the variegation will come back, maybe not. This one, very wide. This one, very beautiful. So those are the two I want to keep. Alright, these two I'll pot up. I will pot them up together just to make it look nice. And these ones I'll keep on the side, and I'll do something with them in a sec. I'm literally sitting in like this one tiny spot that isn't covered by trees. Like, I couldn't choose a worse spot. And the umbrella doesn't reach that far. Yeah, that's okay, I'm wearing sunscreen. So yeah, as I mentioned earlier in the intro, I do feel like this greenhouse came at the perfect time. I'm not saying I was bored with the plant hobby or anything like that, but it was just not that exciting anymore, because I feel like I was reaching not the end of a learning curve, but there's only so much you can learn about moss poles and growing plants indoors in an apartment. And also there was only so much room, right? Plus, as my plants were growing bigger and bigger, I was just having less and less room available for new plants. So it was kind of like I couldn't really get many new plants. Things like alocasias, for example, just didn't really like it in my apartment either. So eventually I just gotten like really good at growing the plants that like it in my environment, but that was also just getting very repetitive. Having this YouTube channel definitely helped, because the YouTube channel in itself just helped me find this hobby more interesting, not more interesting again, but it brought it to the next level, right? Like, it's not just me growing plants for myself in my apartment talking to myself. I'm also growing them for content purposes, and growing them, and I'm experimenting a little bit to show you guys things that work and that don't work and so on, right? So it made it a little more interesting again, because there was a new element added to that. But yeah, having this greenhouse is really nice, because it just really helped me learn new things about growing plants and grow different plants, and learning about misting and overheating and shade covers or not, and whatnot, you know, and just like a different environment. Plus, it's an environment I don't have to be so careful with, because it's just a glass box. I can just go wild, right? To get some water. One moment. Actually, let me quickly plant these in the ground as well. Actually, no, I don't need to get water. I'll just park them all on the side, and I'll just hoist them all down later. Duh, we're outside. Alrighty, let's have a look at this. Beautiful. It looks fine. Nothing really urgent to do over here, so I'll keep that as it is. This anthurium the same, nothing to do over here. It's just going from strength to strength. So pretty. Another one. Alrighty guys, look at this. This one had the longest petioles over here when I was growing it indoors. And don't hate me, but I want to cut these leaves off. I know they're technically not bad, and you know what, I'll put them in a vase inside so they look nice. But every time I move this plant, I'm taking like 5 plants with me, because it's just going wild. So I'm actually doing a lot of damage with them every time I touch this plant. And we don't want damage. Okay. Oh, I wanted to show you this. These are... Oh, Are they gloriosums? I think so. Anyway, I just put them in vermiculite and perlite and a little bit of moss, and look at all of the new shoots coming out there. Anyway, these are the kind of things that just go into the back of the back shelf. So I don't have to look at them because they're ugly, but you know, eventually they won't be. Okay, all of these alocasias that grew flowers, the flowers need to go. This one looks so sad. Like, what is going on with you? What do you want? Just looking happy, doesn't need anything. Okay, this one needs something. I'll just park everything that needs something out here for now, because this is getting a bit challenging. She's happy, she doesn't need anything. She just needs to have her inflows chopped. Some say that chopping inflows is actually not the right thing to do because the plant grows an inflow for a reason, so if you chop it, it's just gonna grow a new one. But I don't care. I wanna chop them. Okay. Bradley, what are you doing? Oh, these ones urgently need things. I'll talk to you about these in a sec. Yeah, let's put all of this here. Just so I've got a bit of room up here, see what's going on. Look at this, this is the sad bottom part of my verrucosum. But it has reshot over here and has a new shoot here. So that does look semi-promising. Oh, and this one's actually looking good. Got a little burnt here, I think. I have no desire to make any hybrids or seeds from alocasias. Okay, this is an alocasia I grew from a corm. And the corms came from a variegated alocasia in the first place, or variegated cuprea. Now, some people told me it's not variegated, it's virus. So these were just corms and I put them in that IKEA dome. No, it's a Kmart dome. It's just like a little glass egg basically. Obviously eventually once I had leaves it grew too tall for the top. But I was just perlite with moss in there and I just put the corms in there, put it in this in a nice bright spot, and then they all just sprouted eventually. And that's what I'm going to do with these other corms that I collected earlier. But we'll do that towards the end of the video when I've done everything else, I think, because that's like a little more finicky. Okay, I don't want to disturb this too much, but these other corms I already put in here in preparation for later. Okay, so we've got 3 plants in here that don't look good, honestly, but they had no medium, no nothing to really grow in. I'm surprised they're alive. I'm trying to separate them without ruining all of the roots. I don't even know why I'm trying to separate them because I'm going to pot them up together. But let me show you if there's some... See, like, yeah, this variegation is definitely... If it's variegation, it's not pretty. If it's virus, then it's still not pretty. But the plant has kind of grown out of it over the years, which makes me think... I don't know what I think, and honestly I don't care. When I first asked people online, is this virus or not, or whatever, and everybody's like, oh my god, it's mosaic virus, immediately burn it, it's going to infect your entire collection. It's been in my collection for 2.5 years and it hasn't infected anything or anybody, so I don't know. In general, I thought about this yesterday, like, there are people there, like, they would sterilize the scissors between every plant so you don't do that, and like people are always concerned. It's like, but if you leave your window open, aren't you concerned about animals, bugs or animals transferring? Yesterday I saw some mealybugs on my bird of paradise. I literally just took my hand and just wiped them off and be like, please don't come back. That's it. Whereas other people would like sterilize their entire house. I don't know, honestly. I feel like the more careful you are, the less resilient your plants grow. It's like these kids that were never allowed to play in the dirt, and then suddenly they go to school and are subject to germs and just are always sick. Plant needs to grow a little resilience as well, right? and you got to expose them to some shit for them to be able to grow resilient. Obviously within limits, and do it at your own risk if you want to be extra careful and prepared and so on. Look, I'm all here for that. I'm just not doing it myself. Okay, let's have a look. Alright, these three I want to talk about separately. Okay, this is a Magnificum, but can you see how it kind of grew out of its pot? And that's why I sometimes give them a thicker moss layer as well. See all of these roots over here? I'll come closer. See all of these roots over here? You can just build like a layer of moss around it, almost like a moss pole, but it's a pole surrounding the trunk. But that's why I like to have moss. But it has outgrown the layer of moss a little bit, so I want to repot it. But you could see I could technically give it a moss pole here as well, and these roots will just grow into the pole. So anthuriums are climbers, just really small like really slow climbers with small internodal spacing. So let's have a look. I don't remember what went wrong with this plant, but at some stage this leaf kind of got a bit damaged. But it's very pretty plant. I think it was one of the first plants I moved out into the greenhouse. So I feel like half my anthurium collection is in here, half of it is inside, and they're both thriving. Actually, I feel like the ones inside are thriving even more than the ones out here. But yeah, I fell out of love with anthuriums for a while. I'm falling back in love again. They're so pretty. I just kind of fell out of love when they were just so overhyped, I think, when everybody was just like trying to sell you like a unique hybrid for $500. I'm just like, wow, so unique. It's got the same parents as the last three. Decent root system. What I want to do is I want to put it deeper down in the pot so that these roots that we saw earlier are making contact with the substrate. Anyway, I feel like I was stuck at talking about the greenhouse. So you guys know we've done these videos before where you just follow me along on a full day of repotting or plant care and so on. And you guys know my thoughts are very all over the shop. But let's keep talking about the greenhouse. So yeah, I feel like it came at the right moment. It just gave me this challenge that I wanted. And it's like something new, and at the same time, of course, the greenhouse is also a great opportunity for me to diversify my content a little bit. I can only talk about chop and extends and moss poles and how to water them and how to do whatever with them so many times. Eventually it gets just so repetitive, and yes, I still get questions on how do you water moss poles, how do you make a moss pole, and so on, because obviously there's new people joining the hobby all the time, and that's awesome. I love that there's people joining the hobby, and I would love to even think that maybe I played a part in people joining the hobby, or maybe I inspired some people to join the hobby. But I've done that content already. There's plenty of resources out there that show you how I make moss poles and so on. I can only redo that content so many times, so eventually I'm just going to run out of things. So it's great to have a garden, a greenhouse, so that I can broaden my interest in plants and this hobby, but also broaden my content. Okay, next I've got 3 plants, and I got them all from Tim from Grow Vertical when I went to his place the other week, the other month. Jesus, it's been a few months ago by now. Still haven't gotten on top of that video. I just ignore it. This one, is it cordatum? Anyway, all I know is that it has a bit of verrucosum in it, and that's why these new leaves are so incredibly sexy. 2 ways. I could grow this up a moss pole, or I could grow this as like a more bushy plant. Okay, you convinced me, moss pole. Let's have a look inside first. Substrate still looks great. Alrighty, what I might just do is I might just give it a fresh pot, because this one has so much algae build up I can't really see the roots in the first place. And fitting to that, I will of course give it a Grow Vertical, because I mean that's where it came from the Grow Vertical man himself. I I am running very low on moss, so I'll probably not put moss in this. I'll probably put aeroid mix in this moss pile, because I need to buy more moss. And again, I don't want to go to Bunnings in the greenhouse. That's okay though, because it just doesn't, it's just not that messy in the greenhouse, right? Oh, it doesn't get that messy when I have aeroid mix in the pole, because I can just water it with a hose and the mess can just drop on the floor. Alright, I'll position this on the moss pole like this. The leaves will eventually just come around and face the light. It's a good mix that Tim put together here. Okay, I just have a piece of wire over here, like a really skinny, cute little wire. What I'll do is I'll just use this to kind of pin it to the moss pile for now. But this one is not thick enough to make the little U-shaped pins that I normally use, so I'll just swing it around the back just to guide it towards the moss pile, because it's just not used to growing on one for now. But eventually, once the first few roots have attached, I can get rid of this. Beautiful. Now let's fill the pole with aeroid mix, and I'm running out of that as well. Actually, I made a specific mix for the pole. Now I don't need to fill this all the way, because this is going to be a very, very slow climber. I'm also just going to make a little loopy thing on here, so I can easily hook it into the greenhouse grid later. Okay, park that on the side. Next one, also from Tim. This one is like a more strappy one. Can also climb, and I saw it at his place. I forgot the name. I'll have to check with Tim. Oh wow, look at this one huge root. Okay. Not bad. What's going on here? Mix looks good. Very tree fern fiber heavy, so I'll pop that back. But again, I'll give it a new pot, I think. What I might do is actually I'll just mix it with a little bit of my mix to make it less water retentive. But this one will look cool. Now I'm wondering if I should already give it a moss pole. Why not? Might as well, huh? The whole idea, to encourage it. Stick to my own advice. Put it on a moss pile when it's still small. Let's do that. But again, running out of moss, so it's got to be a aeroid mix pole. Alrighty, so we were stuck at, yes, I love growing in the greenhouse. It's so cool, and I love the new challenge. And I mean, I set it up in winter, and the beginning I did not enjoy it, honestly, because the conditions were just not that great, and I wasn't really prepared to supplement the conditions and so on. With spring and summer, obviously, it's been really nice growing with the greenhouse. So let's see what next winter has in store for me. Really, what I learned with the greenhouse, I mean, a lot of people would think, oh, easy, you just have a greenhouse, you build it, you pop plants in there, and then everything will be fine, everything is easy. The plants will grow by themselves because, well, now you have a greenhouse. Yes and no. Definitely the plants in the greenhouse are growing crazy. But to be honest, the plants inside are also growing crazy at the moment. This one is Jerry Horn, and I should have really gotten on top of this a bit earlier. So what I might actually do, hang on, the doorbell rang. Yay, an external hard drive. So I can film more. Where was I? Yeah, should have really propagated this plant, right? So I'll water it, but I won't pot it up yet, because I'm just gonna propagate this. Holy shit, what is this? And then I make a lush pole out of it. So let these cuts dry out. This is my holding area, I think. This one over here. And then this one I just need to water. Okay, sweet. I'm making progress. And this has become the good mix, right? my carnivorous plant. It's so bloody pretty. So what I really want to do with this is I want to get it. I don't know what I want to do with this. I don't know how I'm going to deal with this. But something needs to change. It's taking up too much space. Yes, that's it. That's it, I think. Just needs to go a bit higher now. Yes, beautiful. Okay, sorry, I get so distracted. Let's just focus on one thing at a time. Alocasia. So this grew from seed, and I don't know what to do with them. Actually, you know what? I'll leave it as it is for now. Sorry. Okay. Let's focus on some moss poles. I want to show you this one, but I'm not going to do anything with it because it's kind of part of my experiment. So, look at these leaves at the top here. I should really extend its pole though, right? Should I do this? Totally, right? Okay. Moss, 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 moss. So this dubia has grown on a moss pole for a long time now. Definitely, like, I don't know, I'm losing track because of all the moving. 2 years maybe a year and a half. Maybe less actually probably less, to be honest. I did chop it, I think, in between as well. But it was a little experiment to see if I can grow a plant without a pot, and I mean, it is thriving without a pot. It doesn't want a pot. Where was I stuck? Yes, you'd think like, oh, you know, easy, you just build a greenhouse, you pop the plants in there and everything is fine. Yes and no. Definitely the plants are thriving, but as I said, the plants indoors are thriving as well. And of course, I'm very lucky with Sydney's amazing climate. Makes things a little bit easier for me. But what I've learned about the greenhouse is that it's not so much about the plant care, like the watering and so on, right? Because I mean, a lot of the watering is now done by the misting system, or I just walk in and I just hoist everything down. I don't really check which plant needs watering or not. They all just get watered, right? You don't have an option basically. But instead it is much more about managing conditions, and I've got a full video on conditions versus care, where I kind of break down this whole concept, where sometimes that's not super clear to people, specifically if they're new to growing plants. Conditions are basically like temperature, humidity, light, airflow. So those are the things that set the potential for the plant to grow in the first place. If the plant isn't growing in the conditions that it likes, then there's just no chance for that plant to thrive. Care is then what you do, like how often you water your plant. So let me see how this works out. How often you water your plant, the fertilizer, the repotting, the pot size that you choose, and so on, right? So these are all things that we often hear about. It's like, don't repot in winter. That's care. That's not conditions, right? Stop fertilizing during the colder season. That's care. That's not conditions. And in my opinion, this is very wrong advice, by the way. But I break that down more in that detailed video. But basically, I don't have to worry too much about care, because it's really easy to care for the plants in there. The only one, like, I can just water everything with a hose. To fertilize, I just have this big 15 liter sprayer, where I just, oh my god, this is getting so finicky, hang on. This big 15 liter sprayer where I just walk around, have fertilizer in it, and spray everything. Sorry guys, I'm just overlapping these two grow verticals by 2 holes over here. so that I can cable tie them together. So caring is really easy because I do everything in bulk. That will do the same. That will get the same bordering. I don't need to be like clean with it because it's not like I'm doing this inside and I need to look out for the floor and the ceiling and whatnot. I can just go wild, right? The care part inside my greenhouse is so easy. But what's hard about the greenhouse are the conditions, or setting the right conditions. The greenhouse gives you the ability to have amazing conditions, but you still need to make it work, right? So it's a glass box essentially. I mean, mine is not fully glass, it's perspex on the side, but the front is fully glass. But it is, especially here in Australia, it is exposed to a lot of sun. Right? So I've seen the temperature in there go up to 40, which is too hot for these plants actually. Which, when it's really hot and sunny, it means the humidity drops, right? So then if the humidity is, to get the humidity higher, I have misting. Misting also cools down the greenhouse, so that kind of addresses that. But then at the same time, that means that now there's so much water sitting on all the leaves, which could increase fungal problems. So you need to stay on top of airflow. So basically, the greenhouse is not about the plant care aspect. The greenhouse is all about getting your conditions right, and that takes a little while, and that changes. Like last week we had 36 degrees one day, and then the next day 22. So how am I? And I mean, still looking for like a system that is smart enough to automate all of this, but one day I need to have the misters running like non-stop, and the next day I don't need the misters at all, and so on. So that is the part that I've been learning about, and that is an ongoing learning issue because, well, the weather keeps changing, the conditions keep changing. Just because it's sunny right now doesn't mean it's sunny next week. So next week I might need to do something different. So it's more about understanding how you can control your conditions, and I think I've been pretty successful so far. I've got this fan over here that's water and dust proof, so that's on all the time. I've got the solar panel set up that charges the generator then fuels the fan. I've got the misting system set up from Sproutwell. By the way, the whole greenhouse is from Sproutwell. It's the 1980s greenhouse, so it's like 2 meters deep and 3 meters wide, I think. I'll have everything linked in the description, and I've got a detailed video on when I set it up and so on as well. Actually, I make a playlist out of all of the greenhouse videos, and I'll link it. All right, let's have a look at this. Sweet, perfect. I can hang that back in there. Look how pretty this is, but it doesn't need anything. It's happy. Another one, the Tenu. Also happy. Does it need a repot? Don't think so. Have a look. My Billy decided to not give it a moss pole the second time around. It's happy. I think this should go here. Very nice, splendid. Just needs a little bit of a top up on its moss. Looks a bit sad at the bottom, huh? But it's okay. Alrighty, this one needs a repot. Emerald green, let me bring it forward. Actually, I don't know if it's emerald green or global green. I think emerald green is green with dark green, and global green, nah. Emerald is light green with dark green, and global is dark green with light green. To me, that is the same. Again, I don't know if you can see this nicely, but it's a very pretty plant. Very, very pretty. So I just need to give it a repot. So yeah, and that challenge of consistently keeping the conditions right in the greenhouse, that will be ongoing, right? But that is what's been exciting me recently. And of course, yeah, if I would be, well, let's just say Germany, because I did live a long time of my life in Germany. I never grew plants in Germany, by the way. Like, I'd only started the plant hobby here in Australia. But if I would be living in Germany, for example, yeah, I would be facing different challenges with the greenhouse. I probably wouldn't be facing too many overheating challenges. I mean, maybe in winter, in summer it can get really hot, but I would be facing more challenges around heating. Well, which is okay. It's just all about understanding your conditions and then supplementing them to make it work for the plants that you are growing. So if in winter I just need to find like a heating solution, for example, for my plants, yeah? Whereas in summer and majority of the year over here it is nice and hot, I need to find a solution to cool down my plants, which is the misting system in my instance. Get a load of this. So pretty, Martinsonii Indonesian marble. Alright, this one is really pissing me off. Look at the internodal spacing this has grown with. This is ridiculous. Plus it's just fully reverted to green. So what I'll do is we'll chop between the nodes. Is this a node? Yeah, I'll chop between the node here, here, oh bye, here. Yeah, I'll keep this. So that way, hopefully it will reshoot in a few spots. What is going on with this wire? Huh? And hopefully it will grow a little lusher. So this part I'll just only has one root, so obviously it kind of spins around a little bit on that one root. So to stop it from breaking, I'll just pin it to the pole, again using wire. Alright, let's see if this does the trick. That's what I've done with the medium before. And I reckon it wants a little more light, so I'm gonna move it somewhere different. Alrighty guys, this one is me experimenting with the new Grow Vertical pole. And so far, so good. I'll do a separate video on that as well. But the pole is a little empty, so I will fill it with a little more aeroid mix. Philodendron Magic Dragon. It's a hybrid that Tim from Grow Vertical made. Let me just see what's in there. Right. It has definitely rooted into its pole, but still at very early stages on its moss pole journey, which is okay. It lost a lot of leaves last year over winter. It overwintered in the greenhouse. I can smell some root rot. But that's okay. I'll just give it a little bit of new substrate. So yeah, the whole conditions versus care thing still applies when growing in the greenhouse. It's just the care is really easy and the conditions part is really hard. Whereas I feel like indoors, the conditions part, I don't do anything to supplement my conditions. I use grow lights. That's the only thing I do inside to supplement my conditions. But I don't have humidifiers. Yes, I have heaters in winter, but they're for myself, not necessarily just for the plants and so on. So I feel like inside it's more about care and making sure that the care approach that I'm taking is not also ruining my whole apartment in the process. Whereas growing in the greenhouse, I feel like it's all about staying on top of the conditions, making sure that the conditions stay reasonable for these plants, because honestly all it takes is like one really hot bloody day and they're all melting in there and that's it, bye. So everything inside is just a little bit, like on a really hot day when it's 40 degrees outside, the inside doesn't heat up to 40 degrees. On a really cold day, the inside doesn't cool down that quickly, right? Everything is kind of just a little bit more balanced. Whereas in the greenhouse doesn't save that much heat. When it cools down, it's as cold inside as it's outside. Actually, in winter at times it was cooler inside of the greenhouse because of the humidity on top of the cold. Huh? So conditions, which will be quite interesting when it comes to winter time. But we'll tackle that then, right? Okay. Next, this burnery and I have not had a good time together, but that's okay. I think we're slowly getting used to each other. Let's top her up with a little bit more mix in her pole. Brentianum. Never had success with this plant. Let's have a look. Some new roots. Okay, I don't want to disturb it too much, but not the greatest of all root systems, which was kind of to be expected. If it would have the best root system of all time, I sure as hell hope it gives me better growth than this. But yeah, this kind of went really dead in winter. It survived all winter out there, but it went kind of very sad looking. But now it's coming back, so I've got a feeling it's probably just gonna thrive. It's gonna start thriving just before the next winter hits us. Knowing my luck, that's okay. Maybe the second winter around it has grown a little more resilient to those conditions. We'll find out. And as you can see, I don't secure the pole to the pot or anything like that. It just works. Alrighty, let's have a look at my Majestic. Oh, nice. Oh wow, look at these roots that it's grown out there. Okay, so it's rooting really well. It is somewhat finding its way onto the moss pile. Maybe a little bit of wire to encourage it. I have absolutely f***ed this wire so badly. What have I done? Just a little wire action to encourage it a little further to go, hey, you're supposed to go this way. Now that it has a nice leaf, I really want to chop this ugly one off. And you know what, this one is kind of really ugly too. Sorry, they just spread too far, takes up too much space, shades everything else. So you, my darling, are our one and only leaf. We put all of our hope in you. Wow, look at that. I reckon she needs a bigger pot, but I reckon I don't have enough mix for that. But look at how thick her trunk has gotten. She's Regal Shields, by the way, guys. But she's not really giving me these Regal Shield leaves, which honestly I don't really have room for this anyway. Do you need a... She needs a repot. Damn it. See how much air mix I've got left over at the end of this, but I don't want this to be the one and only plant I can still repot. Oh, that's it already. Okay, let me just quickly clean up a little bit because I'm getting really nervous energy from all of that mess around me. Okay, I'm back with another coffee. Okay. We're almost done. The sun is struggling to have you guys get the umbrella, you guys get the fan so you don't overheat. Meanwhile, I'm here in the sun. Yeah, we'll find out. Again, last time I thought the footage was shocking, but it turned out okay. Alright, so in here we've got my... Can we see this? My Berlin Marks Fantasy has grown up so nicely on its pole and just continued increasing in leaf size, so absolutely nothing to complain about here. Stay. Okay, got a spare pole. I'll fill that with moss. It has been so much fun, and I think this greenhouse has been just so beautiful as well. It's honestly the first thing everybody comments on when they come to my house and visit me. Everybody's like, oh my god, your greenhouse is amazing. I'm like, I know, thank you. So have to, and again, that greenhouse was sponsored by Sproutwell back then, so a massive thank you to Sproutwell sponsoring this greenhouse for me. It has made such a huge impact in my growth journey, and such a huge impact in this hobby for me. Like it really saved this hobby for me, to be honest. Okay, with this one I'm not gonna fill it all the way. The plant has still plenty of room to go. So same principle here as I did before. I will overlap it by 2 cable ties. Okay, I don't want to use all of my moss in case there's something unexpected happening and I need some moss urgently. I will open up the top 2 cable ties over here, and this, I have the feeling this has 0 roots in the pot. So we're going to look at the pot, and if there's no roots in the pot, I'll actually keep it potless. Okay, and then I'll overlap this. So let me just do, you can't really see, but come on, you don't need to see me put a cable tie in. A couple of weeks ago I also did a garden makeover, and everything is really thriving. But again, we've had really good weather, but at the same time a lot of rain, which is good for the plants. So I hate the rain, but perfect for the plants. We had forecasted like a really dry, hot summer, and I was getting really worried. I mean, summer technically only started. Yesterday was the longest day here in Australia. Technically we're only just getting started, but here we go, by the way. Done. So this can continue growing up this pole. Let's have a look. But yeah, it hasn't been as hot and disgusting as promised. Yeah, look, hardly any roots inside of that pot, huh? Look at that, that's almost embarrassing. I wanna chop this. It's a little propagation, I'll pot up, and now I have another potless pole over here. I like the look of that. So, there we go. Gives the greenhouse a little bit of height, I think. It's nice. Okay. I'll show you closer in a sec. Oh well, it will be more than a sec. My god, I'm making so much room in this green. Oh, hang on, there's a lot of plants there. Oh, this one. That's what I actually came here for. I remember. Okay, this one is Monstera Laniata Variegata. Let me get another pole. Yeah. Very loud bird. Now I picked up, it's getting really sunny here. I need to do something about this. Okay, I moved you a bit closer so that we can all have the umbrella. I think it's still not really, anyway, sorry. I need to focus on my plant. Okay, so this is a Laniata. I picked it up from AJ's and it is going very, very white. And I purposely picked that one up because I want to see if it is sustainable to actually grow something like that. There are 2 shoots in here, and see these roots? They're dying for a pole. Now, actually, I've had another fully white plant in my greenhouse, my Florida Beauty. Oh my god, that mix is so fine. My Florida Beauty, and she hided it in there because the fully white leaves were just getting wet from the misting and they just turned into mush within a day, really. So, see how we go. The Mandula's in there as well. She hasn't had the same issue, so maybe it's just something that the Florida Ghost had. I moved the Ghost out of the greenhouse and it's recovering now, but yeah, the fully white leaves did not enjoy getting so wet. Where's the pole? I'm so unorganized. Imagine we do a drinking game and you need to take a shot every time I get off this chair. Wow. You would not make it to the end of the video, let me tell you that. Lucky I saved some moss, almost like I anticipated. But I'm not fully done yet. Yeah, that's good enough. And I don't have that much moss. I just need to fill it half, and then when I buy more moss I can fill the rest of the pole. Everybody take a shot. Okay. I don't like to fill these poles in hindsight because it's very easy to just make the moss too dense in there. So I just sometimes use a chopstick to kind of loosen the moss up a little bit. That way you need less moss for a moss pole, but also like roots like oxygen. If you have the moss too compressed, there's just not enough oxygen. But then if you don't have enough moss, there's not enough stuff to actually retain moisture. Then it's going to dry out really quickly. Specifically in a greenhouse that can get so hot, things dry out quickly, right? So you do want moss in here, but if you just lightly flake it in there, there's too much aeration. The air is what's dry, the air is what's gonna make it dry out. But again, not such a big issue in the greenhouse because of the misting system. Everything is kind of consistently kept moist. Because of the heat, everything uses a lot of water, so I don't worry too much about overwatering. More of a concern if you grow indoors, because indoors you have less airflow, less light, less heat, meaning your plant is gonna use less water. If your medium like never dries out, even though you have a decent sized plant on it, it's most likely that your plant is just not getting enough light. If your plant is getting enough light, it should dry out. Okay, let me pin these on there. I don't know if this wire is strong enough. I might just use a cable tie. What else can I tell you about the greenhouse? Yeah, that black shelf that I got inside the greenhouse, it's also from Sproutwell. That's why it matches the greenhouse so nicely. And honestly, I'm so positively surprised by how easy it was to move this plant, move the whole greenhouse over. I honestly anticipated that to be the biggest nightmare ever, and it just turned out to be really easy. I think definitely credit to Tim and I and our approach, like not wanting to take it fully down. I mean, I think that is the obvious thing to do, but I still think we managed. The way that we approached it, I think, was very smart and made it less of a headache than I initially anticipated it. So good on us. I don't know if that's the official way. Well, actually I know that it's definitely not the official way, because obviously the way that we're taking it down and so on, we're running risk of breaking things, deforming some parts. So yeah, it's not necessarily something I'd recommend other people do, so definitely don't take my moving vlog as a tutorial. I just didn't have the time. If I had more time, yeah, I'd take it down and have less risk of things going wrong, but I took the risk and luckily nothing went wrong. So that was good, but things could have easily gone really wrong. Like the roof could have just snapped in half or something like that. So, you know, no risk, no fun, no risk, no reward. In that instance, my risk was definitely rewarded, which was really nice. Yay. Alrighty, pop that on the pole. Just need some water as well. Now let's see, I should be pretty much at the end of my adventures over here. Actually, we are not done. I found a couple of propagations in my kitchen. I want to pop these up as well. Right, that's the black velvet and silver cloud. The Jerry Horn cuttings will go in a jar of water, and I popped them in my kitchen. I have all my propagations in my kitchen. Come on, go in there. Are you gonna fit in there? The roots. You're gonna fit in there? Yes. And here's come on, go in there. Done. Alright, I'll pop that in the kitchen and I'll get rid of this. So I'm mixing some pumice in my aeroid mix. I've noticed that my alocasias really like pumice. Alrighty, so we're gonna get to her after all. Good. Well, that came out easy. I'm going to tease them a little bit. Wow, it's very root bound. Okay, that explains why it's just not really increasing in leaf size anymore. very gently. Don't worry, I'm looking for combs. Some of these combs are huge. Look at this, I've never seen combs that big. Wow, there's so many combs in there. Okay, I don't want any more combs, I need to stop this. I don't want combs, I want the combs to stay on there and kind of do themselves, like propagate themselves. But these ones I will keep them separate from the others so I can actually it's so easy to differentiate. These are huge. There we go, beauty. That was it for the repotting. There are 2 more plants in there that I want to bring out and show you in a little bit more detail, but let me just clean up everything so I can relax. Ow! Alright, the 2 other plants I wanted to show you are this Ploumani over here. So pretty with the new leaves. Might just cut off this old ugly one. Bye. And because I couldn't show you that well earlier when everything else is my mandula, and now you can see these on the side. Shoot number 1, shoot number 2, shoot number 3, and shoot number 4. Look at that. This is just so stunning. Love, love, love this plant, and I love that that's kind of the first thing you see when you walk in here. Really, really beautiful. Alrighty, it's getting really sunny here. It's supposed to be overcast today anyway. So, I mentioned before that the care part in the greenhouse is easy, right? Because I can just hose everything down. But as a result of that, I've really been neglecting fertilizing everything, right? Inside, I've just gotten in the habit of, I fill up my bottles of water, I put GT foliage focus in it, and I just use a weak dilution with every watering. Every now and then I just flush everything out with water, right? But majority of the times I do my GT foliage focus, and it's just become a habit, right? Every time I fill up my bottles, I put GT in it. Easy. Now, because over here the misting and the hosing is doing all of the watering, I kind of am not providing them with nutrients. But the aeroid mix as well as the moss pole really relies on nutrients being provided via watering. So that is probably the one thing about the care in the greenhouse that I haven't really been on top of, but I've got this big 15-liter sprayer over here, and I can mix fertilizer in there and then just walk around and spray everything. Now, I'm not going to do that for the ones that I just potted up. I will do eventually, but today I just want to water them thoroughly, get all of the finer particles from the aeroid mix to get flushed out and so on. So I'll just water them using the normal hose because it would just take too long otherwise, I feel like. And then after then I'll give them a little spray with the fertilizer as well. Alright, so I'm actually going to use GT CCS, so it's, what do you call it? And I'll just wing it. More the merrier, right? Might as well finish it. It's called here, Clonex Clone Solution. And it's great. It has a lot of, here's what's in it. But basically I use the Clonex solution usually, like if I do a water propagation, for example, I would dilute some of that in water. If my plants go through shock because of moving house or because of repotting and so on, Clonex, that seems to be really working really well. And I think that's the way that it's intended to be used as well. Okay, so I'm gonna put all of these back and then I'm gonna go around and fertilize everything. Let's go. Don't want you to get wet. That's good. Only used about half the tank, so I'm gonna do this with the next watering again, and I'll try and do this like once a month now. Alrighty, let's get onto those corms. Let me show you what I've done first. There are 2 corms in here that already have a shoot each. They already have roots, so I just potted them up. Okay. The rest of the corms doesn't have any roots just yet. So what I'll do with them, I'll pop them on some moss over here. But what I have noticed helps these sprout is if you take a knife and you just peel the skin. See how they've got like a little skin around them? If you very gently like peel them like an onion, that seems to help them sprout a bit, but be gentle. And if you feel like you're doing more damage than good, then stop. Not all alocasias seem to have it in the same way. These ones seem to not really have that much of a skin, so I'll just pop them in moss. Don't worry, I'll show you close up in a sec. And I just put this in a takeaway container with moss in it. You could use vermiculite or whatnot. Yeah, and I'll just pop the other ones in there as well, the Regal Shields, into the same one. These ones definitely have more of a skin. Hang on, this one. These ones have more of a skin. See, these are the Regal Shields one. You can just peel this kind of skin. Maybe do it with your fingers, not a knife, to prevent it from being damaged. My fingers are so filthy, sorry. But this seems to be helping them root, and once they're rooted, there'll be shoots. I might just do that to a few, and a few I won't, and then we'll see which ones sprout and which ones do not. Alrighty, and the other 3 I might just pop in there without peeling them, see if it makes any difference. And yes, this was the biggest container I could find. At the beginning, I will put the lid back on, and it wants a really bright spot, so I'll pop this right here. Awesome, let me clean up and then we can finish the video. Alrighty, quick pan through the greenhouse. I mean, it's not looking all too different to before, just the plants themselves are a little happier. Or hopefully a little happier soon. Alright, awesome. I was dying to get on top of all of this. It's been on my to-do list for quite some time, but given the move, I've just had different priorities. Now, the afternoon sun is fast approaching, so it's time for me to get out of here so I can close the doors, turn on the misters, turn on the fan, and create these great conditions that I spoke about earlier today. I moved into my new house 3 months ago, and my first priority was the garden. And in today's video we're checking in on the garden, and we're gonna have a look at all of the growth that I've had over the last 3 months. Alrighty, let's move into the greenhouse. So I rearranged a little bit in the greenhouse since the last video, but I'll just give you a quick pan of everything. Mangela, absolutely a beast, look at that. So very, very happy with her. My banana has moved in because she's suffering a little bit, so giving her the best chances of surviving. First leaf on my, what are you? No. First leaf on my Corsinianum, I think, and verrucosin parentage coming through strong. My brandy, not really doing much, but I've given up at this stage. New variegated monstera leaf, always love when I have a decent, healthy amount of mottled variegation and not too sectoral. This is my Escalodo, first leaf in my care, now the second one over here. Oh my god, the Splendid in the corner over there, suffering a little bit. This one is my Sharonii, and this was the last leaf grown indoors, and then first leaf grown in the greenhouse, second leaf grown in the greenhouse, so she's loving it. The medium silver has grown way off the moss pole. She needs some work. The Tenu, where's the Tenu's newest leaf? Where are you? Here. This one, come on, come this way, leaf. Yeah, it's a bit problematic because they get a lot of sun from the back, so they kind of don't always want to face the front, but that's okay. The Burlemarks, growing quite nice and large, hard to film against the light, sorry. This one is definitely a standout, Jose Bueno. Again, I think last leaf grown indoors. First leaf grown in the greenhouse was bigger but not as variegated, and now it seems to really push out some nice variegation over here. Very excited for this. What else is worth pointing out? This one got a bit damaged unfortunately, but excited to see how big this newest Esmeraldense leaf will be. Maybe good to point out my Dubia still doesn't have a pod. Come on. You rely on the pole. Go away. Get in there. Sometimes they just need to be forced. There you go. Still doesn't have a pod. Still nice and large and fenestrated. Here we are. Platinum Dragon. Again, before the greenhouse. In the greenhouse. Huge difference in leaf size. And I'm doing nothing for these. I just spray them with water. With the hose to water them every now and then. Right, my anthuriums are also thriving in here. This is my Forgetii Magnificum hybrid. Beautiful new leaves in general, just very beautiful. And lush as well, holding on to a lot of leaves. All of these leaves are from that plant. Magnificum over here, quite nice. And this is my Crazy Rubbish. Beautiful new leaf. Yeah, I think the other thing to point out is certainly my pitcher plant. So she's grown a few pitchers by now, 4 or 5 decent sized pitchers, very, very beautiful. And then the other day I noticed that she's also throwing out a flower. So I'm very proud of that. This is my first ever pitcher plant and I had no idea what to do with it or how to take care of it. It took me a good year to get her to thrive, but now she's so stunning. Really love this plant, so I decided that this should be the first plant I see when I walk into the greenhouse. And this one, the Pagoda something, also wanted to point out its flowers. Look, it's starting to flower for me over here, and they actually look so pretty. You can definitely see the lipstick family coming through here. Yeah. I think these are not just the cutest weird little flowers. This one here, look at that. I think they are very cute. So it's good, she must be happy too. All of these hanging plants have not been repotted ever. Actually, I have repotted her, but these other 3 have never been repotted, so I really need to repot her. Look at this. She's hardly growing any more leaves because I think she's just so root bound and probably needs nutrients and all of that, but it is what it is. Down here I've got a few alocasias as well, the Batik, Odora Batik I think, and the Gagaena over here. So yeah, I'm very happy with that. The Sapanada, again hard to see filming against the light, but it's growing just really lush with many shoots going on and off the pole. So I quite like this, not planning to grow it super large for now, but I like the lush look. And then this is the Majestic, very nice sheen to the leaf and kind of like a bit of a faded red backside. So yeah, that is my greenhouse. Happy days. We are in the middle of winter, and in today's video we're checking in on my tropical garden to see how my plants are coping with the coldest and darkest part of the year. First things first, apologize for the construction noise in the background. You might actually be able to see them work their magic over there. It's happening pretty much every day, including the weekends, so we just gotta have to work through this. I hope the audio is still going to be just fine. I think it's probably annoying me more than you guys. Anyway. It is winter over here in Sydney. We've just had the shortest day last week, and right now it is 14 degrees, which isn't all too bad. Actually 15 degrees just went up, which isn't all too bad. But over the last couple of weeks we had some Arctic winds coming in, and it went down to 4 degrees. I think 4 degrees was the coolest I've seen on my phone, which is obviously not ideal for these tropical plants that I like to grow out here. I usually try and avoid anything under 15 degrees, at least when I grow indoors. Also because I don't want to be in a house that is less than 15 degrees. That sounds very uncomfortable. But out here, as well as in my greenhouse, I have no way of kind of controlling the temperature, obviously. Now, I also have way too many plants. I can't take them all inside and let them overwinter inside because I just don't have enough space. Specifically, I don't have enough space that also has light. So if I would take these plants inside, they might be protected from the heat, but they would certainly die from the lack of light. So at the end of the day, it is what it is, and some of these plants just have to fight for their survival out here during the cooler months. Now, we're only halfway through winter, so I suppose the biggest challenges are yet to come, and sometimes the plants can kind of go okay during winter and then slowly die. I wanted to have kind of like a midwinter check-in to see how the plants are coping with these kind of really cool temperatures that we've experienced so far. And look, realistically, there's nothing I'm going to do about it, so this is really just kind of like assessing it. I'm really only going to be in a position to do anything about it, maybe rehab some of these plants and hope for a recovery at the beginning of spring. So today is really just checking in, but I think it is quite interesting to see what these aeroids could potentially tolerate. Now, this is technically my second winter where I grow some of these plants outside, and I do think that this garden is more protected than my last one. But last year I didn't have that many plants outside, and I didn't have a greenhouse yet, or I didn't fill my greenhouse last winter. So this is the first time that I have a very large amount of plants overwintering outside. And yeah, enough introduction. Let's just have a browse and look at the state of my plants out here. Let me just give you a quick pan through it first. It still looks nice and lush. I do have the covers on the seeds because, well, I won't be sitting on there anytime soon. So in the grand scheme of things, it still all looks really nice and lush. I really can't complain, but we gotta look a little bit closer to really understand how these plants are coping. Let's have a look at the greenhouse. The greenhouse, I don't do anything with the greenhouse at the moment. I don't utilize the misters anymore because I don't need water, but I also don't heat it. The only thing I do is have airflow in here, but it's not warmer in here than it is outside. The plants are just protected from huge amounts of rain that we can get. But I'll just point out a few. This one is actually has grown a new leaf and it is really nice, so I cannot complain about that. Very surprised that this alocasia isn't completely dead yet, but I'm not complaining. The Plymania is doing okay. You can see some leaf damage over here on the newest leaf, but that was because it was pushing up against the wet wall over here. Apart from that, I'll just browse through it. You can see there's some growth actually here. Most of them are just kind of slowed down or doing nothing. The new growth here as well. Some new growth here. And this isn't looking too bad actually. You can see new growth pushing out here. New growth pushing out here. The Gloriosum's looking very bad. You can see the cold damage here very easily as well. Also in the back, almost looks like it's cool and variegated, but this is cold and water damage, or like fungal. The cold and wet is just fungal issues. Yeah, you can see that on the new leaves as well. Not happy. Another one over here, you can definitely see cool damage, cold damage. And this one is a really easy one where you can see the cold damage. I actually bought this new, haven't even had time to put it on a pole, and it's already showing cold damage. So the Cupria is actually doing surprisingly well. And maybe I just wanted to point out this one as well. This is the bottom part of my Adansonii, and look how many shoots it has gotten. That is crazy. So this could end up being really, really lush. I just hope it's going to make winter. My carnivorous plants aren't growing any pitches, but they are growing leaves. Heaps of new leaves over here, and this one is actually reshot in 2 spots within the pot, as well as growing more leaves at the actual original growth point. Just no pitches, but that's definitely a temperature issue. But overall, it's not looking terrible in there, at least as a whole. If you look at each plant individually, they've seen better times. This one as well has not grown for a long time. It definitely just needs a repot. I think it's way outgrown its medium. I don't think the medium can retain any more moisture. Really desperately needs a repot, for sure. But give it a couple more months. Alrighty, I'm taking it inside. The neighbor's kids started screaming around and they were going absolutely nuts with the saw over there, so nice and silent in here. We're 2/3 into winter and I'm starting to see some casualties out here in the garden. And in today's video, we're going to look at all of the plants that so far have not made it through winter. Righty, and welcome to the greenhouse. Let me show you what hasn't survived. This one is one of the Bellicosums. Just dropped all of the leaves. This was a Burlamax Fantasy, completely soggy, so no, this will not survive. If you watched the video of my rescue section, you also noticed that the Radicans hasn't survived. There's just dead Radican leaves on the floor everywhere. I have no idea what this is. This is just an empty pot of soil, so assuming this has not survived. Variegated Burlamax. Burlamax aurea now, huh? I just dropped it back, see if something happens with this or not, but yeah, anyway. Actually, by the way, the maidenhair fern is doing exceptionally well. It likes the cooler temperatures actually, so I'm happy with that. My little Veracosum that I put out here is not doing well. It's doing worse than the one that I put upstairs, but I want to stay true to the experiment, so I'll keep it here. Autumn Queen is showing 2 growth points, one here, but these leaves definitely show a little bit of cold damage. I'm just going to chop these 2 leaves because they're taking up too much space, and now that it's small and compact, I will actually put this upstairs in my rescue section. Now in hindsight, it's so dumb. If I would have known that these plants have such a hard time, I could have done exactly that at the beginning of winter and not let it deteriorate first and then just, you know, sacrifice those 2 leaves and let it reshoot up there. But as I said, I don't know all of these things. It's still a learning curve for me as well. Then we've got a bunch of variegated monsteras here. They all are still alive. They're not showing any growth, but they are alive. And get a load of this. My cupria out here is actually doing quite well. Look at how, like, you know, sometimes cuprias get a little droopy and so on. This one is doing the total opposite. It's doing so well. I'm thinking, should I give it more light? I think I'll pop it in this corner. Oh, talking about this corner, this is my Jacqueline. Also completely rotted, to be expected. I also popped this upstairs in my rescue section. Here, another variegated monstera. I mean, the white parts are definitely suffering, but overall it's okay. I just wanted to survive, and then it will reshoot nicely in spring. That was not a smart move. I had some, what is this one, can't remember what it's called, but that has completely rotten. Rot. Probably not a good idea to do water propagation in the middle of winter, because obviously water would get so cold. That has been in that jar for over a year without me even ever changing the water. So clearly I don't care for this plant too much. Clearly I don't care. Alrighty, what have we got here? The hanging ones look fine. Actually, this one has a flower. 2 flowers. Oh, it's doing well. So we'll keep it like that. I might just want to hang it over here so it's out of the way a little bit and fills this spot over here. This one is a good example of what happened to quite a few of my plants. So quite a few of my plants just dropped all of their leaves. So the leaves just snapped off the petiole like that, and then eventually the petiole will snap off the stem. The stem actually still feels fairly firm, but clearly it was too cold and wet for the leaves. So I will just snap them all off, because who cares about the stems. And now that it's a bit smaller, it can also go upstairs. That one is rotten. Now this plant has already done exactly this last year, so that was actually to be expected. But to be fair, I don't like this Philodendron ernestii enough for it to take up a space inside. And before winter it had a lot of leaves, and it would have taken up a lot of space inside. So it wasn't really an option. Last year all of the leaves died, but the stem was okay. And then it just came back. So, you know, I was thinking, why not replicate last year? I don't mind a seasonal plant. I like the aspect of growing and seeing growth, so I don't mind. Oh, I forgot this one. What is this? I don't remember. Okay, this one is my Burlemarx Fantasy. Did terribly. Lost all of its, you can see it's only got the petioles and the stems left. All of the leaves just dropped within a couple of days. And to be honest, I don't think this is recoverable. Yeah, this is all rot. I'm hoping that the rot doesn't spread further. But to be honest, I don't really know how this plant could possibly come back to life. I think that's it for this plant, but what I'll do in spring is I'll assess it again when it's a bit warmer, and then I'll just at the very least reuse the moss poles, right, and just pop something new on there instead. Over here we've got my, what is this one? Saponada. Some of these leaves are going a bit yellow, brown, whatsoever, but overall, I mean, it is a monstera, and I think monsteras should be a little more resilient, but I mean, that's also a very generalization. It's not dead yet, so I'm okay with that. My tenue, yeah, okay, I think you just saw that, maybe. Also just started dropping leaves from the patio rot at the top for sure. I cut that off, let it reshoot. This can come into the rescue section with me as well. Gloriosum, completely rotted. Look at this rot. I mean, with crawlers it's a bit harder because they're also in a more water retentive mix, so the likeliness of them being exposed to rot is a little higher in my opinion. But I'm surprised how well the ones in the garden beds did. So anyway, I'll leave it here and see if something wants to reshoot during summer or spring, summer or not. Plaumania over here is doing, can we see this? Yeah, you can see it. It's doing quite well. I mean, the leaves are getting a little yellowish, like not the healthiest looking ones, but it looks firm and perky, not droopy or anything like that. So I'm pretty happy with that. What do we got here? The Majestic over here is doing well. We've got a little pole of Varicosum over here that's doing nothing, but that's also okay. My variegated Syngonium over here is doing quite well actually, just one ugly leaf, but that's okay. Diametrium medium is just looking a little dehydrated. I should probably give this a little bit more water. But again, I'm trying to avoid wet and cold, so. But it's alive, no? So let's not fix what's not broken. I'll put that back. Ugh, this greenhouse is also filthy. I can't wait to clean that out a little bit. Deep clean in spring. This is my Vernery, and you can also see some of these stems have just rotted away. Now this is not really a plant. It's a plant I was gifted, and of course I'm always grateful when somebody gifts me a plant, but it's not a plant I would have ever chosen to grow. So that's also not a plant that gets to take up a prime spot. It's one of these plants, like if you thrive in the conditions that I've got available for you, then you're allowed to stay. But if you're creating too much work for me, then I also don't mind if you are no longer alive. Philodendron gigas. It was a little experiment. I was expecting velvets to not do too well out here, but yeah, it did actually worse than expected. See again, it's just rot, how easily the leaves come off the petiole snaps off the stem, and then next step would be the stem slowly rotting away. I think it starts looking unhealthy from here onwards. This is very unhealthy. Nope, this is definitely rot. Yeah. Look, I have a really healthy big one inside, so this is gonna go back, and probably in spring nothing will happen, and then I'll probably completely get rid of it. Global Green Pothos is doing nothing. Look, there's one at the back, cute. It's doing nothing, but it's also not dead. I mean, it's kind of lush. It's not bad. It's actually in a position where, you know, once spring hits, this could be doing really well. Another variegated Monstera, also doing well, yeah. I mean, Monstera deliciosa are also all over Sydney, and they're doing really well outside. The variegated version obviously is a little bit more challenged because of the variegation. Brandthianum actually did so well this season out here. I hope I'm not speaking too early. I hope it's going to make it through the next month as well, and maybe Jan in a month's time is going to regret this decision I'm about to make, but I think I'm just going to keep it here. This is on the side that gets a little bit more sun as well, so that might help. And then over here we've got the Corsinianum. And this is actually a winter leaf, and it's growing really nice. Really like this. And it's growing where I cutter fill. Next one coming here. Oh my god, this plant, I reckon I just have to chop this off. All of this bottom part looks pretty dead. It needs a repot urgently. That's what it really needs. But I'm just gonna chop the end bits in an attempt to make this plant reshoot from the base so that it's a little bit lusher, and then when I repot it, there's just more shoots. But Salus over here is doing very well. Cannot complain at all. My two carnivorous plants. one here. It's actually growing nice leaves. Oh shit, it's growing nice leaves, but the pitches are going a bit moldy or brown. But that's also just with age, I believe. Like, they have a limited time lifespan, right? They can't stay beautiful forever. And the second one, it's doing the same. I mean, look at this. It's growing like crazy. I can't really, can I move it? I mean, look at this. It's healthy and it's a large plant and it's doing well. You know what? I'm doing nothing with it. I'll just keep it as it is. That looks kind of stunning. But the pitches are definitely deteriorating. But that's okay. Again, I'm just waiting for this to survive winter and then hopefully grow new pitches in spring. But it has also given me a new shoot from up here. 2 new shoots from up here. So it grows at its growth point at the moment, plus 2 new shoots. So it will be even lusher next year. I can't wait. It's actually a very nice plant. I love this plant. Let's get out of here. Alrighty, quite successful in chopping off a lot of ugliness. That's good. So let me take you on a little tour. This is the section of plants that I'll put upstairs now, and hopefully they'll be less dead by spring. Then I've got my wall of aeroids that now has this big gap over here where the 2 plants died, but I'm not going to move anything around for now. Let's just keep everything where it is, and then in spring I'll rearrange a little bit anyway. The heliconias looking a little bit empty, but I'd rather look at empty than dead. Over here it's kind of going well. The palm still looks fine. Surprisingly, I mean, I'll chop this back when I repot it at the beginning of spring. Banana, nothing to say about the banana. My orchid is doing well. Unfortunately no flowers, but see how we go. And then this section is actually doing really well. I mean, the Stuttgart is challenged, but again, I was expecting it to be completely dormant by now. The Licuala over there is actually doing really well. The crawlers down here, I think, are doing exceptionally well and very unexpected. My Esculenta is actually growing a brand new leaf, which is also a bit unexpected, and my Morantas are doing better this year than they did last year. They were over the outside last year, but they did terribly. This year they're doing better. There's even some new growth here. In this section we are doing okay. There's a new leaf coming here, and most of the alocasias are just dormant, and I'm just waiting for... Actually, the Cupria is doing well out here as well. Who would have thought? The greenhouse is looking a little bare. It's a little lusher on the left. That gets a little bit more light. Quite bare on the right. The shelf specifically is bare because that used to have all of my anthuriums on them. So actually getting a bit of light there now. I mean, the light changes every day, so who knows. But yeah, let's see how we go. Yeah, I'll maybe jig them around a little bit, but probably no urgency for now. You know what? I'm just going to close this and let the sun heat it up in there a little bit. In today's video we're going to have a look at my greenhouse. We're going to look at every single plant in there. We're going to repot where needed. We're going to clean the greenhouse, and then we're going to set it up again, ready for the upcoming growing season. Part 3 of my Getting My Plants Spring Ready series. So we already repotted all of my anthuriums, and we already gotten on top of the garden and the garden beds and so on. So the next thing to tackle is the greenhouse. In case you want to learn more about the greenhouse in itself, I actually have a full playlist on the greenhouse. I only got it last year, so I've really only been growing inside the greenhouse for 1 full year now. So as part of that, I've also experienced every single season, and it's been a really nice journey. But basically, and we'll talk about it more as I repot some of the plants, but basically over the last 3 to 4 months I haven't really done much in the greenhouse. You saw the misters come on just then. I've only last week I set up the misters again, or started scheduling the misters again, because it's getting nice and warm. And the mist is obviously going to increase the humidity in there, and they're also cooling it down if there's too much sun exposure. But yeah, the winter months, you know, it's not getting all too much sun because the sun is kind of moving this way, hidden by trees and houses, whereas in summer it's moving kind of straight over the garden. I'm north facing over here, and as part of that, the greenhouse also gets more sun exposure. So not too much sun exposure means it's not heating up. It's definitely getting really cold in there over winter, so I didn't want to induce too much rot by having a cold and wet combination, so I didn't have the misters on, and I hardly watered in there either. So to be honest, over winter the greenhouse experiences the exact same temperatures as the outside world. It's probably just at all times a little bit more humid, which isn't necessarily a good thing. We don't like cold and humid. The only real difference is that it's protected from the rain, so it's just less water. It's very rainy in Sydney over winter, so yeah, I suppose that is what's kind of like saving the plants in there. But we had some casualties, and I suppose we're about to find out. Let me bring you a bit closer first, and then we'll take them all out to Repot. Alrighty, this is the greenhouse. So, I mean, we're going to look at all of the plants in detail in a sec, so I'm not going to point all of them out, but basically, yeah, it's looking pretty lush given that this is just after winter. We need to give a shout out to my carnivorous plant over here. Look at how many pitches it is growing. So I'm probably not going to do anything with her today because she's currently so happy, but we're still going to look at her in a little bit more detail. Some of the anthuriums from the Repot I've already moved out here, but again, we're going to have to take everything out of here because we also need to clean the greenhouse. I mean, have a look at this. Look how filthy that greenhouse is over here. That is not good. Look at this. So it's obviously going to get less light exposure, and also look at all of the spider webs everywhere. So we need to really do a bit of a spring clean in here, so it feels nice. Also, I think some plants have spiders. Yes. Yeah, also the outside doesn't look that nice with all of the cobwebs on it, right? So we're going to do a big spring clean today. So let's get started, huh? Why don't we just take them all out chronologically, or like just as I see them. No method to my madness today. And I think my microphone was kind of hidden a bit. I hope you can hear me better now. I just adjusted that. And if I look off camera the whole time, it's because I'm also trying to keep an eye on Bradley. He's allowed in the garden, but he's not allowed to leave the garden. Alrighty, here we've got two alocasias, Odora batik. I feel like something has eaten it since I put it in the greenhouse. Anyway, it's not looking very good. I am currently working on an experiment, a new type of setup for my alocasias. So I want to wait for the results before I do anything with this. I can see some healthy roots in here, so at this stage I'm not concerned. Oh, you look so unhealthy. To be honest, it looks like it didn't necessarily like the misting and water sitting on its leaves. Even though I've got airflow in there, and I'll talk to you about airflow in a sec. I have a little rant about that part. Maybe it's more so a candidate for the outside world rather than the greenhouse world. So I think I won't repot it for now because I'm experimenting with a new way of growing some of my alocasias, and then this one will actually be the next one to convert as well. So I'll just park it on the side for now. This one is my Gargana. It is doing much better. I don't want to get up for every single one, sorry, but I hope you can see that there's heaps and heaps of roots in the pot. So again, I think I'm just going to clean this up a little bit, make it look good. Yeah, I think nothing to do over here, just a water, so I'll park this on the side as well. This is my bird, my ring of fire. I had to move her outside because she's just taken up too much space inside, but I wanted to show you how really nice and healthy the roots are within the pole over here. So it's clearly happy, even pushing a few roots out the top over here. And Looks like there's a whole lot of new shoots coming out here, but nothing is really producing leaves. I think I want to move this outside of the greenhouse as well onto my wall of aeroids, because it doesn't need that extra high humidity in there and it takes up a lot of space. And this one is my Syngonium mojito. That's also had to go into the greenhouse because it was taking up too much space, but the plan was always to kind of make this into a table display for my garden. So I think I'm also going to keep this outside of the greenhouse now, because I want to move a few plants from the inside back into the greenhouse. But I suppose we'll find out later when I really put everything back outside. But the idea would be for this to stay outside. Oh, hello! Nice to see you here. Oh yeah. Scratches, huh? Sorry, baby. Hello. So far, all of the plants that I showed you were all plants that actually overwintered inside, and then I just took them out over the last 2 months. Keep in mind it is already mid-October by now, and we've had a really hot beginning to the spring. So the first week in September was already over 30 degrees. So I started taking a few plants outside, but then we had a few dips again, so I kind of put them all in the greenhouse to hopefully shelter them from the cold snaps. Not that I'm heating the greenhouse. But this one is my Plowmanii, and it actually overwintered in the greenhouse. I can see there's a new Catafilk pushing out over here, and I think it actually grew one leaf over winter, which has a lot of damage. Now I think this one, first of all, needs a really good clean, but I do think there's a few older leaves that can probably be sacrificed. This one is actually not that bad. I think this one is particularly, actually this newest one is particularly ugly. It takes up a lot of space in there. Okay. Now it actually looks worse than before, huh? Okay, at least all of the leaves are one way, but they need a big clean. And yeah, it should grow really well. It grew really well last year inside the greenhouse, and I'm really surprised that it actually coped quite well with winter. Okay, here we've got a bottom part of, this is the bottom part of my Sodiroy, and you can see that there's 1, 2, 3 shoots, but also some parts that didn't make it. Let me cut off the parts that didn't make it. And I really just want them to reshoot, and then I'll take them off the pole and pot them up separately. But while I'm waiting for them to reshoot, on that pole it takes up the least space. Exact same thing over here with my Verrucosum. It's also the bottom part of a very long ago chop and extend, and it honestly hasn't really done much. There's a second shoot here, just completely rotted. Again, it lived outside all winter long. Actually, this in itself is also Gonski. You know what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna chop off this growth over here, and I'm gonna propagate that, and I'm gonna start it fresh, because I think that makes more sense than trying to recover this. This has not grown much in over a year. I think here, while it's kind of dry, I think this is kind of too far gone. I won't really necessarily try and recover this, but I will park this in the corner. I actually have a few, let's say, like dead moss poles from winter, and I'll just let it dry, and then eventually, once I find time, I will recover all of the moss out of here, remove any roots that I can see and so on, then wash it thoroughly, dry it in the sun, and then I can reuse it again. At least I don't do anything hectic on top of that. So for now, this is just a let's park it in the corner thing. I'll park these on the side so they can dry out a little bit. Oh. Later on, I'll just maybe put them all in like one big vase of water, propagate them all together. Can you tell I'm avoiding any repotting for now? I suppose I just want to clear out a few of the ones that don't need it. Definitely all of them need cleaning, desperately. But I think it's mainly actually spiders. Right, this is also another super old pole. It is a majestic, and again I think everything that's gonna come out now has overwintered in the greenhouse. And I can see a new caterpillar over here. So it is growing, but it's growing very slowly. It's kind of growing slower than the plant can keep its leaves alive, so it's not really the nicest looking, but I think it's still the beginning of the season, right? I need to give it a little bit of time to do something. So I think nothing to do here. The pot looks a little filthy actually. Actually, let me see, maybe I can pot this down actually. What did I decide with this one? Nothing, right? So, the problem in the greenhouse is really that I don't have power supply. And because I'm a renter, I can't really change that. So I'm relying on solar power, which last summer worked really well. I only set it up last year, and you know, it was working really well because over summer we got a lot of sun. But then over winter my garden gets very little direct sun, and that little direct sun it gets is not strong enough to really charge the power generator or battery or whatever you want to call it that then makes the fan go around. So basically over winter I took that battery out of the greenhouse because it wasn't really getting recharged. So I found one root with rot. But the rest actually looks quite healthy, but definitely a small root system. I'm going to give this a smaller pot, smaller footprint. They're all hanging in the greenhouse anyway, so I'm not worried about them toppling over. And holy moly, there were lots of ants in there. That's not necessarily in itself a negative, is it? I don't know. I'll just give this a 14 centimeter pot. That should be just fine. Yeah, might as well. Teeny tiny, love it. I just need to be safe. I need to save some medium today. I don't have all too much substrate. And ultimately I want the majority of the root system to be in the pole. That's what I give it a pole for, right? So I'm not hesitant to give it smaller pots. Also, I think in the greenhouse things will grow pretty fast this year. So quite likely that I need to do a big repot halfway through the season again with some selected plants. So I'm okay with that. I need to park it on the side and I need to make sure it doesn't fall. In general, you guys know I'm not super careful with my plants when I repot them, especially not the ones that live outside. Alrighty. Next up, we've got Philodendron composportianum. We've got Philodendron. Ooh, something with C. Can't think of it now. Also lived over there all winter long. I think this is a bit of cold damage. You can see the yellowing bits. It's also very dirty, but it grew this new leaf over winter. Actually, I think it grew these two leaves over winter. It either has lots of spider mites or actual spiders. I think it's actually spiders, not spider mites. But yeah, it's actually grown really well out there. I was a bit worried about it, but again with the big spread I couldn't really fit it anywhere inside, so I was like, let's just give it a try. Now growing via caterpillar, and you can also see some healthy roots in the substrate over here. I was talking about the biggest challenge being the lack of power outside. So what was I talking about? So over winter the solar panel is not charging the battery enough to actually run this fan that's in the corner over here. So I have this little portable fan. You know, when I talk about you guys overheating, that's what I point at you to stop you from overheating. So over winter I'll just use it in here. it's battery operated and I have 2 batteries, so every morning I just change the battery around, which is okay because I also am not misting in there over summer, so, over winter, so I'll just maybe give it a fresh potting medium as well, might as well. Yeah, just that looked a bit filthy. So yeah, over winter not a problem because the misting system is on, and ultimately what I'm trying to avoid with the airflow is that water sits on leaves and then leaves will rot away. Like especially with the variegated leaves, I've noticed that happening really quickly. So that's basically why I want to keep airflow up, because it's a really high humidity environment, and high humidity and lack of airflow usually results in some sort of fungal issues. So ideally I would like to have airflow on 24/7. Now that is okay with the little portable fan. It doesn't quite last 24 hours, but that's also okay, you know, like as I mentioned over winter. But it's going to be an issue over summer. So today I wanted to reinstall that battery and that solar panel and everything, but and I stored the battery just like the generator. It's more than a battery. I don't know, maybe you've seen the video, it's in my playlist. And I wanted to just quickly charge it up inside first, just using the power plug before I reconnect it to the solar panel and so on. And it's giving me this error. And it gave me that error last year already, and I sent it in and I fixed it and I sent it back, and then it was all good, and now it's giving me this error again. It's like an overload error, and I googled it and it basically gives me no solution, or like I looked at their website and so on. So I'm a little bit pissed off because I need that stuff to be reliable so that I know that my fan is gonna work 24/7, and that little fan is not good enough for summer when it suddenly is like 40 degrees and I have the misting on pretty much constantly. I need decent airflow, and I need the airflow to kind of like cover the whole area. So that's why I've got this big fan that is waterproof and everything proof, and it also oscillates, so it covers the whole greenhouse. So I'm a little bit pissed off. First of all, because I don't have a solution now, I need to send it back in, and like I'm not confident with sending it back in, because last time I sent it in, they sent it back. Well, it wasn't properly fixed clearly, like it worked for the remainder of the season, but then something happened while, oh, there's a slug in here. Disgusting. I really hate slugs, guys. It's up there with worms. I mean, that's obviously the thing about growing outdoors. You're exposed to more nature, which in itself is not a bad thing as long as it's not eating my plants. Oh my god, there was the slug and then I banged it and now the slug is gone. I just do not want the slug. Oh my god, it's right here. I'm traumatized by slugs because when I was in kindergarten, this girl took a slug, picked it up, looked me in the face and then ate it in front of me. Which is also poisonous, by the way, but honestly I think that's the moment that turned me vegan. Okay, I think I need to burn this whole bucket. But all jokes aside. So yeah, I'm pissed off. I hope other people that used the same product or similar products are having better experiences. I don't know if it's because I'm constantly charging it via solar. I couldn't really get any answers, so I'll contact their customer service and just do that again. But anyway, I just wanted it to work, you know what I mean? I don't want to contact customer service and send it in and then wait for it to come back and so on. So anyway, on that note, like I am sometimes concerned when I recommend products to you, because yeah, I mean, like, you know, that product, I tested it for 3 months before I spoke about it. And, you know, I suppose I do my proof is in the pudding method and so on. But yeah, within the first 3 months, I didn't experience any issues. The first issue I experienced with it was like 9 months into using it. But yeah, it's like no brand wants to work with you if you tell them like, oh yeah, send me the product and I can talk about it in 9 months time, right? So I obviously need to find a compromise between, you know, doing enough due diligence on the testing front before I recommend something, while also working with what the brand is actually willing to do. So yeah, in that instance, I'm not happy, because I don't want to recommend a product that then doesn't end up working. Kind of like puts me in a shitty position, and that's why I'm usually really careful with what I recommend to you guys, or what brands I work with and so on. You know, like I only work with brands that I've been using for years now. All of the grow lights that I've been using, like the mother grow lights for example, I've been using them for I think 3 or 4 years now. I think 3 years now, maybe 3.5. I've been using my GT Foliage Focus for I think 4.5 or 5 years now. So those are the products I am most confident recommending to you. And I guess so many people that want to work with me, or like emails being like, do you want to work with this? Do you want to work with that? And I always tell them, it's like, oh, you know, I need to test that product for at least 3 to 6 months before I can recommend it. And that's usually where most deals kind of fall through, because they're like, oh, well, no, the campaign needs to go up next month, right? And then I decline. But apparently, even if a company is willing to give me the 3 months to test a product, maybe 3 months isn't enough. But then, you know, in the plant space, there aren't that many collaborations I can do in the first place. I can't decline all of them, because then I have no more business. Anyway, I think it's just me kind of holding myself to a really high standard. I mean, I see so many people just advertising everything left, right and center. Why do I make it so complicated for myself? I also don't want to shit can anybody. How do I say that? I obviously put that standard on myself because I want to feel good about what I put out there. But that in itself is actually stopping me from kind of taking this potentially to the next level and actually having success with it. I'm the one stopping myself because I don't want to do this or that, or that's not in line with what I want to do and so on. So I basically just decline a whole lot of opportunity as a result of it. I'm not saying you should accept every opportunity and completely throw out your standards, but I think I need to find a bit more of a compromise where, you know, my standards aren't actually prohibiting me from my business being successful. That's why I always say, oh my god, the slug is escaping. Go back in there, you... That's why I always say watching my videos is the best way for you guys to support me, because that way I don't need to work with other brands and I can just do my own thing, and YouTube is actually what's then paying my bills. So honestly, I would love for all of my revenue to just come from YouTube. Hang on, let me work on this real quick. This is the Frosted Heart. I've done a full 12-month video on this plant recently. It came from my IKEA cabinet straight into the greenhouse because it was just getting a bit too lush, but absolutely nothing to do over here. I just want to let it do its own thing in the greenhouse. So we just give this a soak or like a wash. And the exact same thing with my rugosum over here. It is also, actually, let me bring this a bit closer. It is growing a ginormous Cutterfill over here. So, but the leaves are not that huge, but I don't think that's necessarily me thing. I think in general these leaves don't get that huge. I did a video where I kind of called it ugly, and I do think it's a little bit ugly. But I think in the greenhouse, as just one of many plants, it adds a nice texture. It's kind of nice, it's robust, but it's not really like a showstopper for me that I would want to grow inside on this, put it on display. But again, nothing to do over here. I think I'll just park it on the side. Insert clip from Jan just 6 weeks ago. Brentianum actually did so well this season out here. I hope I'm not speaking too early. I hope it's going to make it through the next month as well, and maybe Jan in a month's time is going to regret this decision I'm about to make, but I think I'm just going to keep it here. I saw it coming, didn't I? This is my Brentianum. There are actually some new shoots here, but it completely melted over the last month. So yeah, I feel like sometimes you think, oh, you know, winter's over, but you haven't really seen the damage just yet. Yeah, the bottom part over here is pretty rotten as well. You know what? I'm gonna give up on this plant. I'm sorry. Yes, I could potentially try and recover a cutting or something like that, but I'm just over it. I've tried to grow this plant for many years now, 3 years or so. Actually last year it grew nicely. It reached the top and I was actually really happy with it finally, but I should have definitely put it inside. So here we go. Maybe one day I'll pick up a nice cutting of this again. Maybe I should start with a more mature cutting, given that this one is kind of impossible to mature. Anyway, I've got a new spare pole. Yay! You win some, you lose some. That one was kind of predictable. That one was foreseeable, so that's definitely on me, but YOLO. Right, here we've got one of 7,000 variegated monsteras. I can see some roots in the pot. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna top up the pole with a little bit more mix. That's about it. So yes, I'm disappointed with the power solution that I have, and yeah, I'm disappointed that I wasn't able to pick up on the unreliability of the product while doing the test, but I suppose, you know, it is what it is. Tried, I had good intentions, guys. But yeah, let me send it in. I'll give them the story as well, and they're like, don't just send it back to me for it to break again, you know, like, anyway, see what they come back with. That's definitely a big concern I have often when I recommend any product to use, that maybe it won't work for you guys. So just because I recommend something and because it's worked in my experience, you know, I could have also gotten lucky and it works for me, and maybe you guys use it and it doesn't work for you, or the other way around. So still always question your purchases, do your own research, irrespective of who's recommending something to you. Also, even if it's me who's recommending it, I always try and recommend things with good intentions, and I try to do my due diligence. But yeah, I also need to adhere to, you know, the contractual obligations I have with the advertiser. But sometimes I can't do as much testing with a product as I would love to do. Yeah, that's the reality. This one is a mess. We need to figure that one out. This one's actually also a mess. So this is my medium silver. I cut it. You can see I cut it back here because it was kind of just growing too crazy over winter, and now you've got some new shoots. One of them has found its way under the grid, so I'm gonna free that. Okay, and now I think I can top it up and extend it. I also won't change the pot. This one is actually still the original pot that Tim from Go Vertical has given it to me in. It's still cable tied to the pot, which I never do. That's definitely his work. So let me top up this bit first with a bit of my substrate. But I actually want to give it a moss pile because this substrate was this was cocoa chips and it was drying out quite quickly. Did I bring the cable ties? Probably not. And sorry, we kind of went a little bit off topic when it comes to the greenhouse. We're gonna come back to the greenhouse, don't worry, we can talk about it all day. But let me, maybe while we're on that topic of partnerships and so on, let me give you a quick business update. It's been, what, 8 months now of being a full-time content creator. And I have to say now, especially that it's summer over here. Hello, spider. Now that it's nice and warm over here and the days are longer and I have lots of repotting to do and planting stuff to do, I'm really enjoying it. So I think it was definitely the right decision, but I obviously still need to also ensure that it works for me financially. So I suppose that's the big, and I'm just going to use that pole from the brand Tianum, and yes, there could be root rot in it, and no, I don't care. It will be just fine. The rotting roots will give it some extra nutrients maybe, huh? So yeah, enjoyment in itself ain't gonna pay the bills, right? And I'm actually gonna put this on the outside because there's already enough happening here. I just overlap the poles by two holes, and then I zip tie it all together. So yeah, enjoying my job isn't gonna pay the bills. I can't call my landlord and be like, hey, so I can't pay my rent this month, but I'm having a great time. So financially, it's going okay. It is definitely it's definitely gone better than the 2 years leading up to it, but I suppose you would expect with a growing audience that your revenue would also grow, right? I mean, 2 years ago I had 20,000 subscribers, now I have 220, maybe 230, something like that. So obviously you would expect that if you have more followers, you also make more revenue. And to be honest, it's actually only incrementally more than when I had 20,000. So I suppose that's a good sign for smaller creators. Having a large audience does not actually mean you get paid more. Ultimately, it's all about views, and I feel like views these days are just really randomly decided. Like, you could have no subscribers and the video could go viral. You could have millions of subscribers and nobody watching your videos. So I suppose that's a positive for people that want to get into this for the first time. Actually, also let me know if you want me to make a video on how I got into this, or like tips for new content creators, or how I create my content and so on, if that's something that you're interested in. Alright, here we go. I need to definitely lay this down or hang it somewhere, but yeah, they definitely need a good clean as well. Alrighty, here we've got Syngonium. Where I get a Syngonium? I think nothing to do. I might just top up the pole because it will reach the top of it soon. So yeah, actually September was my best ever revenue month, but it is the revenue on my, and I'm just talking about YouTube here, and the revenue is, if you just look at subscriber numbers, it's not twice as high if you have twice as many subscribers. I think compared to this time last year, I have approximately double, I would say, but I think the revenue is maybe increasing by 10% or something like that. So while I gain subscribers, it doesn't actually translate to gaining views. So please guys, help me get more views, you know, engage with my content, share it, watch it again. That honestly is the best way for you guys to support me. I sound like a broken record. Yeah, look, YouTube revenue is the revenue that I feel most comfortable with, because it's the revenue that I make by just making the videos that I want to make anyway. I don't need to get out of my way. I don't need to work with brands and you know, push some sort of product on you. For you, it's free to watch my YouTube videos as well. So YouTube revenue is my preferred way of making revenue, because it doesn't cost my audience anything, and instead I get paid by advertisers, big companies, Google and so on, and I think they can spare a bit of money for us content creators. I don't want this to be a fan-funded thing. And as much as you guys sometimes tell me, oh, why don't you do a Patreon or memberships, we would support you even if you can't necessarily deliver extra content, I don't necessarily want this to be fan-funded. I think it just would kind of like, I don't like the dynamic in that, if that makes sense. I think my content should be free and easily accessible for anybody who wants to watch it, and it shouldn't be, my content shouldn't be hidden behind a paywall and so on, despite the fact that YouTube takes a big cut of that money anyway, right? So I think just watching my videos and getting YouTube ad revenue is my preferred way. I feel the best about it, considering where the funds are coming from, and it is just getting paid for the core product that I enjoy making anyway. I enjoy making these videos. Of course, to an extent I also need to make these videos to keep alive, but it's the best job I've ever had and the best job I could think of, so I really enjoy that. And when I work with brands, it's only with brands that I actually also really enjoy working with, like with Bunnings. I've been going to Bunnings for 10 years before I started working with them, so it's not something that I only discovered because I'm working with them. I used Motherlights for 1.5 years before I ever talked to you about them. I used the GT fertilizer for 2.5 years before I ever talked to you about it. So these are all products that I actually like, but those collaborations aren't like enough to support my life, you know what I mean? Like, but I feel like there's an unlimited amount of views I could technically get on my YouTube channel, so that's why I always like to push for the views, you know. And also, like, keep in mind I'm in Australia, so you know, Australia is a really small market, so I have very limited options within Australia. There's a lot of people, for example, that do a lot of affiliate marketing with like Amazon, right? Like they're just like, oh, here's the link to this amazing Amazon find and so on. I actually can't really do that, because some things that might be available in the Australian Amazon store are not available in the US Amazon store, and there's just not enough Australian audience for me to really do anything with that. And I also don't want to advertise something in an American Amazon store that I don't even have available in my country in the first place. Like, how can I recommend something to you or ask you to buy something that I don't even have, you know, and I'm not that consumerish. Oh my god, this one is also dead. Oopsie. This was a funny story. This was the plant that Tim from Go Vertical made, and it got lost in the post for 9 months, and then obviously it didn't survive the 9 months in the post, and he sent me a second one, and that obviously didn't survive either. Sorry, I don't think he's watching, so YOLO. He will never know. He will never find out. Anyway, we've got another spare moss pole. Let's see the positive. So yeah, I'm definitely going in circles about it, so let me wrap up this topic. It's going well. I'm really happy with how the business is going, and it's definitely enabling me to stay alive. But I can't help but see much more potential in at least the YouTube revenue part, and I feel very confident with that YouTube revenue part. That's how I would like to make more money, and for that to happen, all I really need is more views. So maybe I need to be a little bit more clickbaity, maybe I need to make a few more, maybe I need to just make more videos that are popular, like look at these plants that I bought and know nothing about, or I don't know. I feel like I'm putting a lot of effort into my videos. I film some of my videos over the course of 12 months, and then it gets like a fraction of the views of some videos where somebody just went to Home Depot and bought 20 plants. I don't know, like, is my content too niche? Is my content too informative? Like, is it just, I don't know, is it not entertaining enough? I'm not too sure. But what I do know is I always want to make content that I personally also enjoy. So I don't necessarily want to just make content because it's clickbaity or it's like popular on the internet right now. I still want to make sure that I look at the video as well and be like, I'm actually really proud of what I produced. But pride also ain't gonna pay the bills. This is Sapinada, by the way, nothing to do, it does its thing. These are just some anthurium stumps that I potted up the other day when I did all of my anthuriums, and I just popped them in here, so nothing to do here for now. Yeah, and then when I ask for suggestions, you guys always come up with great suggestions, but a lot of these things I've also kind of tried already and I know they're not working. Like, a lot of people suggest I go travel around and like look at botanic gardens and other people's plant collections and so on. And I mean, I've traveled around in a small scale. Like, I could go to AJ's, I go to Tim from Grow Vertical, I went to all the botanic gardens over here, I went to Brisbane and so on, and I really enjoy creating that content. But realistically, the content, not a single piece of content that I produced where I traveled is where the revenue of that video has actually covered the costs of the travel. And let's not even talk about the actual existing ongoing cost of living that it also needs to cover, right? It also needs to cover my rent and my bills and so on, and not just the actual travel. So while I enjoy making them, and I will continue making them because I enjoy making them, they're not the solution to actually getting more views and more watch time on this channel, I think. So yeah, look, I'll keep doing what I'm doing because I'm enjoying it, but you know, I've been doing a lot of thinking recently, and I know that I know my number one goal, or like I really have two goals. I would love to continue having a job that I love doing, and I would love to not have to rent, because renting really stops me from doing what I really want to do. I want to have creative freedom to renovate my house, put some things on the walls, change things around the way that I want. And as a renter, I'm just very limited in what I can do. Plus, I have to move all the time. You never know. Are you going to get kicked out next year or not? So why are you going to make fundamental changes to a place that you're always just in temporarily, you know? Or why are you, like, even just like things like buying furniture. I'm buying a couch that I know fits in this house, but I might only live here for a year, and then I move somewhere else and the couch might no longer fit, you know? You guys are starting to overheat, so let me give you the fan. So yeah, I want to get into the property market. This, by the way, is my Biliatii, and it is very dead. Yeah, that's not really salvageable. Oopsie, oh, so sorry. She was outside all winter long, actually not even in greenhouse, outside, and didn't like it. And this one, I think, is my reverted Paraiso Verde. It's just a piece of nothing. Look at her. She was also outside all year round, so not even in the greenhouse. She was hanging on the fence and did not like the cold and wet. I don't know how many times I can say it, but cold and wet, not a good combination. And this one is another mixed pot of anthuriums, or like not mixed, little seedlings that I grew. I forgot them in the corner of my greenhouse. They all died back, but I mean, there's still some stumps there, and hopefully some of these can recover. So yeah, if I think about my 2 objectives, then ideally, in a perfect world, I would love to continue to run my YouTube channel. I love teaching people how to grow plants. I love spreading the joy that plants can bring. I love entertaining people as well. I think the most rewarding comments is when people either tell me that, you know, I really changed this hobby for them, or when people say that they really are entertained by my videos and it puts them in a good mood. And I would love to continue that. I think that is more meaningful than sitting in an office for me personally. I feel like I can always still sit in an office when I'm eventually, right? So I would love to continue what I'm doing, but what I'm doing is very space ineffective, right? It requires a lot of space for me to grow all of these plants to then be able to produce content with them. With the need for a lot of space comes the need for a lot of money, because property prices are really expensive, especially in Sydney. So actually living in Sydney is no longer a reasonable option once I stopped renting, right? So that one I kind of came to terms with already. But I need to find a way to continue having a lot of space and continuing to be able to, you know, create content and explore my creativity, while also being able to save money for a house deposit and then buying a house, so that I don't need to pay somebody else's mortgage for the rest of my life, but I can pay my own mortgage. And well, basically I need more money for that, you know. And I know everybody does, you know, everybody wants more money, and I suppose that's a common thing with cost of living crisis. And don't get me wrong, I think in the grand scheme of things I've got it really, really good. I have a job that I really enjoy and I can live off that. But yeah, doesn't mean that I can't have another dream. And I know there's probably going to be some people that feel like, oh my god, influencers don't deserve anything. Like, there's a lot of people that think like influencers shouldn't be paid for their work, and I think I'm not necessarily a traditional influencer. I would say I'm somewhat of an educator, and I think I should get paid for the work I do helping other people get educated on this topic and the entertainment that I might bring. I just want that payment to come from YouTube ideally. So, long-winded way of saying, please watch my videos so that I can continue making videos in the long run, while also hopefully getting out of the rental market. That's my goal. And honestly, there's not a single day where I don't think about this. Every single day I think about, where should I move to? What sort of house could I afford? What can I do to afford that house? What could I do to broaden the content on my channel to get more interest in it? Because it is a really niche topic. By the way, here, first leaf of the season on my Monstera. And this one is my Cupria. Also looking quite healthy actually. So I think I won't change anything over here. It's a small Cupria, not the big one that I've got inside. So I think nothing to do here. This one, yeah, has some healthy roots. Yeah, nothing to do here. Anyway, I hope it doesn't come across as ungrateful, because, I mean, look, I know that's always somebody's going to get the wrong message out of this. But yeah, I just feel like there's so much potential in this, and I feel like I have gotten a decent sized audience. I mean, I don't know, there's people that have like 10,000 people and they're doing this full time. I genuinely don't know how. Is it because they actually say yes to every partnership that gets proposed? Like right now, I have one outstanding video for a brand that I need to do. And that's it. I have nothing else in the works. There's no other work, because I declined every opportunity because it wasn't necessarily in line with what I want my channel to stand for. But then I feel stupid, because eventually there won't be a channel anymore, because I can't afford to do it anymore. So I just need to find that sort of compromise without feeling like a sellout, you know. I don't know. Anyway, this was another one of the ones that got a repot, and as part of the repot I absolutely destroyed this leaf, so it's only staying on until I see the next one come out, and then it will have to go. And this one is my begonia. I'll bring you a bit closer because it's actually quite cute. But let's cut this one off. It's dragging on the floor. Oh, hang on, I've got a different green waste. Look how cute it actually is. Look at how fluffy and furry the new leaves are when they come out. I know nothing about begonias, so I'm not going to repot this. I'm just going to park it on the side. Clearing out, it's actually quite good, and we're getting to the dead corner where everything is kind of dead. It wasn't actually as much repotting as I thought. Alrighty, here we've got a few more variegated monsteras, another leaf coming out here. That's actually very good to see. What about this one? Can't see roots, nor can I see any growth. So you know what that means. Let's do nothing with it. Florida Ghost, the little tissue culture Florida Ghost. I honestly just couldn't be asked to look at it inside anymore, so it's just gonna live here until it dies. And this one is some of my very wholesome cuttings that I put outside in an attempt to see if it wants to crawl. There's one left over here. One with one shoot. Seems a bit overkill to have such a big pot for it then, huh? Nah, this one also has a root rot. Anyway, sorry, I really went on a bit of a rant there, didn't I? It's kind of what you know these repots for by now, right? I just kind of speak my mind. But yeah, that is honestly on my mind every single day. How do I get out of the rental market? How do I get a place that I can be creative with, and kind of also then take the content on this channel to the next level, where I can take you along on doing some obviously just minor renovations in the house and kind of really setting up the house to work for my aesthetics in the way that I want to grow my plants, having a garden that I can do creative changes to. I can, like, 1 year set up a veggie patch, the next year I want to do something different and so on, you know. I would just love that, and I would love to then also take you along and yeah, just kind of expand my content a little bit rather than just showing you houseplants. I mean, I'm still always going to be houseplants, but basically not have the limitations of having to live in somebody else's house that you can't do anything with, you know, and be able to be creative. Okay, so this is a mess. Let me bring you closer. It is just a pothos, I think a global green or emerald green. I think it's the same, just depends on which way around the variegation is. And it's been on here for a long time, and it's not really increasing in leaf size, but it has shot out lots of new shoots, and they're all coming out the back of the pole. Can you see this here? So I think I need to do some propagations maybe. And there's also some shoots at the back over here. Now, I actually really like this, but I would actually also like to have a second version of this and have it trailing. So I'm gonna cut some propagations for a nice trailing pot of this. Oh, you're running out of battery. One moment. Sorry, I think the last bit didn't record. I'm just putting a little extension on my global green over here. And what I was saying is, like, okay, I should stop bitching and moaning about the money conversation and keep talking about the greenhouse. But I then very quickly came to the conclusion that the part about the greenhouse that pisses me off the most is that I don't have power out here. Because having a greenhouse in itself isn't actually going to just solve all of your issues. Like, yes, you have the potential to create a really good, humid, tropical environment in there, or you have the ability to control the environment much more than you could outdoors. But controlling the environment often comes with the need to use some sort of power, right? Either in the form of a fan or heating or like a automated misting system and so on. So for example, I can only set my misting system on a schedule and say turn on every day at 12, 2 and 4 or something like that. But I don't have a consistent power supply that could kind of monitor the conditions consistently and then turn on and off a humidifier or a mister or a heater or something like that, right? You would need more consistency for that, a thing that's consistently plugged in. And ultimately, if I rely on solar power, it could easily be that overnight it runs slow, and then in the morning the sun charges the solar panel and the battery again, and then the fan turns back on again. But it's not consistent. I can't rely on it always being on. It's going to turn on and off depending on how much sun there is, right? So it really limits me in how much automation I can put in the greenhouse, at least from my research. I don't know if I'm just missing something here and there's like all of this automated stuff out there and I'm just unaware. And in the grand scheme of things, not a problem. I enjoy monitoring it and learning and adjusting it accordingly. But it's definitely an issue if I go away and now it's just like, oh well, 3 times a day you need to check if the humidity levels in the greenhouse are, you know what I mean, nobody's going to do that. So it's another thing that I would love to explore. I would love to explore a little bit more with automation, especially in my greenhouse, but I think I'm just limited with what I can do. And then am I going to do that, set it all up, and then in 6 months time I need to move again and I'm facing completely different challenges. Anyway, you can tell I've been thinking about this whole topic a lot recently, and it's been just in my mind and it's just been frustrating me and so on. So I just wanted to talk to you about my mindset about it. Apart from that, I do enjoy the greenhouse very much. I think it's just giving me another challenge in growing plants, and I love growing plants in there. And I love just going in there, and especially in summer when the sun hits it and then the mist is turned on and I can make little rainbows in there. I think it's just such a cool feature. And whenever anybody comes to my house, oh look at that. Look, they're all pushed back to the back of the pole. Interesting. Everybody always loves seeing the greenhouse, and it's a good one to talk to people about, and yeah, so I like it. It's a nice feature of my garden. But I'm also nervous about what to do when I need to move again with this greenhouse. It's just such a nightmare to move it. If you can read between the lines, then you might kind of understand what journey I'm on at the moment, and that journey might involve moving again. But I'm not confirming anything for you just yet. I don't know yet. It's all out in the open. I don't know. All I do know is I need my business to continuously improve to be able to afford my vision, let's say. And yes, I have been considering going back to a corporate job, just for job security, which enables you to usually secure more funds in lending. But the thought of going back to it and kind of giving up on this sort of dream and this sort of passion is actually making me really sad. So I'm going to try my very best to keep this going, but I also need to make sure that it is enabling me to meet my more long-term goals that I want to have. I feel like sometimes society has this expectation that if you want to achieve something, you need to have a job that you really hate. You know, you need to suffer so that you then deserve the reward. And it's like, I don't think we all need to suffer to deserve a reward. Why can't we do good and then deserve a reward as a result of doing well? Anyway, I'm yapping on and on about this topic. I'm so sorry if this is really boring to you, but this is really what's going through my mind at the moment. And we can talk about it more once I have a little bit more information. I'll keep you up to date, but I'm also very conscious about talking about these things online because people have so many opinions, and yeah, everybody's entitled to their opinions, but it's a little different if you're talking about your whole livelihood over here and your whole life and like some impactful decisions you want to make in your life. I don't know if I need everybody's opinion on this. That's why I really only talk about it in these videos, because I know like the people that watch these videos and make it that far into the videos, they're my people. Like, I want to share these news with you. Definitely not with Instagram. So yeah, anyway, I haven't really confirmed anything. I'm being really cryptic, but who knows how long I'm going to live here for. Anyway, I'll just chop all of this into single node cuttings. I really want to create a nice lush pot of trailing pothos actually, so that's why I'm just making as many as possible, and I'm going to sit them over there, let them dry out as well. This is my variegated Burlemarks, or was. Also did not like. Yeah, well, look at this. This is what the stem looks like by now. We did not like the cold, quite clearly. It's alright, you win some, you lose some. I have no idea what this is. I think AJ gave it to me once in like a rescue box. Let's do nothing with it. I have no plans for this. Another variegated Monstera. Can neither see roots nor leaf growth, but still has a leaf. I can see absolutely nothing. Let me investigate. Okay, it has healthy roots. Why are you not giving me a new shoot? Oh, I don't know. Did I do this? Okay, see, so this is the node, right? Then the node had a new shoot over here, but then I somehow, I don't know if I cut this off or ripped off or whatever, so I don't think this will ever reshoot again, despite having a healthy root system, because the node already shot out once. So I think I'm giving up on this. Don't hate me. Okay, this is a stomp of Oblique. Let's see if I can pot this up. Wow, that moss is very moist. Yeah, healthy looking stem, some healthy looking roots, some not super healthy looking roots, but these ones look healthy. So I'll just pot it up. So yeah, overall, I really enjoy having the greenhouse. People that come and visit me always love the greenhouse as well. They're really fascinated to go inside and so on. And overall, it is definitely a space that I have more control over compared to the normal outside world, right? If I would have consistent power. But I'm not mad, you know, I'm not mad at it at all. I actually really enjoyed the challenge. When I did the Anthurium repot, I actually forgot one. This is a Clarinervium hybrid. It's just a stick, there's no roots, and I tried to propagate it in water for almost a year with 0 success. So I just thought, you know what, I'll just pot it up and see if I can propagate it in aeroid mix, because at this stage, YOLO. Over here I have some, like a tub of alive sphagnum moss. Like it's still growing if you want to. So I bought this at the fair in April for a terrarium makeover or something like that, which I definitely want to do. I just don't have direct plans. And this one is my maidenhair fern that was out there the whole winter long, and it's loving it, and I'm loving the maidenhair fern. Might get a little bit too hot for it over there in summer, but we will see. You can even see some new shoots coming out there. I like it. Nothing to do. Over here I've got a jewel orchid, even in bloom. Nothing to do over here. And this is one of my Bellicoisums. I only put that out here last week. So nothing to do for this one either. No, I forgot one. This was my Gloria. Oh no. Oh no. This was my Gloriosum. Okay, it didn't survive. I wasn't surprised by that, because my Gloriosum also didn't survive in my garden the year before. So, you know, sometimes I really don't learn from my mistakes, and that's what I end up with. Let's bring out the trailing plants. Actually, before I take them out, I need to go downstairs and find some pots for them. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's take these out. And apologies again for the rant. You know, I want to keep this positive. I like being a positive person. Ooh, look at this. It's looking a bit unhealthy, huh? I want to keep this really fun and happy and all of this, but I also need to keep it realistic. I think there's a lot of people that would... I'm just gonna cut this right back, by the way, because these leaves are all looking a bit ugly. I repot it and I just let it reshoot. And yes, I could propagate some of these. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that would be upset if I don't continue with this channel. So as much as you guys probably don't want me to not continue with the channel, then you guys also need to be part of the conversation on how I can keep the channel alive. But I know that, you know, especially talking about money and making money and, like, you know, is a tricky topic online, because people feel like you don't get to have a fun job and then also be successful with it. You can have one or the other, you know. Having a job that you like is already success enough. What else do you want? It's like, yeah, but again, I don't think it's mutually exclusive. I think you can have both. Okay, I chopped this right back because honestly these leaves just also didn't look super healthy, and I figured trying to recover these might actually be harder than just starting it from scratch. And then this way, hopefully it's also going to end up being really lush and not just kind of an empty bold top and then like really lush bottom parts. But I also want to look into this potting mix. Wow, healthy roots. So that's good, but very soggy medium. Look at that. What? You know what? I'm gonna let this drain on the side over here, so you can see it drip drip. Maybe I'll elevate it a little bit, and I'm moving on to the next one in the meantime. Yeah, see, it makes no sense. The drainage hole is kind of raised. Makes no sense. It's just gonna accumulate water. I love this. Oh, I don't even know what type of Ripsalis it is, but it's looking so lush. And this fern that kind of hitchhiked is making it lush at the top as well. So it's growing both directions. So honestly, I have nothing to do over here. I feel like I could only make it look worse, not necessarily better. And yes, if I repotted, it would have potential to grow bigger, but I don't think my greenhouse has potential for it to grow bigger. So I'm gonna just park this on the side. Okay, this one is my pagoda lipstick plant, and I chopped off a lot of the bottom part because it had aphids. And now look at all of the new shoots sprouting out the top over here. So I think this is really happy. I'm not going to do anything with this for now. Okay, we only have the carnivorous plants to go. And I said earlier I won't repot them because I think they're still fine. This is the latest one that I got. Oh my god, it's actually blooming even. So it's very happy. What I could kind of do though is I could manage this a little bit so it doesn't flop around like that, but it has a little bit more structure. I could just gently cable tie it to the thingy this way. I like that better, takes up less space. And then my crown jewel, so to say. Oh, I love this one, but it needs a little bit of cleaning. This one has now been 2 years old, and I need to be so careful to not smash any of the pitches. So I think I have not lost a single leaf in those 2 years, so these are really the first leaves I ever chop off. And I'm gonna chop off some of the old pitches. I don't think you can see me down here anymore. The old pitches. Because new ones are now coming. Let me show you close up. Actually, I need to also do something with this. Look how long this has gotten. Okay, have a look at this. Where all the pitches here, 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 here. They're all still small, but there's heaps, and the plant has propagated itself. So while this is the main shoot that I just wrapped around, there's another one here and another one here. Happy days. So yeah, I was talking about the greenhouse and how I really enjoy having that additional challenge, you know, and that's what I think is so nice about this hobby. It's not, obviously I have a certain thing that I really like doing. Wow, this medium is so soggy. I'm not surprised this plant suffered. It's nice doing something different, learning something new, even if it's like with the same plants. I don't grow like super different plants out there. The only plants that are really different that I grow out there that I don't really grow anywhere else is the pitcher plants, and I want to have more of those. They survived winter so well. They were like my joy to look at over winter because they hardly looked like they even suffered at all. Bradley, don't eat the pitcher plant, yeah? So it is cool because it does enable me to grow other plants that I wouldn't normally grow indoors, and it is teaching me a different challenge. The challenge in there is really overheating, something I don't really usually face indoors, and then too cold, and then too humid, like all of these challenges that we don't normally face indoors, right? Normally we have a lack of humidity inside, or it's too cold, hardly ever too hot in there, right? Obviously a completely different set of pests, like I'm dealing with things like slugs potentially, or caterpillars, rather than just spider mites. Spider mites doesn't seem to be such a big issue in the greenhouse and so on. So it's a completely different way of growing, even though I'm only 3 meters away from my living room. and with a different set of conditions comes a different set of care, different set of medium, right? Like I use more aeroid poles in the greenhouse because it's easier to water, for example. Like not easier to water, but I can just water it and the mess doesn't impact it so much, and it's just easier for me to actually do it and more cost effective and so on. So I do different things in the greenhouse than I do inside, and I really enjoy getting that sort of diversity when it comes to growing. I think it turns me into a better grower because I'm more aware of differences. If you only know one set of conditions, you only know one set of care, then it's going to be hard to help other people with their issues potentially. And I love being able to help others with their issues and make them appreciate this hobby or be better at this hobby. So the more experiences I can make, the better. But obviously I don't want to move to Antarctica to experience what it's like to grow over there and so on, right? Obviously the variety of experience is very much limited by where I live, right? So, oh my god. Ugh. But yeah, I really enjoy it. Should I try something crazy and grow it in this pot? I think it's usually for orchids, not for syngoniums, but YOLO. And at the same time, I have to say, from a care perspective, the greenhouse is very easy. It's just going in there, the misting does a lot of the watering, or at least creating a high humidity environment so I don't have to water all too often. So really my challenge is in monitoring and adjusting the conditions accordingly, which is a good learning curve. It's a nice part of the hobby, something different. Whereas inside, I'm obviously just having the conditions that I like to keep my house at for my own sake, and then it's more about adjusting the care approach for the plants. Over here, it's the other way around. So it again gives me just a broader understanding of growing plants and the challenges that we might face, which just makes me a better grower. Alrighty, I'm back. I've got my proper gardener hat on because it's gonna get dirty and I don't want my nice LA hat to get dirty, and I'm also gonna get sweaty because we are about to clean the greenhouse. Tim is actually coming over to bring the gurney back. He borrowed my gurney, and then I'm gonna gurney the greenhouse first, and then I'm gonna do the squeezy one on at least the glass front. But also, this shelf is also super filthy, so we need to gurney that as well. Yuck, we found lots of slugs underneath, so we're just taking it all out. Disgusting. Hello, welcome to my channel. Always make sure to wear protective foot gear. Good enough, huh?
Yeah, then we'll do the brush.
Is it gonna rain? No, right? What time is it?
2:18.
Oh shit, so you need to go now?
Yeah.
Thanks for your help. It's good enough, I'm over it. So, over it. Ugh. everything is wet as well now. Let me quickly squeegee the bottom again. Now the sun has disappeared. The moment when we need it, I think it's gonna freaking rain on us. In itself, not a bad thing because the plants would appreciate the rain, but I need to get you guys out of the rain. Relax, 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 relax. Let's get rid of the gurney. I don't understand this. Help me. Oh my god, can you hear the thunder? Alrighty, over here, you guys should be somewhat protected in case it rains. By the way guys, earlier, when I was waiting for Timmy, I repotted the Ripsalis that I forgot. That's the ID. And from upstairs, I took a Hoya and I repotted that as well. Yes, I'm gonna have a Hoya in my greenhouse. Let's close this umbrella so that if it rains, my plants can actually get rained on. That's the only positive about rain. Alrighty, my friends. So, I know it might be about to rain, but I can't guarantee it. But what I really want to do is I want to get all of these plants watered and cleaned. If it then rains on top of them as well, that would be ideal. But I know Sydney weather too well to actually rely on rain. It's probably gonna rain for 2 seconds. It's just not good enough. Oh, here it comes. Not ideal because I want to dry these wooden tiles. So let me quickly collect them. Did you hear that? I checked the forecast to make sure I'm doing this on a day where it doesn't rain, because everything being wet is just, it's really hard to clean things when everything is wet. But as always, the bomb is letting us down. You're running out of battery. It's raining. I'll be back in a sec.
I need time, just a little more time. I need time.
Hello. Okay, it definitely started raining a little bit. As you can see, everything is wet. It rained just enough to make everything a little bit wet, but not enough to actually like thoroughly water and or clean these plants. So it's actually not a bad thing for these plants to be rained on, because they're in the greenhouse. They usually never get rained on. But I also want to provide them with some nutrients. So I made my worm casting thingy again, and I'm just gonna water them all in with a little bit of worm castings. Actually no, I'm gonna hoist them down first. Yes, I know it's raining, but I need a little more power. The good thing is with the greenhouse, I can also just hoist them down in the greenhouse, right? It's not like something like indoors. When I'm indoors, I have to take them all out to thoroughly hoist them down. I can always do that inside the greenhouse as well. I don't think the carnivorous plants want any nutrients. I think they just want bugs. I wish they would eat slugs. If they would eat slugs, wow, they would be very happy in my greenhouse. And I'm sure it's just gonna stop now. As always, I just hate mess. I just don't like operating in a messy environment, and it's too messy for me right now. I need to chill. But while it stopped raining, let me quickly show you the greenhouse. So, welcome back to the greenhouse. I've got the fan on high to kind of just dry it out a little bit, because it's been so moist in here with all of the stuff. Now obviously rain doesn't help with that. I would have loved a little bit of sun to dry it out a bit faster, but yeah, I'll just keep this as it is and let the other plants out there drain as much as possible. Maybe they won't get rained on all too much anymore. And I'm gonna have some lunch. I'm way overdue for lunch. I did not anticipate this to take that long. And then I'll see you shortly when we're moving everything back inside. I know I'm quite far away, but this is the furthest you can go without getting wet. It is still raining, and I'm checking my forecast, and like 15 minutes ago it said rain is expected to stop in 13 minutes. So it should have stopped by now. Now I'm checking, it says rain is supposed to stop in 28 minutes. So I think we just need to move on. Also, it's not a bad thing, like it's a wet space in the greenhouse anyway. I just really wanted to kind of get it a bit drier so I could also just quickly use the blower again. But let's give up on this ever being a dry thing today. It's fine, it's not that bad. I definitely need to make sure I turn off the mister. Good timing, would have started in 17 minutes. We do not need additional misting. But my microphone or anything is not waterproof, so I'm going to set up my little action camera in here somewhere, and hopefully I can capture me bringing all of the plants back. And then I'm hoping by then it will stop raining, so I can take my popper camera a little bit closer and show you the new setup. But yeah, we gotta keep going because I don't have all day. I need to go to the gym in about an hour. Go!
I need time, just a little more time. I need time, just a little more time. One more time, one more time. I need time, just a little more time. I need time, just a little more time. One more time, one more time. Next to you. Next to you. Can I get up next to you? Up in the middle with the night texting you. Sky's looking clear for the night set for two. Gotta mix a Henny with the Sprite. Set the mood, set the mood, set the mood. Yeah, you're nice. You can have my heart, just name the price. Trying to get a grip, you became a vice. Need a piece of your love if you save this life.
Where's the other camera?
Whoopsie.
Forgot about you. Hello, Sauce. As you can see, I'm pretty wet, but I managed to put everything back into the greenhouse. So let's have a really quick look, and then I really want to get out of this. I'm cold and wet by now. Let me just show you. Less talking, more showing. Right, I'm trying to go back out, but it's still raining a little bit, and you guys are not waterproof. So as you can see, I actually have quite a lot of room left, right? And that's first of all, of course, for plants to grow into their new space, but also I will probably take some plants from the inside world and pop them into the greenhouse as well. So there are definitely lots and lots of empty spots, specifically on this side. Imagine if I get rid of the Plowmanii, wherever I'm going to put that, then I would actually have lots of room for more poles as well. Not 100% happy with the hanging arrangement of the plants just yet, but I kind of wanted to keep it a little more open so that when I first walk in, I'm not just always like bumping into something. But see how we go. As I said, there's a few plants from the inside world that will have to come in here anyway, so I'll have to rearrange all the time. Yeah. A little bit anticlimactic. Usually we're looking forward to the end result, and now kind of gotten rained on, literally. But that's okay. I'm sure we'll see the greenhouse in many, many videos over the next coming months, because, well, I'm expecting the most growth in this greenhouse over here. Couple of other things. I still haven't figured out the fan situation. I'm still as annoyed as I was at the beginning of the video, so that I need to work on. And in the morning, as you might have seen, I filmed all day, but in the morning, as you might have seen, there's a lot of light coming from the back. In the afternoon, the light is coming from the front. But because there's so much light coming from the back, a lot of these leaves get confused and want to kind of point in all directions. So I was actually thinking maybe shading the back wall a little bit to get leaves to rather face forward instead. So that's also something that I might want to work on. But, you know, Rome wasn't built in a day. I think this is plenty for a day of repotting. There's a bunch of plants in my greenhouse that are in need for a pole extension, so we're going to tackle that today. And I want to talk to you about my living situation, give you a little bit of a life update, because there's good news and bad news. It is a beautiful summer morning in Sydney. It is nice and hot. 30 degrees already and it's still the morning. It is also 70% humidity. It's going to be hot and steamy today. I've got a fan on you so that you guys don't overheat, and I just have to suck it up. Anyway, let's take some plants out of the greenhouse, because there's a few that need pole extensions, maybe some need repots as well, and I want to have a little bit of a life update with you. I love chatting to you guys. It's actually very therapeutic for me. It helps me, put my thoughts into chronological order as well, and sometimes saying things out loud really helps as well. And at the same time, I'm giving you kind of a chance to get to know me a little bit better, or understand where I'm at and what's happening and what's not happening and so on. Alrighty, let's have a look. Have a look at this. See, I hope it's going to be okay with all of the sun filming today. Maybe we'll see. This is one of my current favorites. It is my Emidrio medium silver. This has been in this tiny pot ever since I got it, and that's almost 2 years ago now. It's really been thriving over summer. There's 4 shoots at the moment, and it's giving me really nice large leaves. So really happy. It has not outgrown the pole just yet, so I don't need to worry about that. But I was thinking maybe I should give it a larger pot, because with the next extension I would need to give it a larger pot anyway, but this is already looking mighty root bound. Yeah, you can hardly see anything in there, so much algae. So maybe let's tackle that first. Okay, let's take this existing pot out. This is still the pot that Tim from Grow Vertical gave it to me. I don't know if you've been following me for a long time. Not last year's Collectors Plant Fair, but the year before. He gave me this one at the end of the show, and I've been loving it since. I've grown it in my greenhouse. Obviously I wouldn't have grown in the greenhouse back then, because I didn't have a greenhouse. Did I have a greenhouse back then already? Ever since I can remember, this has been in the greenhouse. Definitely since I've lived in this house, which has now been 12 months, no, 13. It's now been 14 months. We're in the 14th month of living in this house. It's definitely always been in the greenhouse, including during the winter months. Now we can probably see this a little bit better. This is all just roots. So, which also means it survived the winter out there, which is very good news. Right? We like that. Now, I don't know if I should free it up a little bit. I'll free it up a little bit and I'll collect the existing substrate in this pot. Because it's not a bad thing to incorporate a little bit of the existing substrate. I'm going to go with my chunky airwood mix. Again, it's quite tree fern fiber heavy, which is what I've been loving recently. And I think in the greenhouse specifically, that's not a bad idea, because it is quite hot in there, right? I think let me check in a sec how hot it actually is in there. I mean, I've had the door open for a hot minute now, so it might have cooled down a little bit, but with the doors closed, specifically in the morning sun is coming in from behind, which I'm sure is going to be amazing when I review the footage later. But yeah, it can get really, really hot there in the morning, and then in the afternoon it gets the sun from where you are right now, so it gets really hot in the afternoon as well. So I've had the misters on constantly to cool it down and to keep everything watered, but that also means that a more water retentive mix, aka using a little bit more tree fern fiber, isn't a bad thing for these plants, so they require less frequent watering. I do water probably every 2 or 3 days, depends on how hot it's been. We've had some 39-degree hot days, we've had some 36, 34, but then also down to 23, 24 again, right? All within a week. So obviously on the day where it's 39, I water more than on a day when it's 24. So, you know, gotta use a little bit of common sense and judgment. Alrighty, that's it. I will park this on the side and I'll water this in. Alrighty, let's have a look what's going on here. Hi, this is Syngonium Frosted Heart. It only moved into the greenhouse this season at the end of winter, or like at the beginning of spring. Now, it is right in the corner. So I think that's why it doesn't have that nice of a display side anymore, because the leaves are kind of getting light from all corners, the back, the front, you know, all the corners depending on how it changes throughout the day. But look at the leaves are definitely getting much bigger compared to the smaller indoor leaves. Right? It is reaching the extension, and it actually rooted into the pole without there being substrate. I think I could easily extend this if I wanted to. Do I want to though? To be honest, I don't really want to extend this because it's not growing that pretty. What I rather do is I rather create something lusher. So I just did a chop, and now I'm just gonna try and free this top cutting from the pole without disturbing too many roots. Oh, oopsie, I ripped one. I ripped this one. That's okay. Look at all of these roots. And now I'm just going to put it into the pot, and then I have two climbing up here to make it just lusher rather than extending it, because it's not going to really increase in leaf size much, right? Hello darling, I don't have a seat for you. Do you want to be in the greenhouse? I'm already so sweaty, guys. And I mean, I'm not moving much, right? I'm just sitting here. Okay, I just chuck this in there, and I'll chuck this cutting in here as well. Make sure that most of these roots go into the substrate, and then I'll also take... Didn't I just take out this little pin? I swear to God, I just had this little pin, didn't I? Oh, I found a cable tie in my potting mix for some reason. Oh well, then I'm using this. I'm just using the cable tie to take this second shoot that I just cut off and cable tie it to the pole so it can start attaching. And yes, this is not necessarily a guaranteed success, because obviously I didn't give this top cutting any chances to root any further, but the conditions in the greenhouse should be so good, and it had some roots that you saw. I think it will be just fine. But we'll see how we go. I feel like at this stage in the greenhouse, because it is so warm and humid and just perfect conditions, it's honestly hard to go wrong. However, in winter it can go down to like 4 degrees. I think 4 degrees is the coldest I've seen. And obviously it's still really, really humid in there, and cold and wet is a terrible combination. So in winter I don't have the misters on, and I just hope for the best. But he's gone into the naughty corner, right? Let me get him in a sec. But the medium I showed you earlier was in there all winter long as well. So it survived winter. It didn't grow at all during winter, but it also didn't completely die back, and then had a phenomenal comeback. So I think I will keep this Syngonium in there throughout winter as well, because realistically I just don't have enough space indoors, and this is not one of my favorites that would deserve a bit of a prime spot. Alrighty, done and dusted. Let me bring you closer, and then I'll go hunt down the baby. Just a little lusher now, right? I think I might need to give it a different position in the greenhouse so that it actually has a nicer display side. Come on. Okay, I think he wants to go inside. You know what? I need to do a new bucket of air mix. I already finished after 2 plants. So let me do that, and I'm also really quickly going to cool down inside while I open the door for Bradley. I'll see you soon. Alrighty, I'm back. Let me show you this plant. Doesn't need anything done, but I think it's a great one to show you. This is Cosinianum. I always forget it. But look at the latest leaf. It was growing so nice, and then the latest leaf, it almost looks like it developed some sort of variegation, but everywhere the variegation also caused the leaf to be completely deformed here as well. So yeah, I mean, it could be some virus, whatever it is. I'm not too sure. I'm not super concerned straight away. I'm gonna wait for the next leaf, but if this is continuing, then I might have to do something about it. Yuck. But have a look. Really healthy roots in the pole, really healthy roots in the pot. I'll just hang it back. Rugosum also moved in here at the beginning of spring. It has definitely grown thicker stems, but also larger internodal spacing. And these were the indoor leaves. I feel like it then increased in leaf size a little bit, but now almost is decreasing again. I'm not too sure. I'm also not too sure what all of this is. Like, see how leggy it's growing with all of these bits? I don't know. Because it's been growing so leggy, it's in need for an extension. Yeah, and I think I want to change the position of this plant as well. It's currently hanging at the very top of the greenhouse, but when I give it an extension, it's probably going to move further down, and then we'll see. I don't think I need to give it a larger pot. I can't see many roots. I'm just going to give it an extra pole. And these are the grow vertical poles. As always, they're linked in the description. And what I'll do with them, when I extend them, I'll just extend them by overlapping the two poles by 2 cable ties. Only once I start adding a third of these grow verticals, I'll actually start putting a garden stake in for stability as well. Plus with this one, I'm not so worried because I'm kind of like, it's gonna end up partially standing, but also partially hanging. Or like at least it's standing, but I'm gonna support it with a little hook on the side of the greenhouse as well. So it will have support from the bottom and from the top, if you does that make sense? I'm not worried about this falling anytime soon. Alright, as always, I go through, these have pre-drilled holes, I go through both of the plastics and then also the mesh at the front to connect it all together. I have plenty of moss pole extension tutorials in my moss pole playlist. In that moss pole playlist, you'll also find my aeroid mix recipe, my moss pole tutorial, how I do extensions, how I do chop and extends, how I do stitches. Like sometimes I stitch a smaller pole into a larger pole. Anything. How to water moss poles, how to keep them stable, everything. Everything I know about moss poles is in that moss pole playlist, so feel free to check that out. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the living situation, because obviously I feel like I'm well known on the internet for being the person that constantly has to move with their plants. In 2023 I had to move twice, and in 2024 I didn't have to move at all. And if you've watched my SPG awards show, you would already know the good news. I will not have to move in 2025 again. So my housemate and I signed a new lease over here till Feb 26. Happy days. So we've got a little over 1 year to go. So that is really, really good news for a few reasons. I think you can still see me here. I'm just going to fill the pole with more aeroid mix. There was aeroid mix in this pole from the beginning, so I'm not going to fix what's not broken. I'm going to stick to aeroid mix, and that's been working really well in the greenhouse because it's so easy to re-moisten that one. That's really good news, because finding a new rental would have been extremely hard for me, because the rental market in Sydney is very competitive. And it's very expensive, which means that if you want to ensure that you get the place that you really fancy, you need to be a good candidate. Here we go, just top that up with aeroid mix, good to go. I'm gonna have to lean it, I probably have to lie it down over there somewhere because it's still in that tiny pot. Just been thinking, I reckon later when I'm done, I'm gonna hang them all back and then I'm gonna water them, because if I water them first, they're just gonna keep falling left, right and center. Anyway, the thing is, I'm just not a good candidate at the moment because I'm self-employed. This is my tenure. It has done absolutely nothing in over a year, so I'm expecting a lot of root rot. It was in the greenhouse. Was it there in winter? I think it was there during winter as well, so I think that would explain why. Well, let's have a look, because it should have recovered by now, but yeah, it seems very... there are some roots here. They're not the best, but they're not rotten. Anyway, definitely few have fallen off, but not that bad. Anyway, let's see if a new mix will fix it. Yeah, I'm just not a good candidate for renting places at the moment because I'm self-employed. I get it. Look, I worked in finance for 6 years, 5 years and so on. I know how these sort of companies operate, right? You have a checklist and they just check the boxes, and if you don't check the boxes, then that's it. I know how the real estate agents operate. I've had plenty of conversations with them. I've had to look for rental properties so many times. I know how this stuff works. At the end of the day, they perceive self-employment as much riskier than employment. And I suppose statistically speaking, that probably also makes sense. And that's what they care about. They care about the statistics, right? It's all probabilities, check boxes and so on. They don't apply common sense. They don't actually care about you as a person. They just treat you like a number, and the best number gets to win. The number with the most check boxes gets to win, right? So it would be hard to get accepted for a place being self-employed compared to being employed, even if I make more money with my self-employment than with my employment, because they perceive it as too risky. So realistically, I'm not in a position to actually find a new rental, so it's really good that we were able to extend this one, because we don't have problems paying the rent. I wouldn't be doing this as my job if my job wouldn't be able to afford my lifestyle, right? I would do something different until I can afford the place that like, you know, my mom always told me, don't spend money on things that you can't afford. We can afford the rent. We're just not good candidates on paper, if you know what I mean. And if you're not a good candidate on paper, then that's it. It doesn't matter, right? They have so many applicants for every apartment. They have, I don't know, probably 20, 30 applicants. So they're not desperate. And, I mean, chances are that some of these candidates have really high-paying, amazing jobs, because I'm looking for large places that can house me and all of my plants and my housemate and my cat, right? So I'm competing with established families with multi-incomes, potentially people in their 40s, 50s that have well-established, long-lasting careers. So even with a normal, traditional employment, it's pretty hard to actually end up being the best candidate. And having a pet makes it really, really hard as well. Like straight away, out of 200 places, only like 5 want you if you have a pet. Yes, it's a cat, not as bad as a dog, but they're just, again, they're not desperate for people. So they're just like, pet? No, that's it. They don't even care what sort of pet you have, because again, they can choose. The landlords will always be in the position of power. In this scenario. This is a Monstera. I was just thinking if I should give it a support, because it is actually growing really nice half leaves, and I think the answer is yes, I should. So let's do that. I don't ever put supports in there in hindsight. That to me is super stupid, but I'm not going to disturb the roots that much. I always want to make sure that I put the support all the way to the bottom of the pot, and that way also the plant isn't already reaching the very top of it. Which also means that when they offered us the renewal of the house, we were obviously really happy, but also we are in absolutely no position to negotiate on the rent. So they increased the rental cost, and yeah, I had to contemplate, am I going to try and negotiate that? Am I going to go back to them with a counter offer? Because realistically, I'm just not in a position of power. I need them to renew the lease more desperately than they need me to stay, because if I'm leaving, they can just give it to somebody else. They'll find plenty of people that want to live here, but I won't find plenty of landlords that want to rent to me. So I went back with a conservative offer, and then we negotiated from there. So there's still a little rent increase, but it's not quite as big of a rent increase. Actually, I don't like this substrate. It wasn't bad, but I mean, the plant was obviously not super unhappy with it, but I'll mix some new one in. Anyway, so that's kind of the bad news, and I hate being in that position. I hate not having any sort of power in this sort of negotiation, having any, you know, and just basically being like, desperate. Please, could you please overcharge me for my living conditions, for a basic human need? Can you please overcharge me for my shelter? Yes, oh, I'm so grateful that you're overcharging me. Thank you. That is the game, right? That's how life works, and sometimes you gotta suck it up. In the grand scheme of things, I'm not really complaining, don't get me wrong, because I actually really enjoy living here. I enjoy my life, and I think I really can't complain about my life. I know there's so many people that are way worse off, and I also know that lots of people in my age group, in my generation, and actually people of all age groups are struggling with rental markets, housing markets, and all over the world, also not just Australia. So I'm not saying I'm like unfairly treated here or whatever. I'm just giving you life updates. That's just reality, and hopefully it's somewhat relatable to many of you, right? Doesn't mean that I can't voice dissatisfaction with the system, right? And I suppose we're all subject to the system. We just gotta learn to play the system. Now, the other thing is, technically, I would have actually preferred to not renew a lease or to rent at all. I would have definitely preferred to own a place and live in my own place. That is my number one goal for the foreseeable future. As long as I keep renting, I'm gonna pay somebody else's mortgage while not creating any sort of capital for myself. I mean, yes, I can invest and so on, but I mean, like, property has been one of the most lucrative investments, but it's not about the investing part for me at all. I actually disagree with property being an investment in the first place. There shouldn't be, if we're experiencing a housing crisis, there shouldn't be such thing as an investment property, right? Or maximum one. There shouldn't be such thing as negative gearing and so on. But anyway, let's not get too carried away with that one. But I just need to get out of the rental market. The longer I rent, the longer I spend a lot of money paying off somebody else's mortgage, just to then eventually be kicked out anyway and standing there empty-handed. I actually calculated before I was doing YouTube, I lived in a house, and I didn't live there by myself. I lived there with 2 other people. We lived there for 4.5 years, and it was a beautiful house. I loved my time over there. But at the end of the 2.5 years, I added all of the rent that I paid up, and in those 2.5 years, we paid $250,000 in rent. And then we moved out, and we don't have anything. All we have got left are memories, right? If you would have spent $250,000 in paying off your mortgage, you would now have a mortgage that's $250,000 less, right? So you would have owned $250,000 of your house that you eventually can sell and make the money back and probably profit, and so on. Oh my God, calm down, everything will be fine. Will it though? Will it? Oh my God, another Monstera. Well, we'll leave this as it is. Oh, this one I'm excited to show you. Sapanada. I have not extended this in years now. I have actually taken some cuttings before, but yeah, have a look. This is, there's like so many stems on there, and some are actually quite decently mature. Look at this leaf. This is interesting, right? It's really getting interesting. But look at all of these roots that have missed out on the pole. Now I could chop it back and give it time to reshoot, but I think I just wanna. Oh no! Oh, this just beheaded itself, and so did this. Ah, shoot. Ah, these two just flopped over. Oh well. Oh, this means I can propagate them and maybe give some to Tim for his garden, because this one could look really cool in the garden. And we keep working with this then. Oh well, that's unfortunate, but I suppose it's forcing me to stay true to my methods and actually, because you know, these are already so long, I would have already reached halfway up the moss pile before I even gotten there. Now I'm out of poles. I have plenty of poles with moss in it, but this one is an aeroid mix one, so I'll go down and get more poles. And don't worry, I haven't finished my brain dump yet. I'm back. Now I think there's also some great advantages to renting, but it depends on whereabouts you are in your life and so on, right? I mean, I've lived in Sydney for This is my 13th year, and I think really only the last 2 years or so I feel like owning a house is a better solution than renting. I am now a dual citizen, which means, you know, I'm well and truly Aussie. I have no plans of not living here, right? I definitely want to live here. That wasn't always the case. I wasn't too sure if I'll always live in Australia. So I definitely well and truly have established my life over here. This is my 3rd career that I have in Australia now after hospitality and finance. So I feel like this is, you know, my country. I definitely want to live here. So as a result of that, I also want to make it a little bit more permanent. I feel like renting is very temporary, and that serves people, right? Some people don't like having the financial burden of having a mortgage or having the possibility of something going wrong and you're responsible and liable, right? Of course, with a house comes much more issues. Like if our house, we had some flooding on the back of really heavy rains recently. It actually came through from the neighbor's house, so it wasn't necessarily like directly related to ours, but well, we have a shared wall. And if you're the owner, then, well, these things can cost you quite a lot of money. So, of course, there's also some negatives involved with being a homeowner, right? But I am a really house-proud person, and I like spending a lot of time at home. My job is at home, and so on. So because I spend so much time at home, I think I'm like the perfect candidate for being a homeowner, because I would actually make the absolute best out of home ownership. I would love it. Now I'm just cable tying some of these offshoots to the pole so they can find their way and root into it as soon as possible. Even I'm already really late to doing this extension in the first place. I love renovating. I love doing things. I would love to have a little bit more creative freedom with my house. Hence, I think owning is definitely a much more suited option for me. So what do you do when you want to achieve something? You start looking into it. So I started looking into it realistically. What is the best way for me to get out of the rental market? My old company actually bought a lending company, so I reached out to them, and I had a really lovely broker that assisted me in, you know, assessing my borrowing capacity. So that I can see how much money I can borrow, and then I can see what sort of properties I could get for that money. And I started all of this like last September in anticipation of potentially not being able to renew the lease. We very quickly realized that I actually have no borrowing capacity, like zero. So actually not a single person in all of Australia wants to lend me money. Definitely none of the banks. I mean, they're like the really traditional ones. They're the same checklist that they have for the rental applications, they have for the mortgage applications. If you're self-employed, it's going to be hard to find a very traditional institution like a bank to lend you money. So you then need to go to smaller lenders. Comes at a cost, right? They then double the interest rate for you, but that's okay. You can always remortgage later, right? You just need to get into the market in the first place. So I got to find just somebody who wants to lend me money. Even with the non-traditional lenders, nobody wanted to give me money because I haven't been doing my business for long enough, and I've also recently switched my accountant. So they said like, oh, you know, if you've been with your accountant for over 12 months, they can do like an accountant declaration saying that, yep, you're okay, and then that could solve the problem. But I switched my accountant because the previous one wasn't good. Anyway, I don't really understand, because I mean, I do my tax returns, I pay my pay-as-you-go on the quarterly basis. What the lenders didn't like is that, well, at the beginning of the year I had a job, and then ultimately I didn't have the job at the end of the year, right? Because I worked in finance, I'm very organized with my bookkeeping and so on. I'm always on top of my zero. I'm always lodging my income tax returns early. You can see the income that Sydney plant guy makes, and you can see that that income is higher than my previous employment. However, if I would have my previous employment, I would have no issues getting access to lending because I have employment. But making the same amount of money being self-employed is too risky for the lenders. Basically, where am I going with this? Nobody wants to lend me money, so I have no other option but to rent. And I really didn't want to move, so it was really, really good that we did end up renting this place. But it's not my preferred option. Ideally, I would get into the property market and out of the rental market, but unfortunately that is not possible at this stage. Now, I did ask my broker to just give me some sort of indication of like, what do you think if I would make the same amount of money that I do with Sydney Plant Guy, but I would be employed, what could I borrow? My little El Choco. Also need for an extension, but I'll keep it in that tiny pot, might as well. I'm not going to give you numbers. Numbers are irrelevant, especially given that not many people over here are actually from Australia, so you can't really put these sort of costings in relation because everything in Australia is so outrageously expensive. So I don't want to just throw numbers out here, but just in case somebody's curious, they now say that in Australia to actually afford a mortgage for a house, you need to have a combined household income of at least $250,000. Now, combined, aka me, because Brett isn't participating all too much. I mean, obviously for the rental purposes, my housemate is helping out, which is the saving grace. That's the only way we can afford this, because we're helping each other out. But if I would get a house, I would want to get the house by myself, because trust issues, right? I need to look after myself and not rely on anybody else. Definitely don't meet the 250k, so I was kind of expecting to not necessarily be able to get the most amazing houses, and specifically not in Sydney. So I just reached out to my broker and was like, hey, you know, what do you think is like realistic? What could be my borrowing capacity? And also purely based on the fact that I currently I gave her the amount that I pay in rent, and I'd be like, well, you know, if this is my rental payment, I would much rather put this towards a mortgage. How much, like, what sort of mortgage could I get if this is my monthly repayment? So she gave me some numbers, and definitely based on these numbers, I have to move far away from Sydney to actually be able to afford something anyway, which I am okay with. I have come to terms with the fact that it is very, very unrealistic to get into the property market in Sydney. The goal is to move out of Sydney into an area that is more affordable, where you actually get more for your money, buy a house, then maybe needs a little bit of renovating, make up the house, renovate it, make it all look nice, sell it, hopefully make a little bit of profit from it. Plus, imagine all of the money you saved on not having to spend it on rent, but paying off your mortgage instead. I get it, there's interest and so on, blah, blah, blah. But you know what I mean. And then move a little bit closer and closer until maybe in my 50s I can afford to live in Sydney again. And I know lots of people that have done that. I've worked with people before. Then, like, I was thinking Central Coast, for example. If you're from Sydney, you know what that means. You know, why not? It's a beautiful area. I do love the beaches. I don't want to move west. I don't want to move inwards. I definitely want to live somewhere near the ocean. And you can actually find properties for that sort of money in the Central Coast. And then I kind of just went through it hypothetically, which I probably shouldn't have done, because that's what really pissed me off. A little Peru, I just want to give it a bigger pot. It's been in this pot for probably 3 years. So in my hypothetical scenario, if I would have gotten a house for the amount of money that I can borrow, obviously I also saved up money for a deposit for that in the first place, right? Without a deposit you can't go anywhere. But I saved up all of that money for a deposit when I did 2 jobs for 2 years, right? Like, I only lived off my finance job, and all of my social media money went into savings for this purpose, right? If I would have gotten that mortgage and would have gotten a house on the Central Coast, my mortgage repayments would have actually been lower than the current rent that I'm paying. So I'm basically forced to spend more money on renting rather than owning, because I'm too poor. Once you have money, you can actually afford to live a cost-effective lifestyle. If you don't have money, you need to spend more money to survive. I'm really sorry if this is kind of like coming across as like a little bit of a bitching and moaning, but I think a lot of people in my generation feel a little bit frustrated. I've definitely also spoken to AJ about it, and I know she feels very similar. It feels like, how are we ever going to get out of this cycle? Like, how are we ever going to get ahead of the curve unless you end up having 7 jobs jobs and not enjoy your life. And that's just what it feels like. It feels like society is making me choose between, do you want to have a good life when you retire, or do you want to have a good life now? Why can't we have both? Why can't we enjoy our entire life? Why is society wanting me to get a traditional job just so I can tick their boxes when I can actually make more money with a passion project and enjoy my life at the same time? You guys, I need to change your battery and then I'll be back. Let me see what else is in there. How many monsteras do I have? Found another one here. It's doing well. Look at these roots. So I think I'm gonna give it a bigger pot and an extension as well. Alrighty, so look, realistically, yes, I would have loved to actually moved into my own house instead of extending the lease, but it was still a really good just exercise to understand a little bit more about the system and where I stand and so on. So it wasn't all just negative, right? I'm happy I made these experiences, and I'm happy that it all ended up working out and I still get to stay here for another year. And now that I know how the system works and where I stand, I can have some sort of strategy. Huh? So let's address, what is the strategy? Well, I don't really have a strategy just yet, actually. There's a few options. I think initially I definitely want to enjoy the rest of summer, right? I mean, we are in January now. January, February is usually the best months when it comes to the weather over here in Sydney. So I really just want to enjoy the rest of the summer. March can be really, really nice as well. April can be really good as well, and then eventually towards the end of April it all starts turning to suboptimal. No? So I really want to do that first. Enjoy my life a little bit, because who knows how much time to enjoy my life I will have in the upcoming years if I need to fit in with society's standards yet again. So basically make the best out of life for now. But then, you know, I know winter will come around. In winter I'll be less busy with my plants. There will be less content to film. My views keeps down in winter usually as well, which then kind of like makes me depressed and feel like I'm a failure and so on. And then that's probably a good time to start looking into alternatives. And then I really need to think about, what do I want? There are a few options. If I want to continue Sydney Plant Guy, I obviously need space. I have tried to diversify my content a little bit and include some content that doesn't actually require the existence of my plants, you know, like the viewer participation videos, and they've done quite well with Dr. SPG and so on. I've also done some, you know, plant trends and AI and so on, you know, like I've tried to do some videos that don't actually require physical plants in my house being grown over the course of many, many years. And their content does well, but it doesn't do well enough, let's say. I still need to create volume, and I can't do 2 Dr. SPG videos a week, right? Eventually it'll get boring. Any of the videos where I go to somebody else's house or do a garden or a tour in the botanic gardens and so on also don't do too well. So really the videos on my channel that do well are the videos of me growing my plants, me doing my garden, my houseplant tours and so on. So I need space for that. I need plants for that, right? If I want to continue doing Sydney Plant Guy, I need plants. And I want to have plants, don't get me wrong. Plants are a huge space commitment, and not just physical space like I need X amount of square meters. I need square meters that also look nice on camera, that have good lighting. I need a garden with good exposure, not too much wind and blah blah blah, you know what I mean? So there's only so many properties that actually meet my criteria at the end of the day. And as I mentioned, it would be very impossible in my current situation, being self-employed, to actually get accepted for one of these properties. I don't think I can continue doing SPG as a renter, or at least to this extent. I will definitely always have plants, but if I need to rent a new place because I can't extend the lease over here, I would definitely be looking for a smaller place. And I probably would not have a garden, I wouldn't have a greenhouse, and I would just take some of my favorite plants. Well, if I take If I take 20% of my collection, then technically I could only make 20% of the content with it as well, right? Like, I mean, how many times can I talk about the variegated monstera if that's the only plant that I ended up keeping? So basically, if I want to continue doing SPG to that extent and actually go a little bit above and beyond and add a little bit of renovation content to it as well, I have to get out of the rental market, because I can't afford and or be accepted for a rental property of this size while being self-employed. Plus, a rental property of this size is just gonna get me further and further away from getting out of the rental market, because I have no ability to save money because I need to spend all of my money on rent. So the best option is to get a smaller place, save money on rent, so I can then eventually buy a house and get out of the rental market. Buy a smaller place means less plants means less content means less income means I don't even get the place in the first place, so I would already have to look for a job before I even apply for any rental properties, and then, you know, I might be able to do Sydney Plant Guy like a video a month or something like that. See how we go. Maybe by the end of this year, by the time this lease is coming to an end again, maybe that's the option I prefer. Maybe by then I feel like I have nothing to say about plants anymore. I'm not too sure. But those are basically the two options. Now, with option number one, that's the problem, right? How do I get this house if nobody wants to lend me money? So what I'm trying to do over the next few months, I think, I'm trying to put myself in a position so that when the end of the year comes around, let's say like September, October, and I start looking into potentially buying a place, that I'm financially in a better position to get access to lending. Also, don't switch your accountant around again, so the accountant can maybe do a declaration so I get access to lending. I try and save up as much money as possible for a deposit. The more money you can put towards a deposit, the less you need to borrow, the more likely you'll find the lending. Realistically, in winter, I might just have to look for a traditional job again, because then it would also be easier to get lending. But if I have a traditional job, then I don't have all of the time for the plants anymore that I want the house for, right? So it's kind of like, I'm not too sure. Something needs to change, but I'm not too sure what the first thing is that's gonna change. Yeah, I think I'm done here. This is looking good. I just need to move them around now. So yeah, I'm not too sure. There's a few moving parts and there's a few potential options, and you know what? I'm actually okay with all of them. I think I have the ability to make the best out of any given situation. I'm definitely not afraid of putting in work and effort and working hard and being committed, and I'm pretty ambitious as well, so I know that no matter what avenue I will take, I will definitely try to make the best out of it, and I'll have a positive outlook on it. But I have been hoping for like a sign, you know what I mean? For example, not being able to renew the lease while not having access to money. Maybe that would have just been the trigger for me to say, okay, that's it with Sydney Plant Guy. For the foreseeable future, I'll get a normal job, I'll find a smaller property that I can actually get accepted for, and I'll move on. Not that I'm saying that's what I wanted, but it would have definitely forced me to make a decision. Because the other one wasn't an option, right? So I've kind of been waiting for something. Maybe next year I will get access to lending, or that maybe that is the trigger that helps me get into the property market, and then I can continue with this beautiful journey and so on. I'm not too sure. I think the best I can do at the moment is just bloody enjoy the life that I get to live right now, because who knows how long I get to live that for. Okay, let me clean up a little bit. Let me put aside what I don't need. Alrighty, let's have a look what we can do here. When I ordered the last lot of perlite, I ordered the wrong kind. Just finer one instead of so super chunky. And it's kind of doing my head in. Now I'm trying to just return them back to their original spot if I was happy with their growth, because then, you know, less interruption for the plant. The tenure I was just working on, for example, it wasn't happy where I was before. It didn't do anything, so if nothing changes, nothing changes. So I changed something. Alrighty, I'm done. Let me bring you closer with my phone, because I don't have my gimbal on you. Okay, the frosted heart is going to stay in this corner. That's okay, it's not my favorite. This one I really want to grow more, and there should be room for one more extension, but I might have to move it to this wall over there. No change over here. Not ideal because the light is coming from above. All of these leaves are facing up, but that's okay. Then we've got the rugosum down here. I'm hoping that with the reduction in height, less light, it might actually grow a bit better. El Choco over here. We didn't look at all of these. Look at this one, by the way. I didn't take this one out today, but I'm sure it's growing. See, it's growing leaves into the corner again. But it's just kind of doing its own thing. It's a global green pothos. It's not really increasing in leaf size. I think maybe it would do better on my wall of aeroids outside, but I need to work on the wall of aeroids anyway, so we'll tackle it then. Nice monstera here, nice monstera here. I just put them next to each other so they kind of blend in together. And then the subpinata is now finally having a little bit of structure. I'm really looking forward to that. This one also needs an extension, but I actually just chopped the growth points off. That's my syngonium, and I'm propagating them, and then I'm going to put a brand new pole together. And that's it. Over here, just while we're here, let me show you some of these new anthurium leaves that have grown. Pretty nice, huh? Alrighty, that's it. We're done, everything is in place, now water it in. That's obviously going to get messy. How pretty are you, huh? That is the update on my living situation. I think this is the best possible option. I'm allowed to keep spending all my money on rent, but you know, at the end of the day, I can't complain at all. I'm living a beautiful life. I'm having a great time living here. I enjoy the house. I enjoy living with my housemate. My housemate enjoys living with me. Fred loves the house. My plants love the house. You guys seem to love the house as well, and the content that I produce over here. I have aspirations. It's good to have goals. Good things take time. And look, I was hoping that I could get into the property market pretty quickly, but I knew that realistically it's a bit too early for me. I think I'm pretty realistic when it comes to these things, but it doesn't mean that I can't dream, and it doesn't mean that I can't disagree with the system. There's two options, you know. If you disagree with the system, or if you don't appreciate the system, you can whinge about it non-stop basically and talk about how unfair everything is, or you can understand it and then try and make the best out of it. And I suppose that's going to be my approach. I think this year, or I think in 2024, I have developed a much better understanding of what I want and how to go about it. And now I just gotta stay patient and make sure to also enjoy the short term while working on these long-term goals, right? And I mean, that was the whole point of quitting my job in the first place, enjoying life here and now rather than just focusing on the upcoming career, future promotions, future goals, and so on. But honestly, this year, it's almost been a full year of doing this full time now, has been the best time I've ever had in my life. I've had so much fun this year. I got out of my comfort zone, I traveled more and so on. I got to experience the best summer I've ever had over here in Australia. I had a friend visiting and we had so much fun and beach time. Things that I normally was never able to do because I was always stuck in an office or behind a computer and so on. So, grand scheme of things, can't really complain, but you know, there's room for improvement. Hopefully there's other people that feel similar, where you feel like, how the hell am I ever supposed to get ahead of the curve if just staying in the race costs me an arm and a leg? You're not alone, we're in it together, and hopefully it will all work out for us eventually. The greenhouse is officially closed. Then we've got the greenhouse over here. Let's maybe look at the greenhouse first. So it's looking really nice at the moment. We've got the Syngonium Frosted Heart. It's growing quite well. There's a second shoot somewhere down there. I think this could be a candidate to go inside over winter. Not because I'm worried about it, but because it's small enough to actually fit upstairs. So I think space is really the main criteria when it comes to deciding which plants can go inside. This one is my medium silver, and this one will probably stay out here. It stayed out here all winter long. But I haven't really made up my mind in general, so for today maybe I'll just show you all of them and readdressing which plants I take inside in another video, because I'm literally just going to make it up on the day. Lee, are you okay? Look at this bird up there. Can you see him? Sitting on top of that dead Dracena. Okay, I think bird is fine. Down here we've got a trailing pot of Monstera siltepecana, and I actually have been loving this. I think this looks so good. I prefer this over the climber. Over here is this is a glorious. Is it glorious? Yes, it's a glorious propagation. 2 of them in here. Yeah, I have a lot of propagations at the moment. Got to do something about that. Over here is a little Sodiroy, a bottom cutting. Over here is a Plumania propagation, pushing out a new one, so that was definitely successful. Down here in the back we've got the bottom part of my El Choco, and I actually prefer the bottom part over the mother plant at the moment. I think it's looking so good, but I will definitely take this inside. I don't think this is going to appreciate the winter out here, and again, it's small enough. Next to that we've got the pigskin. I haven't made up my mind just yet, but it is definitely growing quite nicely. But I just think the leaves are a bit underwhelming. They're just not my favorite. Don't ask me why I've got yet another Adansonii Paul over here, but I do. But what I did here is I chopped it in between all of the nodes, and now I'm looking for new growth like this over here. Nice. A Melanoid propagation over here as well. I've got a few shoots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 6, 7, 8 down there. So yeah, that's just the bottom part of my Milano. We'll also put this upstairs. This is my Pothos Global Green. I reckon this one I actually would like to move onto my wall of aeroids, because there are a few plants on the wall of aeroids that will move inside, and then this one will take this spot. It's just not really done anything in here. I think it wants more light. Talking about hasn't done anything, this is the Autumn Queen. It's done nothing in over a year. So yeah, not much to say about that. And here we've got a Deliciosa on a pole, one of my many propagations. Here's another one on a pole. What have I skipped? Then the Alocasia Gagaena will definitely go inside, but it's growing so nice over this growing season. I'm really enjoying this, and I love the variegation on this plant. Look at that, in the older leaves the yellow is more dominant, and over here it's still a little bit more lime green. Over here is my Monstera subpennata. Really enjoyed this plant recently. Has always been out here. Will not change anything, but I think I should give it another extension. The anthuriums will definitely move inside. This one is the Magnificum Forgetii one. Had a phenomenal growing season out here. Is loving it. I think this one is a Crazy Rubbish. And this one is the original wild crystallinum that I ate all of the Crazy Rubbish hybrids from. Also, that was just a stump at the beginning of the season. Hasn't grown many leaves, but very beautiful leaves. Somebody left a comment the other day reminding me what this plant is called. It's something with 1A. Anyway, this has also had its best year ever. I've had this for many years, and this is the first time it actually has leaves, I think. Or like, the first time it looks decent, so I'm very happy about it. Not sure if it can stay here or not. And then we've got this one's looking so good, huh? My Lemon Lime Maranta. Really enjoyed this plant out here. It was very easy going as well, and it is, I think I want to buy more Marantas again. Quick Bradley check. You doing okay, my darling? Okay. Alrighty, what have we got down here? It's a pot of Magnificum hybrids. Oh my god, it's looking pretty shabby from this side. Let's turn that back around. That's better. And then on here I had my Maidenhair Fern, and it was growing so well until I forgot that it needs water. So I forgot to water it, and it just completely dried out. It's okay. You win some, you lose some. Next to that, we've got my Monstera Peru. I just have this crawling, yeah, it's a bit of a filler for under the bench, quite clearly. And over here, I've got the Begonia, which name I've never remember, but look at the cute blooms. How gorgeous are they? Loving it, and so many of them. So it's definitely happy, and it's just here all year round as well. And next to that is another pot of Anthurium seedlings. They all died at some stage, and now these are just a regrowth. Well, they obviously didn't completely die. They went dormant, let's say. It's the regrowth we've had over summer. This one was a stomp of Anthurium for the longest time and is finally growing some roots again. So that's good. So I'm hoping... there's another really chunky one there. So I'm hoping that I'll get new leaves. This plant has had no roots for almost a year. I can't believe it actually still has leaves. Over here is my juvenile dubia attempt. I really wanted to shingle, but I suppose because the moss pole isn't flat, or because the stems on the moss pole, it's not going to do the full shingling, like the perfect shingling how I would like it to be. But yeah, it's just here. It's not really doing anything. It's okay. And then in the corner over there we've got a Jerry Horn, also just there, not doing anything. No plans with this. Wow, I have not seen this all season long. It's actually grown. I have, again, no idea about this plant's name actually. Oh, it's probably... Okay. Maybe you can still somewhat see it. AJ gave it to me one day. I was like, okay, I'll take it. I'll put it in the greenhouse. It's a filler. We'll put it back here. A few rescues, a Florida Ghost, a Oblique. Oh, this is a Billy Coysum. This will definitely have to go inside. I had one in the greenhouse last year and it died. But it's looking good out here. I like this one. And then over here I've got a second Cupria, a small one, which is also really enjoyed life out here. This is definitely... Let me put it on. This is definitely a juvenile plant. I already have a huge mother plant inside, so I kind of enjoy that this stays juvenile. But I've had this for many years as well, and it's just not sizing up. I'm not doing anything on purpose to keep it juvenile. It's just not sizing up. So honestly, I have no idea how I managed to size up that mother plant inside. They are not from the same mother plant though, so it could just be that, you know, I don't know, I got lucky with the first one. Definitely a pretty plant just because of the color as well. It doesn't need to be huge. And then over here we've got the Corsinianum. I think that's what it's called. It has a new leaf here. Definitely decreased in size. It's because I changed its position, so I might change the position back once I have made a bit of room over here. But I love the color, right? And that's because of the red backs, and that's the Vercosum parentage coming through. Oh, and another Monstera over here because you can never have enough. Up top we've got a Hoya over here, and she has found the greenhouse structure. This is my one and only Hoya, and I'm not planning on changing that. Over here we've got a carnivorous plant that has not given me a picture in over 12 months, so I'm not too sure what I'm waiting for, but that's why I got the back spot over there. Maybe it's not getting enough sun over there, but I had it in a spot where it got a lot of sun and it didn't do anything for it. So Syngonium Red Arrow, that was just stomps at the beginning of the season, so that has completely grown back after a aphid infestation. But I really enjoy this, as it has these nice red backs, so it looks great when it's hanging, but I don't want it to grow too fast. Take your time, please. I don't want to repot you. And over here we've got a Rhipsalis. I don't even know if it's actually Rhipsalis or some of the other species or some of the other genuses that look the same. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know anything about these plants. I just love when they're hanging there. It gives it a jungle feeling. On the other side we've got my Nepenthes Rocco, and these pitches are all declining. I think I let it dry out a little bit too much as well. Oopsie. But that's also normal. It grew all of these pitches over the course of the growing season. So first it grew these red pitches down here, and then later on in the season it grew these yellow ones. It has also split itself, so there's 3 shoots. 1, 2, 3, and you you can see it's starting to split itself again. I have not repotted this in 2 years. It's just in kind of aeroid mix with sphagnum moss. Maybe at the beginning of spring I will have to repot her, separate her, do something with her, because she's obviously ginormous by now. But over winter she'll stay out here, so I also just let her do her thing. And here we've got a jewel orchid. I've had this for years and it's just there, it does nothing. I do nothing for it, it's just there. And my black velvet actually came back. I do want to do something about this and hopefully grow it more successfully. And my green dragon scale has also come back from a little corm. Also want to do something about that. Oh, and then another Ripsalis in the corner over there. So overall with the greenhouse, by now, because it is not as hot, I have already turned off the misting. There's no more misting happening because I don't need to cool it down. I mean, the highest we've had recently was like 28 or so, which is, and it doesn't get that much direct sun these days anymore either. So 28 degrees is not a concern. I don't need to cool it down with misting, but I'm really trying to avoid wet conditions and then it getting too cold at night time. Cold and wet is a deadly combination. So I've already stopped the misting about maybe 2-3 weeks ago, once it stopped going over 30 degrees. With the lack of misting, I have less requirement for airflow. So I still have the fan over here, and the fan is powered by a generator behind the greenhouse that is charged by the solar panel. By winter, less sunlight exposure, the sun isn't as high up in the sky, so it's kind of hidden by this tree over there for most of the day. So the solar panel doesn't create all too much charge, which is okay because I don't have to have the fan on 24/7 because I'm not misting in the first place. So there's no water sitting on these plants. But as a result of that, I also need to stay on top of the watering, which I definitely forgot a little bit about. Most of the plants were fine, but you saw, for example, the Nepenthes dried out a little bit too much at a time, and the maidenhair fern as well. So winter I hardly water in there because there's not much evaporating, but these sort of shoulder periods I obviously need to make sure that I still water enough, but also I don't want to water too much. So over the next couple of months I'm also not going to aim for like 90% humidity in there, right? I'm going to aim for like 70 or something like that. So I'm not expecting amazing growth from these plants, I just don't want them to die over winter. That's really the goal. But again, not all of them will stay in there, some of them I will move out. Today is a big day. Today we are getting on top of my winter preparation. It is officially miserable over here, and it's also just starting to rain again. Yay! Proving my point, it is definitely getting into the miserable part of the year over here in Australia. It has been raining so much over the last 3 days. It has definitely cooled down a bit, and by the end of the week we will go down to 12 degrees. Not freezing cold, but definitely not the temperatures that I want my plants to be exposed to. Moranta had such a good time out here, but I would love to try growing her inside. I'm not too sure if it's going to be successful or not. Historically I haven't had the best success with Morantas, but I want to give it another shot because I think it's looking good and have the perfect spot for this one. And this one is the something like that. Also would love to try this indoors again. Definitely those two will go back outside as soon as the weather is getting better though. Here I've got a bunch of anthuriums. This one is just a Magnificum hybrid. I think it's raining again. Oh, this is so annoying. And this one is a crystallinum. Let me bring you back in. Brettles, it's raining again. I don't mind the rain, but camera and audio equipment doesn't love the rain as much as I do. My Magnificum Forgetii hybrid, one of my absolute favorites, so it definitely has to move in. And this one is a crystallinum hybrid. Now, I just saw a few spiders on here. You know what? I bet you now it's not going to rain anymore. Given that these plants were actually in the greenhouse and did not get rained on, I think I'm going to keep them out in the rain. Hopefully it's going to rain again and it's going to clean the leaves a little bit. I also need to chop a few off. And then at least, you know, I've done the cleaning part already. Alocasia gargaena is also going to go inside. Got a tiny Florida Ghost, an oblique propagation here, and another Billy Coysum. I've had a Billy Coysum in my greenhouse last year, and it died over winter, so I'm not making the same mistake again, because this is actually the only one that is still growing and not aborting their growth points. Syngonium frosted hard. I think it could actually survive out here, but I think it's nice and compact enough. It could easily fit upstairs and look good, but it has so many spider webs on it. Definitely want to clean this one a bit. I think it stopped raining again. It can't decide. This is my backup El Choco. It's growing really nice, and my mother plant inside is not growing really well at the moment. So this, I'm glad I kept this backup, but I also want to keep this backup alive, and I actually really enjoy the juvenile form as well. So the goal was always to have a juvenile and a mature one. So I definitely want to put this back in. Plus look, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 active growth points on there at the moment, so this could fill in really nicely. And again, it's quite narrow actually. Maybe this could be a candidate for that way north facing window, but maybe not. It's not that narrow. Anyway, I will park this on here for now. The bottom part of my Milano, also the top part isn't growing the best, so it's good that I have a backup. 1 shoot, 2 shoots, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it could also very easily turn into a lush pole. So I want to keep this, but don't think it's going to like it out here during winter. Rugosum. Not the prettiest plant, but I think this one is going to have a hard time out here, and I think this one would have a good time upstairs because it doesn't mind drying out a little bit more. So it being warm and dry in the attic is probably not a bad thing for this one. Little surviving Alocasia Black Velvet, little surviving Alocasia Dragon Scale, tiny surviving, more or less surviving Platinum Dragon. And over here I've got some little surviving Anthurium stomps. They are Magnificum Forgetii hybrids. When I said it was going to be a rescue section up there, I meant it. Okay, the greenhouse is pretty empty, which is not a bad thing, because I think some of the plants that are not in the greenhouse might actually go into the greenhouse. Not because it's warmer in the greenhouse over winter, but at least I can control moisture levels or watering. Out here it rains a lot during Sydney's winter, and then wet and cold is a bad combination. In the greenhouse it might be cold, but I can control how much it rains inside the greenhouse, so I can at least avoid the cold and wet combination in there. Can't avoid the cold. And I do think, to be honest, it's going to rain on us again, which is not a bad thing. That's kind of what I want now. Bradley, what are you doing in the back, huh? But let me maybe cut off a few ugly leaves while we're already here. Oh my god, I also forgot to acknowledge the fact that I bought new gardening shoes, and they're the most hideous garden shoes I could find. And I did that on purpose. Once a year I buy some ugly stuff. Now honestly, they were $5 at Aldi, and I thought, you know what, I used to always wear slides, but then with the slides my feet get wet, my toes get wet. So I thought, you know what, this one might look terrible, but I'm going to stay dry and warm. Okay, what's going on here? Is there anything ugly I can chop off? Okay, and then I obviously have to rearrange the greenhouse as well, but that is a different day. Can't do everything at once. So what am I going to do now? I think I'm just going to keep them here, and hopefully rain is going to clean them a little bit, no? I should have really thought this through when it was raining so much. I should have just taken advantage of that. The bigger challenge is when we look at the other end of the garden and we get to choose where we put all of the ginormous big plants. That's going to be a challenge. Oh, I think the rain is coming. Let's go inside. I have something else we can do in the meantime. It is the beginning of June over here in Australia, which is the beginning of our winter season. Now, of course, in the grand scheme of things, winter over here isn't all too crazy. We're not going to have frost, but we have started seeing single digits at nighttime. There was just one night so far where it dropped below the double digits, but looking at the forecast, it's not looking very promising over the next couple of weeks. The lowest I can see on my forecast is 5 degrees on Monday say, in a week's time. So we are certainly headed towards the coldest part of the year, specifically at nighttime. Usually with my tropical aeroids, I don't like to expose them to anything under 16 degrees Celsius, but I have way too many plants that can't all overwinter inside, so they will just have to fight for their survival out here. So I thought it would be nice to check in on them once a month to see how they're coping with these temperatures. But before we're looking at all of the plants, let's hear from today's sponsor, Jackery. Jackery is the global leading brand for all things solar generators and portable power stations. They have sold over 5 million units worldwide, and on the back of the last video I filmed in my greenhouse, where I was explaining the debacle with the inconsistent power supply in my greenhouse, they reached out to see if I would like to test one of their products. In that video that I'm referencing, I was basically explaining that I don't have a reliable power source out in my greenhouse. I do not have a power plug, and because I'm a renter, I also can't change anything about this. So the biggest problem I have with my greenhouse throughout the whole year is really having reliable power. The last solution I had was also a portable power station, but it was just not powerful enough to really work for me. So when Jackery heard about my debacle, they reached out asking if I would like to test out the Explorer 2000 Plus portable power station. This power station can be combined with solar power, which I have not set up just yet because unfortunately during the winter months I just do not receive enough sun in my garden to really charge it. But I'm very much looking forward to setting up the solar charging in September or October when we're going into spring and I have much more sun to offer. The end goal is to have a solar panel on the top of my greenhouse that then charges the power station over here, and the power station can then charge my fan. The greenhouse is a really high humidity environment, and in summer, to cool it down, I will have to do a lot of misting. Now, it's never a good idea to have water sitting on your leaves because then can cause fungal issues. So it's really important that I have reliable airflow in my greenhouse to ensure my plants aren't suffering from any fungal issues. In winter, I don't have the need to cool down the greenhouse. The greenhouse is cold enough, but I still have the need for airflow. Cold and wet is a really bad combination for plants, so it's still really important to have consistent airflow in winter so that no water droplets are continuously sitting on my plants. And with the Jackery Explorer 2000 Plus, I have double the capacity of power that I had previously, making it much more reliable and giving me the opportunity to also potentially use it to heat my greenhouse on really cold nights. Now, of course, this is not necessarily the intended use for these portable power stations. Overall, it's a high capacity expandable power station designed for heavy duty use at home and outdoors. It has ultra fast solar charging, but at the moment, as I mentioned, I do not have enough sun, so at the moment I can just charge it via a power cable. And I was very positively surprised at how quiet it is, not just when it operates, but also when it charges. Some of the key features include a 3000 watt output for high wattage devices, so you could easily use this to power any of the tools for a DIY project, for example. It can be expanded up to 12 kilowatt hours with the Jackery Battery Pack 2000, which is perfect in case of a power outage or if you want to live off-grid. It's a durable, long-life battery with over 4,000 charge cycles. You can connect it to your smartphone via Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, so you can see the percentage of charge and you can also see the input and output. You can also control it remotely and turn things on and off via the app. And as I showed you initially, it is easily maneuvered using the wheels in the back. It also makes it more portable for a picnic, a camping trip, maybe even if you have a DIY project somewhere on your property. And I'm definitely going to take this with me next time AJ and I are going on a road trip. So no matter where we're stranded, we will always have reliable power. Now it's time for me to set this up and test it over the next couple of months, and I can't wait to share more experiences with you. If you want to learn more about the Explorer 2000 Plus, I'm going to put all of the specs on the site over here, but you can also check out their website, which I'll link in the description down below. Check out their website because they're running some of the biggest promotions of the year at the moment. Thank you again, Jackery, for approaching me with this solution and sponsoring this video, but let's finally have a look at the plants. Okay, now let's head into the greenhouse, and can you hear? No, you can actually hear nothing. It's really good. I really like this. It's so quiet. I need to buy a bigger box at Bunnings, but I will put this box over it to prevent any water from getting to it. Now, I already mentioned I don't have the misting on in winter, so it's not really going to be exposed to water ideally, but it is obviously a high humidity environment in the first place. And I didn't seal the greenhouse, so if it rains really heavily, there is a little bit of water leaking into the greenhouse, which isn't actually a bad thing, because since the day that I got on top of my winter prep, which is over a month ago now, I have not watered in the greenhouse, and some of these moss pods are still moist. So it is obviously a high humidity environment, hence the extra protection. I just need to find a bigger box that I can properly seal off. And in summer, of course, it won't live inside the greenhouse. It will be too hot for it. In summer, it will live behind the greenhouse in a cool, shady corner. But in winter, it also makes sense to put the portable battery in here, because it outputs a little bit of heat as well. So I want all the heat that I can. And as I mentioned in the little sponsored component, on these really cold nights, last year we had a night that was like 2, 3, 4 degrees. What I might do is actually, I have a little spare heater. I might just put a heater in here, put it on really low, just to heat it back up to at least like above 10 degrees or something like that. It shouldn't take all too much electricity, so it should be able to handle that without me having to charge the power bank every single day. But that would have just not been possible with the previous power bank. It would have just not had enough output to do that. I would have to charge it a couple of times a day. So at least it gives me the option to put a heater in here if it gets really bad, right? It could just be this one night that goes extremely cold that could make all of the difference. But it's definitely not something I'm planning on having here permanently, right? Permanently is only the fan. Ring of Fire over here, still doing okay. There is actually new growth coming out of 2 growth points, so that's really good, but you can see the leaf is going to be significantly smaller than the last one and the summer ones for sure, but that's okay. The Corsinianum is dropping some leaves over here. The growth point is still here, but it's not really actively growing. Probably also because I'm not providing enough water, but yeah, I'm being more conservative at the moment. But this one looks a bit dry maybe. I put the bottom part of my Sharonii out here just to see how it goes. That's a new addition actually. And yes, ambitious, but YOLO. And the Cebu Blue has done absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So I'm a bit concerned about it actually, but maybe it just means I have a big project coming in spring to get it back to health. Have a look at this, for example. The moss pole, you can hear it a little bit, but it's still moist because it just gets topped up by the rain a little bit, and it's just cold and humid in here, so there's no water, so there's not much water evaporating in the first place, and the plants aren't growing, so I'm having a really easy time in here. The Syngonium, I do think there are some new leaves. These would look like they're new, definitely younger than a month over here, so it is still growing, but definitely slow. But you know, again, we're not aiming for speedy growth over here. We really just want them to survive. Alrighty, yellow leaf over here, again, just one that's not really a concern. And we actually do have new growth on the Subpanada over here, but again, significantly smaller than some of this summer growth over here, for example. The Indonesian marble. We're obviously not expecting amazing growth because they're all still being propagated, but I do think that every single one of these shoots has grown a little bit. This is even a leaf, look at it. And of course, in good old Indonesian marble fashion, it's a bit deformed, but that's okay. Yeah, okay, some yellow leaves is here as well, but that could also be a result of the propagation. Another Monstera Deliciosa Variegata, and again growing and actually showing really nice variegation. Ooh, I'm excited for that one. So yep, happy days. And the Tenue is actually growing a leaf. What is that? It hasn't grown in like 3 years and now it wants to? Odd. Weird decision. Alrighty, the Peru is not looking very happy, I have to say, but you know what, maybe it's just time to say goodbye. But the Siltepecano over here is still looking good. You can see the lime green leaves are all new, so there's still new active growth on here. And my cuprea down here is also looking good. I haven't seen new growth. I don't think these leaves are new, but it's looking good, right? And the Marcianum has actually pushed out this leaf. I would say maybe a little bit smaller than the summer ones. The summer ones were really wide, really thick and round, right? This one looks a little bit more elongated. Changes in leaf shape can just be a result of conditions. This is not narrow form and this is round form. It's the same plant, just grown in different conditions. But there's still an active growth point over here and lots of root growth that I should really put back into the pot. I actually bought a new alocasia, a stingray, and then I realized, oh hang on, it's winter. But I'm just gonna see if she wants to survive in the greenhouse or not. I don't think anything happened here. Oh, no, you can see a new shoot here. Look, because I heavily chopped it back in the last video, right? So, yeah, new shoot here. I think there's a new shoot here. You can't see this here. Yeah, it's looking good. But again, I just want her to survive winter, right? Not thrive necessarily. And the begonia, yeah, has dropped all of its flowers. And down here are the cacti. I actually think the cacti are doing really well. I'm not too sure if they have grown or not. It's hard to say with cacti, but I enjoy that I can control the water. Oh, and then over here, this was my caladium frog in a blender that I have induced dormancy for. But I think it wants to come back already. Look at this, there's I think a little shoot. Oh, and the Canna Stuttgart also wants to come back, but not yet, girl. Wait, stay patient. Oh, and I'm also right in front of the fan, which is probably going to be a little bit loud. Syngonium erythrophil, red arrow syngonium is good enough. Still growing, so that's good. Of course, the winter growth is going to be small, and most likely I'm going to chop it off. I mean, look at this. Oops. Most likely I'm going to chop it off in spring, right? But at least it's growing. I just want to see signs of the plant being not unhappy, let's put it that way. Actually, such a nice day today. I'm not mad about it at all. Alrighty, and that concludes the tour. Failure is the best teacher, especially when we're talking about growing plants. And winter is the season where failure is plentiful. Yay! Now we're just coming out of winter over here in Sydney, Australia, which means that over the last 3 to 4 months I have experienced quite a few losses. And in today's video I want to show you the plants that I've either lost completely or that have very much suffered over the last 3 to 4 months. I want to show you what they looked like before winter and what they look like now. I want to address what went wrong, what I learned from it, and how and if we can recover from that loss. Excuse the mess in the greenhouse. Over winter I store a lot of like moss pods, aeroid mix and so on in here because I've got room and then I don't need to go downstairs into the basement all the time when I need them. But it is time to clean up in here and get it ready for spring. Let me show you. I think the worst one out of the damage that I've had this winter. Let me show you what my ring of fire looked like before winter. The ring of fire. Now, I actually think I would have room for this plant upstairs, where I just created that whole area. Or I have one other spot in mind for her. The idea was actually to keep her outside because she's such a big space commitment, but I am thinking maybe I'll try her indoors again because I kind of like her right now. Look at the roots, she's definitely very happy. I'll see how I go. Maybe I should just put it in the greenhouse. To be confirmed. And this is what it looked like now. One day I came in here and there was just 3 or 4 leaves just on the floor. And they all rotted away from where they insert into the stem. And over here, as opposed to the Adansonia that I showed you earlier, this stem is super mushy. So the rot over here has spread to the stem. Tomorrow I'll get on top of it. I'll chop it generously, but given that every single node, like see, this is where the petiole inserted. Every single one where the petiole inserted is kind of rotten. I don't think the rot spreads from the top down. I think the rot is just everywhere. So that's exactly what happened to my Atabapoense last year, and I could not recover the stem. It was just slowly rotting away as much as I tried. So I'm pretty sure this one is gone. And I think that is the only one that's really gone though. So yeah, I suppose the learning here is don't put your ring of fire in cold environments. It hates it. The other learning though, hang on, I'll just put this back. Now the other thing I realized is that my greenhouse is not as insulated as I was thinking it might be. I know it's not insulated from temperatures, but it was actually, we had really heavy rains, and especially this side of the greenhouse was leaking a lot. So it actually got rained on quite a bit, or dripped on, but we had so much rain that I think it got dripped on quite significantly. I don't water these plants and they're still moist. So I think maybe another solution for next year would be to insulate the greenhouse more, to make sure, or to waterproof it, to make sure that I can control the water provision a little bit more. Let me show you another example though. This one is another Adansonii. Now it's not looking amazing. This is a Monstera Adansonia subspecies Laniata. I contemplated selling this one, but actually somebody left a nice comment and it really made sense. It's like, don't sell it. This one is a project, not a duplicate for sure. But we do actually have new growth here, and I chopped this between nodes, and you can see new growth here as well. Now they've been exposed to the same temperatures, the ones on the fence and this one. This one has even been chopped, so it should be more vulnerable. But this one did better, and that's because that's in a corner that did not get rained on. So I was able to control water over here, and really the high water through rain is what made all of these leaves on the fence rot away and turn to mush. Whereas these ones have coped much better with it, and I really kept the pole quite dry. You can hear it, it's even dry now, but I was just more conservative with watering here because I know that, well, too much water is clearly not working, so I've got to do something different, right? Similar scenario to the ring of fire over here. You can see that, alrighty, and now this should just come off. Alright, bottom pole. I haven't really decided what to do with her yet. You know what I could do with her? I might actually put her in the greenhouse. Over here, for example, the petiole just melted off the stem everywhere, and then I come in here and they're just lying on the floor. Two have somewhat survived, but you can also see that the stem has gotten very brown. So might actually the ring of fire might not be the only one that's gone. I think this might also not be able to recover. But this is just the bottom part of a very healthy mother plant that overwintered inside. So not an issue, right? The ring of fire was the only one that I only had one of, so that's like properly gone. Alrighty, I told you I can show you a different specimen of the variegated Monstera. This one was out here all winter long, sheltered in the greenhouse, and it was not dropped on either. So it did not get watered. It is actually really dry, but again, I'd rather keep it dry than too moist with the cold temperatures. And the variegation over here, even in more sectoral parts, is still pretty pristine. I think it would have been smart for me to put the larger one in here as well, but I mean, it would be a bit of a space commitment, but that is something to consider next year, or maybe I can put it under an awning or something like that, right? Where it might be exposed to the temperatures, but it's just not exposed to the rain. This one is a Stingray Alocasia. Am I surprised that she completely melted away? No. Am I hoping that she's just gonna recover? Yes. Am I gonna look into the pot? No. I'm just gonna close my eyes and hope for the best. And everything else in here is kind of done okay. Actually, I mean, the Peru has done quite badly as well. You can see lots and lots of leaves. My Monstera Peru. I'm not too sure if this was already out here last season or if this is a new addition. I feel like it might be a new addition, but I also feel like this might be a new learning. Did not like the cold, but it's never really done amazing for me anyway, so it's not a big loss, I would say. So this was my second winter in this particular garden. I suppose you saw inside the damage wasn't all too severe, and most of the damage inside was really on the back of aphids or thrips, which is nothing new, right? It's just something that, well, I just wasn't diligent enough. Normally I proactively keep on top of pests by just taking my plants into the shower or the garden, hosing them down, cleaning them, and then pests don't really get to have a field day in the first place. So it never turns into a big infestation where I suddenly can't keep on top of it. I think I just was a little bit lazy this time of the year because, well, winter isn't the most motivating time. So I gave the pests a little bit too much time to really, you know, settle in, and now I'm dealing with the aftermaths. But that in itself, I don't think is necessarily like a winter learning or something like that. That's just a general thing, and I don't beat myself up over it. I'll just try and do better next time around. Obviously the garden is really the main part of my house that is exposed to these winter temperatures and has to suffer through the conditions. But I think we've done much better this year than we did last year. And I think there's a couple of reasons for that. First of all, well, the plants have had another year to build resilience to these conditions. They're well and truly used to being outside plants now, whereas last year, not all of these plants were used to it. The plants that have suffered the most, let's say like this one, the Adansonii, the Ring of Fire, those were plants that are only moved out here this season, this year for the first time, and thus I'm not surprised necessarily. The plants that were already out here last year did kind of the same this year around. Maybe the dubia did a little bit worse this year than it did last year, but that's also okay. But at the end of the day, I think, yeah, the plants have built more resilience towards being outdoors. And secondly, I have made better decisions as to which plants I move inside and which plants I keep out here. So we are learning through our failures. We learned from last year's failures, did better this year, and hopefully next year we can do even better based on this year's failures. And hopefully this is somewhat relevant to you as well. And even if you don't have a garden and you're never planning on putting any of your tropical airways outside, maybe it's just useful in the sense that, you know what, trial and error is the way to go. Error is inevitable, and error is ultimately what helps or what teaches you the most. Welcome to the best time of the year. Growing season is just about to get started. I have an empty greenhouse that needs attention, and in today's video we're going to take all of these plants out. We're going to repot them, extend them, chop them up, whatever they might need. And then we're also going through my house and we're taking plants that have overwintered indoors back outside to hopefully have a beautiful, clean and lush greenhouse by the end of this video. This is by far my favorite part of the year. This is the most exciting thing for me to do. I live for this moment and I'm so excited that it's finally here. Let's go! This is now the third time going into spring and having a greenhouse. So by now I kind of know what I'm doing, more or less. I suppose it's still always an ongoing learning curve, but I have a bit of a strategy. So all of the plants that you see in here are plants that have overwintered in the greenhouse. So they're obviously not looking their very best. So it's time to get on top of them, you know, clean them up a little bit, give them a repot and set them up to thrive over the next 6 months, 8 months or so. And of course it is looking quite empty. Majority of the plants in the greenhouse actually moved inside into various rooms indoors, most of them upstairs in my rescue section. They've overwintered over there, but they're not loving it, especially upstairs in my rescue section. The hot air rises, so it's really dry and hot up there, but not like tropical hot, you know, like winter artificial heating hot. And I've had lots of pest issues up there as well. So it is time to bring them back down, because I think if I really want those plants to thrive and recover from winter, they will have the best chances in my greenhouse. Last night it was 12 degrees, but looking at the forecast, it seems to be going up from here. Certainly no more single digits, so I'm feeling confident bringing some of my indoor plants back outside so they can get used to the conditions that they're going to grow in over the next 8 months before it gets too hot and the sun gets too strong and so on. Basically a bit of resilience building, but also the indoors is a bit messy. I don't like it that messy. I actually want to declutter my house a little bit and have more quality instead of quantity of plants indoors. So kind of 2 birds, 1 stone. I get a bit of my house back and my plants are probably going to have a better time out here anyway. Now back to the greenhouse. Actually, I haven't done much with the greenhouse over the last 3 months or 4, almost 5 months to be honest. Kind of from May onwards, the temperatures aren't really warm enough for me to have misting, so I haven't been misting in the greenhouse. Actually last week it was kind of warm. I did a little bit of misting in there, but I don't have a schedule set up for the misting just yet. The whole idea of the misting is to cool it down, but in winter it's actually too cold in there. I do not heat my greenhouse. The whole idea is for me to set up a garden and greenhouse that works with the natural conditions that Sydney has to offer, rather than trying to heat the outside world, right? So it is kind of a bit of survival of the fittest, but you know, over the years I'm getting better and better, and I end up with more and more plants on the back of a winter, right? So I am kind of narrowing down which plants can actually thrive in my garden year round. But when I put more plants in here, I obviously have to start being a little bit more diligent and monitor the humidity levels and the temperatures, because the sun can be really, really strong, especially when it hits it in the afternoon through the glass. So I need to monitor those two and then start setting up a misting schedule. But that misting schedule is gradually going to increase as we're approaching summer. Now with high humidity, there is the need for a fan and airflow, which I've got in the corner over here. And that fan stayed on throughout winter as well. Which leads me to today's sponsor, Jackery. Jackery is the global leading brand in portable power stations and solar generators, with over 13 years of experience in the game and over 5 million units sold. I have been using the Jackery Explorer 2000 Plus over the last 3 months, and it's been an essential part of my greenhouse. Whether there's misting or not, the greenhouse is always a high humidity environment. And especially in combination with cold temperatures, that can cause fungal issues. Leading up to summer, I'll have the need for consistent airflow in my greenhouse, because with the misting, I'll have water droplets sitting on leaves, and if they're sitting on there for too long, they can either cause fungal issues or can even cause burning in combination with the really harsh sun. So airflow is a really, really essential part to plant care. It prevents fungal issues and makes your plants grow happy, healthy and strong. But it is hard to achieve in an enclosed environment like my greenhouse, especially considering that I have no power source outside, and that's where the Jackery Explorer 2000 Plus comes in handy. It has a massive 3000 watt output, it has a base capacity of over 2000 kilowatt hours and can be expanded up to 12 kilowatt hours. So once charged, I can reliably power my fan in the corner over here, and that's essential because I can then match up the fan with the misting schedule to make sure that there's always airflow when water is involved. Now obviously this all sounds good in theory, but how do I charge the power station in the first place if I don't have power out here? Two options. Most of the time I take an extension cord from inside and I plug it into my power station, and within an hour or so it is fully charged, and I only have to do this approximately every 5 days depending on how frequently I schedule the fan. And the second option is solar charging. The Solar Saga has a 100 watt output, and on a sunny day I can just quickly take it out, flip out the stand and plug it into my portable power station. Now of course the solar solution requires sun. Unfortunately I don't get all too much direct sun in my garden this time of the year, but as we're approaching summer there'll be more and more afternoon sun hitting the greenhouse, and then the solar panel is going to be a great way of continuously topping up my portable power station. Originally it's really designed to take you off grid. You can use it on a road trip, when you go camping, even if you just have a picnic at the beach. And of course I can use my portable power station for many other useful things out here, like powering my gurney, keeping batteries for my garden tools charged, charging a speaker for entertainment, or probably my favorite use of them all, continuously charging my old iPhone that I often set up to shoot time lapses that can last over many weeks when new leaves are unfurling. Alrighty, we need to get going, so I'll make use of the convenient handle and wheels to wheel this out of sight. But if you want to find out more about Jackery and the Explorer 2000 Plus, please check out the link in the description down below, and they're running some great discounts on their website at the moment. Thank you again Jackery for sponsoring this video and for sponsoring airflow in my greenhouse. But now it's time to look at the plants that will benefit from all that beautiful airflow, and by the end of the video my Jackery will be fully charged. Alrighty guys, got a nice tub of airwood mix over here that I just need to stir around a bit. Maybe I'll get a better tool. I've got pots, I've got moss in case we need to do some extensions. I've got a bunch of grow verticals that I pre-made last night, and I've got a coffee, most importantly. Oh, let's sit down. I think baby is out of frame, but he's sitting there, so we need to keep an eye on him because I still have an open fence. We do need to take all of the plants out, whether we repot them or not. That we'll find out. Obviously only going to repot something if it needs it. Okay, today's aeroid mix is a lot of cocoa peat and tree fern fiber in there. Obviously a lot of perlite. I love perlite. Now I do want the mix in here to retain moisture quite well. Do you want a cushion? You want a cushion for your chair? Now, I wanted to retain plenty of moisture because the greenhouse is going to be a really hot environment, but at the same time with frequent misting and me just going around hosing everything to water, I also wanted to drain really well. That's where the perlite comes in. Of course, there's still my normal chunky components like bark and cocoa chips, just to put a few air pockets in that mix as well, because the aeroid roots are really going to love these air pockets. Hey darling. Syngonium albo, we call it fantasy over here. Podophyllum albo variegata. Now it's done quite well outside actually, despite the cold temperatures. And I'm just really excited to see this thrive now. There's plenty of cuttings in there, and the idea is that it's a really lush horizontal display. But nothing to do over here. What I'll do, I'll just park it outside, and what we're going to do is we're going to hose all of them down as well, because they were in the greenhouse, and yes, the greenhouse is not fully insulated, so it gets rained on a little bit, but these leaves wouldn't have really gotten cleaned, I suppose. I mean, they don't get dirty in the greenhouse either, but I think clean leaves are healthy leaves, and actually I could do that in the greenhouse. Anyway, I parked them all on the side so that we've got an empty greenhouse for cleaning. Hey baby. Monstera siltepecana also survived winter out there, like nothing happened. Nothing really here to do. I could take these sort of vines and put them back in the pot, but I think the pot is lush enough. I want this to eventually start trailing down. I think it could be such a cool trailing display. And this silver band morinta I actually only recently put in here, like last week. So I have had really good success with morintas in my greenhouse. I definitely want to add a few more into the greenhouse this summer. Alocasia cuprea, I think we would be in a position to give this a repot. I don't think I've repotted this in 3 or 4 years, and she's doing well, right? But I think there's just only so much potential for her to continuously thrive. I think she deserves a repot. This one has been repotted recently, Monstera Peru. It's just not loving life over winter. But I'm surprised it actually survived. That's a positive. And now I'm just waiting for it to regrow by itself. Yeah, go in the greenhouse. You can play in the greenhouse. I will use a dirty old pot. Now when I repot plants outdoors or in my greenhouse, I always try and keep as much of the existing mix as possible. What I also want to do over here is I want to get these nodes closer into the pot. So I'm going to pot it up quite deep so that hopefully they will keep growing more roots. Now, I often also reuse substrate that I got from plants inside when I did a repot out here, but not really for the plants in my greenhouse. That's really for big plants, like I think you can see the corner of my Tomatophyllum over here. They will need like a 50 centimeter pot. It will take so much volume. It would take like a whole bucket of this, and I'd rather take this bucket of aeroid mix and pot up 20 nice plants with it. The Tomatophyllum doesn't need it, so all of my recycled aeroid mix from indoors and so on goes into plants like that, or big palm, like huge containers, right? Now I often get asked, hey, couldn't it be possible that there's root rot in that mix? Do you still use it? Yes. It's also just organic. Yes, I suppose in theory it could spread, but I've even had root rot in the same pot as having thriving roots. I left it and nothing happened. It's a risk I'm willing to take, I suppose. But like, if it's a really, really bad mix and I feel like it's infested with something and so on, then I might just discard it. But I would say 99% of times I would just reuse my mix and give it to a larger plant that doesn't seem to care too much. Recently I got my Discoria discolor out of dormancy and I took out all the potatoes and hang on. Nah, false alarm. And this was kind of the leftover mix. Now, I usually miss a few of those little potatoes when I separate them out. And then, like last year, I had one coming out of my Tomatophyllum, for example, because exactly what I was just explaining, that leftover mix I just didn't use for a plant like that. Turns out, I forgot a little corm or forgot a little potato in there, or rhizome or whatever it might be. Honestly, I think my brain will never remember that. So this year I just thought, you know what, why don't I just take all of that leftover substrate, put it back in the pot, put it in my greenhouse and see if anything sprouts from here. So yeah, could be that this is going to just be a pot of dirt for forever, but we'll find out, right? Thrilling. This is my maidenhair fern, and I cut it back completely because I dehydrated it severely last year. That was my doing. It actually usually likes winter, it likes the cold temperatures, but it hasn't come back to life. So yeah, I think I'll just park that right next to the Discoria Discolor and see if it wants to come back. I don't know where the camera's set up so low, I'm like hovering over here. And this one was a stingray that I only bought at the beginning of spring, didn't even get the chance to repot it from its spawning spot. But it disappeared. So let's have a look into this mix and see if there's any corms I could rescue. Oh, hello! Hey, I gave you your own chair over there. I'll just squeeze in. You happy with that? So nice to be back outside, isn't it? Huh? Yes, I know. I can't believe we still don't have a fence. Oh. Yeah, the rhizome is completely gone. I found it, but it was completely rotten. And no corms, or at least no surviving corms. Maybe the corms also rotted away. Well, that is unfortunate. To be honest, when I went to Bunnings and I saw it, I only bought it because when I was in Brisbane, they had a beautiful specimen in their greenhouse over there. And then my delusional brain was like, yeah, I'm just going to put one in my greenhouse and it's also going to have an amazing time. Completely forgetting that it was like June, middle of winter. I don't really know why I put it in the greenhouse. Like my brain was not involved in that decision-making process, I think. So yeah, look, that was definitely my doing. Is what it is, huh? Yeah, YOLO. Hey, what are you doing? Are you a little monkey? Yeah, no, this cushion is too big for the chair. I took the wrong one. Alright, next one. Look at my Spider-Man jewel orchid. So cute. Flower spikes coming in. This has never been repotted in its life, in 3 years or so. It's always been in the greenhouse its whole life, and I think it could do with a smaller pot, to be honest, because like 80% of the pot is just empty, I feel like. But I don't want to disturb it while it's so happy, so I'll just do nothing with it. And over here is a begonia that needs a little bit of water. In my last video I significantly chopped it back. I'm just really after these new reshoots. The problem with this begonia is when it gets large, it has really long petioles going everywhere and it just kind of takes up too much space. So I figured, why not chop it back, just wait for all of these reshoots. How cute are these hairy little leaves over here. I want it to be a small display, just a pop of color, not aiming for size over here. So despite the fact that this has also never been repotted in 3 years, I do have some worm casting granulates on top, so there was nutrient provision. I don't really feel like I need to repot this. You're way too cute to be in the corner of death, my darling. Come on. No. Good boy. You can be here, be under the table, be in the greenhouse, do something. Now I've been contemplating giving this a bit of a chop, but it is actually growing so nicely over here again. New shoot over here in my hand. Obviously growing from the top over here. New shoot coming out of the pot over here. And this is like an old vine over here, but I'm feeling like it's okay. If I chop this old vine off, I'm basically getting rid of this new growth point over here, which I would rather like to keep because it's also nice and convenient from within the pot. I chopped off all of the ugly leaves already. There's new pitches coming in here now. This time of the year, this plant throws out pitcher after pitcher, so I don't want to do anything about it now or like repot it or anything like that. I think the best I can do is just kind of keep this one a little bit tighter to the display. So I just cable tie that to here. It's really just more about creating a compact display because this plant is going to grow so well, this plant's going to grow so much so quickly. I just don't want it to go everywhere. But this one also fell in my recent video. But I think the problem over here, sometime last year I thought it would be a good idea to use this mesh pot. It dries out way too quickly. So I'm going to just give this a different pot. Don't worry, last year I cut it back completely because it had aphids. This year no aphids, this year just severe dehydration. But I feel like it could come back from this. It's Syngonium erythrophyllum. Bye. Okay, the roots don't look all too healthy, to be honest. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, the roots are not that healthy. I suppose if you let something dry out too much and then rehydrate it, that's often the case. Cold temperatures in the greenhouse would certainly not help. But I think I'm just going to pot this up as it is like this and just hope for the best. Yeah, sounds good. Again, quite clearly not a plant I am all too attached to. Otherwise, I would have done something about this a little bit earlier. It's not the first time I noticed that it's dehydrating too quickly. Guys, don't hate me. They were all severely dehydrated, damaged, weren't looking good, they'll never recover. You can see all of the stems over here now. I just rather have this reshot from the pot, so I've got nice lush growth that is compact rather than like new leaves coming out down here. If it even wants to come back, I suppose we'll find out. Alrighty, here I've got a pagoda lipstick plant. Actually, this was outdoors over summer. I'm not too sure why I put it back in the greenhouse, to be honest. I don't think it needs it. I actually think this would be a great pop of color on my fence, because my fences are going to be quite empty. Pop it here, you can't see it, but I'll show you later. That's actually quite nice there, I like it. Obviously nothing to do. Not that I've ever repotted that plant in 3 years. Yes, you go take over the chair, my darling. Alright, here we've got a Ripsalis Pacheco with lots of other names. Leon vs Catanula. I don't really like these ferns hitchhiking up here. I'll pull them out. New growth. That's positive. Absolutely nothing to do. I like the Ripsalis hanging because it gives me kind of like this tropical vibe without them taking too much light away. So I'll also, nothing to do here. This is another carnivorous plant. This carnivorous plant has never grown a single pitcher for me. There was one on there. I think I recently had to chop it off. That one pitcher that it had, that's the one that it came with. But it is growing plenty of leaves here. And it's activating a new shoot here. And somewhere else maybe, I don't know. Look, I don't mind it. It's looking kind of, I don't mind it, but I haven't really figured out what makes it grow pitches. I don't have issues with the other one. The other one grows pitches well for me, but I suppose not all Nepenthes enjoy the same conditions. I think some, like it colder, some like it warmer, some flower in winter, some flower in spring. But I've had this for at least a year and a half now. So we've gone through all of the seasons and it didn't like any of the seasons. So but at least it's tolerant to my conditions in the greenhouse year round, so I will always add greenery. That's a positive. Alright, we're getting there, huh? This is another Ripsalis, I believe. Was that the one? Yes, that recently had lots of flowers that looked so beautiful, but we finished flowering. That also has this fern hitchhiking at the top, which initially I thought was quite cute, but now I'm just getting a bit sick of it. It's looking a bit too messy for my liking. Oh, there's some flowers left. A little bit dried out, but it looked like this. Almost like the little snowbells, snowflakes, you know what I mean, these spring bulbs. So I don't mind the fern overall, and the fern is gonna resprout so quickly. I just need to trim this off a bit. This is getting out of control and I don't think it looks very nice anymore. I think this looks a bit better now. I definitely chopped a few of the Ripsalis off as well. There you go. Nice and tropical. And here's a little Adansonii. I just wanted to turn this into a lush pole. So before winter I chopped between all of the nodes, and there are new shoots and new leaves. But yeah, it definitely needs the growing season to look a little more impressive. But thanks for surviving. That's already a good start. Can't say the same about the Cheronii, but good thing is I have a large Cheronii in my living room, and that actually lived outdoors last year, and I took it in for winter, so I suppose it was a good idea to take the whole plant in for winter and only leave the bottom part out here. But yeah, there's a whole video on that Cheronii coming soonish, I hope. Nobody can see you. It's better, huh? Alrighty, well, we're thanking plants for nothing. Thank you, Philadelphia for doing nothing over the last 3 years. This is actually a separate shoot, this leaf over here. I need to chop this off. The top didn't look all too good. I'm hoping that this reshoots from the base, but it's never done anything for me. Like ever since I've had it. It's never really looked good. So I think this year I'm gonna try and give it maybe a little bit more light to see if that changes anything. Because if nothing changes, huh? So smart, my baby. Monstera Indonesian marble. I've done a whole plant spotlight on this plant recently. Now only one thing that I want to do over here is, see, this is coming off the pole. I want to get this back onto the pole. Yeah, and in that plant spotlight that I did, I basically explained to you that, you know, this plant has done nothing for me, or very little for me in the last 2 years of growing it, so I'm now going with an ignoring approach. I mean, in that plant spotlight I was talking about how annoyed I am at this plant, so I'm not going to put any effort into this plant whatsoever. Monstera subpinata, also its second winter out there. Obviously didn't do amazing, but it did amazing over spring. So I'm excited about it not having died and hopefully it can grow really, really well over the upcoming growing season. And I think it's looking good, not too much damage. Actually, the thing that annoys me the most is the inconsistent leaf display, but that's because of the way that the light hits the greenhouse. And there's only so much I can do about this, but I like it. I think in summer I'll get more light coming from the front again, and then these leaves should face forward a little bit more. Could also be a good candidate for my wall of aeroids, but I'm still waiting for the fence to be completed before I start putting more plants on there. And over here is my Monstera deliciosa variegata, also overwintered, plenty of room on the pole. Pot's looking healthy and not root bound at all. So again, nothing to do over here. Park that on the side. Some cacti. I'll pop them back outside. I just put them in the greenhouse because I can control water better in there. But over summer they obviously prefer the higher light out here. Could probably repot this just for stability purposes one day, but we'll find out. And this is the agave I got from my visit at Cactus Country. Oh, little baby. Oh, one more. How did I not see that? Corsinianum, not looking its best, but I think I might be able. Should I give it a new pot? This pot is literally held together with cling wrap, but it looks healthy. I think probably just do nothing. I'll just let it regrow again, or grow, and then once I see like 1 or 2 leaves in a row, then maybe I'll consider chopping off the bottom part so it doesn't look so ugly. But I don't want to introduce more shock right now. Plenty of room. Everything feels firm. So yeah, I think sometimes less is more. Alrighty, now the greenhouse is truly empty. We do need to clean it up, but let's stick with the plants for now. Let's go and get some plants from upstairs and see what they need. Alrighty, first plant actually didn't come from the attic upstairs, that came from the living room, a medium silver. This has actually always lived in the greenhouse up until last winter. And I somewhat regret this decision because I put it too close to the grow light. You can really see this white, yellow discolorations where it got burned on this side of the plant, not so much on this side. But at least it survived. It didn't even drop a leaf, but the year before it actually survived in the greenhouse and also didn't really drop a leaf. So I feel like I overdid it over here. I could have just done nothing and I think I would have had better results. Whatever. On a positive note, this leaf is now pushing out here. This shoot over here is pushing out a new leaf, and there's another shoot over here and a fourth one stuck down there. There, this white thing. So plenty of new leaves coming. Actually, there is technically a fifth shoot down there somewhere as well. So plenty of new growth happening, which means we need to extend this pole. The pot is looking healthy, very healthy roots in here actually, but not root bound to the extent that I feel like I would need to repot it. I think I'll just pop an extension on this and we're good to go. Do I need this table? Do I need this chair? To be honest, I was expecting to do way more repotting actually. Now, usually with my plants in here, I like to give them aeroid mix because I'm having an easier time re-moistening it. Dry moss gets hydrophobic, so when you hose it down, the water just kind of pearls off. And I suppose hosing things down is the convenient way of watering everything here, and that's how I want to do it. I don't want to slowly re-moisten something with water bottle upside downs and so on. No. But I could see how this plant one day ends up inside because I love it. So I'd rather give it moss because inside using aeroid mix in the pole is an absolute nightmare because it gets so messy. So moss absorbs the water neater and thus creates less mess. So I prefer that indoors, works better with the water bottle upside down technique and so on. Given that there's 4 plants in here, I definitely want to make this quite dense. Poke a lot of moss in here because 4 plants have 4 root systems and so on, so I need to give them enough media. I think that's the problem for some of these initial poles over here. They're almost like concave, they're caving in instead of bulging out, so there's not enough media in there. And obviously it's also leaning a little bit, so it's not the most stable, but that doesn't really matter because I'm going to hang it in the greenhouse, so it doesn't need to stand. Alright, I overlapped the poles by 2 cable ties as always. Sweet. Plastic, plastic, mesh, mesh. Plastic, plastic, mesh, mesh. And I don't need to give it additional stability via garden stake because again I'm just going to hang it. So it could only fall from the hook, it can't really cave in. And obviously I hope it's not going to fall off the hook, but I'm just saying that falling off the hook is not prevented by a garden stake. And if you're wondering why I put this pencil over here, I didn't have a chopstick handy, but basically with this I just started pushing this back onto the pole. It was coming off, and see, it was kind of coming off here a little bit. I put the pencil there or brush there, and now it's more in the center again. I'll keep it in there just for a little bit longer. I'll park that on the side as well. Oh, it's looking so good though, no? Alrighty. This one is a bit of a problem. Look at this. Pinati patita. Also done a video on this. This is severe thrips damage. See all of the red bits? See all of this red bit? Also severely dehydrated multiple times throughout winter, and aphids. So this plant has had a terrible time. And not just this year, last year as well. So I'm gonna cut off any ugliness, any little stem that hasn't rooted, I'm gonna pull off. I'm sorry, these leaves are so ugly. Yeah, could not stand to look at those. But I mean, I'm just cutting off the leaves. They're still active growth points. But this, look at this ginormous stem that was over summer last year. And then I tried to recover it all the summer last year, did not. But this teeny tiny stem coming out of this thick stem. Now that's obviously reshot, so let's keep it that way. But I would love this plant to reshoot a few more times. So I'll just chop a few more times. Honestly, at this stage, I feel like I have absolutely nothing to lose with this plant. It's obviously hiding me. Park it back in the greenhouse and hope for a better season this year. Philodendron rugosum has actually done quite okay over winter. Definitely a few yellow leaves, but has also grown new leaves. Never really been my favorite, to be honest. More like a filler, but it's okay. It's actually been very low effort, so I don't mind that at all. But does it look good is the question. Probably not. Should I maybe try and grow this a little lusher? Maybe. Where did I put my scissors? Do I have the desire to chop this? Yes. Especially down here, I'm gonna get rid of this ugly leaf. Okay, did 3 chops, so I've got 3 pieces here, hoping they will reshoot. But then I've got this big mother plant. I don't think there's a point in extending this one more time anyway. I don't think it's really going anywhere, if you know what I mean. It's kind of consistently giving me the same leaves, and the leaves aren't that great. It's supposed to have nice texture and thrips damage. This is thrips, I believe. Yep, pretty sure this is all thrips. By the way, I did get on top of the thrips, so I don't think my plants actively have thrips at the moment. I used contender spray to treat it, and I haven't seen any recently, so I'm not going to treat them again. But I also just hope that the thrips hide the outside. Yeah, so that texture is nice, so I think it would be nicer to just have more leaves rather than aim for large leaves, because I don't think they're going to get very large, ever. Orange marmalade, I repotted this recently, put it in my rescue section, no matter it's moss, and it's already sending out a new leaf. So I'm happy. I'm trying to put effort into this plant this year to grow it nice and large. Bottom part of my Milano Chrysum also has severely suffered through the thrips, as you can see over there. But again, I can't actually see thrips on there right now. So I think we overcame that. It's just the existing damage. So I'm not hesitant in chopping leaves off over here quite liberally, because they're ugly, and I'm aiming for the plant to just reshoot. So maybe I'll chop it in a few bits. Actually, this is nice. I'll just let it do its own thing over here. I think the plant just needs to be left alone for a while. And the indoor ones, the big mother plant is absolutely thriving, so it's just a double up. And double up is really the general theme of my greenhouse as well. I have a lot of double ups. When I do chop and extends and I've got the bottom part of a pole, I like to put it in the greenhouse and see if it maybe thrives in the greenhouse more than inside, right? Plus, that's a really inexpensive way of filling your greenhouse. Philodendron titanium, which is a verrucosum and serpens hybrid. Got one shoot here, and then this shoot is producing a new leaf. Happy days. Now it is technically reaching the top of the moss pile, but I have no desire to extend it. I'd rather have this. Actually, don't I? Yeah, I think it makes no sense. I think once this has grown 2 or 3 nodes or so, I'll do something about it. But I don't want to extend it for now, because I mean, it just looks ridiculous as it is. And I'm going to chop this ugly leaf off. This is the bottom part of my El Choco. Now this has suffered severely through thrips as well. I'm going to cut off all of these ugly leaves, because in the greenhouse they're just going to stick in all directions. They look so bad. I mean, look at this. Maybe it doesn't come across on camera as badly. Hang on, I'll show you them close up. They all have to go. What about you? Are you healthy? No. Alright. Harsh, but it's gonna work. Trust the process, my friends. Okay, so we've actually got a few shoots over here, right? I've got one here, I've got one here, I've got one here that's pushing out a new leaf, so that's all good. And I've got one down here. I will just have to let this plant do its own thing, and she was loving the greenhouse last year, so I'm just doing nothing over here. Might as well give it a new pot while we're here, because we have hardly repotted anything. I made all this airwood mix for nothing. Might as well. Yep, definitely a few rotten roots over here. Right. Majority of the roots will be in the pole, right? Could have even just not given this a pot at all. Here, I wanted to show you these leaves. See, they have all of these. That is thrips damage. Look at this over here, thrips damage. Look at this one, it's so dull, right? Look at this thrips damage at the top here. Syngonium frosted hard. Few ugly leaves. And I also gave it this extension too late. The plant was already up to here by the time I put the extension on down here, which means that none of these roots had a moss pile to attach to. That's why they're not attached. So I'm going to help it out with a cable tie. Yeah. Now I hate doing that, I hate being late to the extension because I'm not optimizing the root system. But it's a nice compact plant, so it's great for the greenhouse because it doesn't spread so much. Right, needless to say, this Homolomina has not had the best time over winter, so I'm thinking she's going to have a great time either in the greenhouse or even in the garden directly. We'll find out. See how much space I've got. This one is a Cissus discolor, and I would love for this to hang in my greenhouse a little bit. You can see it's just activating a bunch of shoots over there, so I want to see if I can hang this somehow. And a little alocasia over here, variegated macrorrhizia, I think. Actually, is that a smart idea to put it out here? Yeah. Am I giving it a bigger pot though? Also, yeah. Go. Pop these in airwork mix. Not too many left for now. I'm sure I'll go through multiple iterations. Philodendron bilinum has been in the IKEA cabinet his whole life. Not really doing much though. I'm not too sure. It's a Bellicoisum pastesanum hybrid, and it seems to be somewhat climbing actually, but I don't really want to give it a moss pile. What I want to do is I just want to chop a few of these older leaves and then pot it deeper into the pot so it can expand its root system, and hopefully then it gives me some more significant leaves. Has decent roots. Sorry, I'm too lazy to bring you closer now. What I need to do is I need to clip off these lower leaves so I can put it deeper into the pot. You know what I mean? The newest node is up here now. So all of these nodes you saw before are in the substrate, and hopefully that's going to establish a nice root system, and then hopefully this plant can grow into something nice over this season. I'm going to try it in the greenhouse. And then next over here we've got an Alocasia Jacqueline that came back from a thick rhizome. I tried this actually for years, and finally this year did something in just moss. So I want to just take this and pot this up. Now, just moss was quite a success, so you would think I'm gonna stick with that, but obviously not, because that's boring. But look at the rhizome. I come closer. Sorry guys, I know I'm a bit lazy today. Look at this rhizome that it shot from. And there's a second shoot over here with roots. There's some roots dangling here, some here. Might even look like it's activating a few more shoots. So I'm thinking I'm gonna pot this up just in aeroid mix. And hopefully it's gonna have a really good time this summer. Let's see what else I've got. Single node cutting, repotted of domesticum. Working on a separate video of that, and I've got the main plant in my IKEA cabinet, but I thought, you know, if I can try it in two different environments, see if it likes the environment, and if it does like the greenhouse, then I might put the whole mother plant in the greenhouse as well. And over here I've got some cuttings of variegated Milano. Let me pot that up. my mother plant is not doing too well. Why not take these propagations and try them in a different environment so that I have a backup in case the mother plant does not want to survive. Wow, this moss is compacted. Why did I make it so tight? Or is that all the roots? I can't see many roots. What a mess. I'll just pot this up and ignore it. And hopefully one day I'll come back into the greenhouse and it's like so beautiful with the most amazing variegated leaves. And yes, I acknowledge it looks like crap right now. Velvet alocasia, not looking its best, but it's growing, even flowering. So I think nothing to do over here, maybe just a bit of cosmetic cleanup. This is a new addition I got from Grow Vertical. It is a Dean crossed with, I'm not too sure, it just says Dean cross. But I thought, let's put it in the greenhouse. And another plant I got from Grow Vertical, it's the bicolor. Has really red backs, green fronts, and the petiole is half-half. Gonna be an epic climber, but when Tim gave it to me last week, he said he literally just potted it up in there. I can see the first new root here, but I'm gonna let this re-establish before I repot it and put it on the pole. But I think this is gonna be stunning on the pole, but maybe give it another month. And those are all of the plants. I don't know if you guys can tell, but towards the end of all of this, I'm getting really agitated because of all of the mess. So I would love to clean up the mess and then we're coming back to watering, cleaning and arranging. Let's do that. You need to move out of the way though. Let's water these first so they can drain a little bit. Ooh. Okay, take care. Bye. Oh my god, guys, they're coming back on Friday for the fence. That's good news, no? Good enough. Let's clean up the greenhouse. I'm not gonna go all too crazy, just a few spider webs for now. Eventually I want to gurney the whole greenhouse, but I think specifically I want to gurney it from the outside. I don't have that much time today though, because Tim is gonna pick me up in about 30 minutes and we are heading to the growers. Oh, there's my Hoya, by the way. I can't remove her because she's twirling around here. So we're going to the growers to pick up plants for my first workshop that's happening this Sunday. So we're going to pick up the plants because we're going to repot some plants in that workshop, and there's actually only one ticket left for the workshop. So we've already organized a second workshop for October, and that workshop will be moss pole specific workshop. So it's going to be the ultimate moss pole workshop basically, and I'll leave a link in the description down below. So if you're in Sydney and you want to partake in the ultimate moss pole workshop, there's an opportunity. But let's not get too far ahead of myself. For now I need to work on the first workshop first, which is the more general houseplant 101. That's going to be on Sunday, and we're going to go to the growers to pick up some plants that we can repot, and I've got the goodie bags ready and everything. And yeah, I'm getting excited but also nervous, so the more I can prepare, the better I'll feel about everything. Alright, let me just quickly clean the floor as well. Righty, let me give you a closer look. I have you on wide angle because it is a small space, but it is looking significantly fuller now, despite the fact that pretty much every plant hardly exists, right? So let's just call it potential. Room for improvement. But it is looking good. I think the A medium in the middle is definitely kind of the showstopper. Like that, it's looking good, huh? And then the shelf over here is looking a little bit empty for now as well, but you know, it's the beginning of spring. It's not bad, huh? Definitely room for more, which is great, right? Because I mean, we're at the beginning of the growing season, and over the next 6 months my plants will hopefully all grow, which means that there's going to be lots of chop and extends. With chop and extends come bottom parts of the poles. I like to move them into my greenhouse. I am planning on doing a bunch of alocasia content as well, and I think this environment might be good for some of these alocasias. So don't worry, we'll definitely fill it over the next couple of weeks or months, but I think it's a nice baseline to get started. Everything is looking happy, healthy, clean, fully watered. Just one thing missing: airflow. Because it's getting a little bit hot inside the greenhouse, this is going to live behind the greenhouse in a really shady and cold corner, and I'm going to put it in a box that stops it from getting wet as well, obviously with airflow and all of that. So let me wheel it over there. The fan is scheduled to turn on every day at 9 and turn off every day at 5. That is approximately sunrise and sunset. Well, sun rises a little bit earlier, but by the time this space gets sun. So at night time I don't have the desire to have the fan on. That just means that the battery lasts a little bit longer, and so far so good. But as I mentioned, at this stage it is very unpredictable. For example, right now it is 42% humidity, which is obviously not high enough for my liking. So that would be great for misting, but then last week it also rained quite a lot and it was 90% humidity and so on. The temperatures are at 20 degrees at the moment, so nothing to be concerned about, but if it's a hot day and the sun hits the greenhouse through the windows, it could easily go above 30 already. So at the moment, this time of the year, I need to be really careful and agile, but that is fun to me, right? That is part of the plant hobby. I enjoy looking at the weather, assessing the conditions, and then supplementing the conditions accordingly to make sure that my plants are happy and healthy and grow up in a nice, warm, humid environment. I suppose that's the skill of being a grower rather than just being a plant collector. Alrighty, on that note, it is time to turn on the misters, get this environment nice and humid, which probably means that I should be vacating this space. Alrighty. Oh, let's go into this greenhouse. This is the bottom part of my cupria. And I thought, might as well try in the greenhouse, right? See how she reacts to that. So far, so good. Still early days, I only chopped her up 3 weeks ago. I think I'll just bring you closer via B-roll instead of taking every plant out, because we spend a lot of time in the garden and greenhouse over the last few months anyway. Alrighty, this sad looking plant over here is the top cutting of a Philodendron Majestic. Don't even want to talk about that plant, it pisses me off so much, but this is all I've got to show for. No, actually, there's a little bit here as well. So this is the bottom part. It's a project. I'm working on a video as usual. This is the variegated Milano. Now it is losing the variegation a little bit, unfortunately. There's still some left there. Here. Now, whether or not the variegation was super desirable to start off with is questionable, but yeah, no immediate plans for this plant. I don't know, it just survives out here and we'll work it out. This one is a very interesting one. Tim from Grow Vertical has given me. It is a Autumn Queen and Milano hybrid that he made. So Milano is this one and Autumn Queen is this one down here. So yeah, it would be interesting to see what this grows up to look like. This one is the Corsinianum, has done nothing over winter, but is now pushing out a new leaf. I gotta do something with this. This is the bottom part of my Titanium. First leaf looks very manky, but there's a few extra shoots down here. See how we go. It's just the bottom part, you know, nothing to lose. And this one is my bottom part of the El Choco. Also 4 shoots on here. 1, 2, 3 and 4. So yeah, hopefully this can grow into something nice. Indonesian marble over here I chopped in between a lot of nodes, so I've got a lot of regrowth, but I think something is eating it. Must be very delicious. I dislike this plant. So Look, honestly, I don't have high hopes for this plant. I just chopped her up and left her here all winter long, and she is actually surviving, so survival of the fittest. Let's see how we go. Rugoisum, I also chopped into lots and lots of bits because I don't really like this plant when it matures. I don't know, I just don't think it's that pretty, so gotta do something about it. Tenure over here has not done anything for me in years, and another Adansonia. I have too many Adansonias. This is a full pot of crazy rubbish, looking quite good over here. I put this in the corner because it gets light from all sides, and this is a display that will appreciate that. Subpenada. The problem over here is that it gets a lot of light coming from the back, so some of these leaves are painting more backwards rather than forwards, but it's growing nicely. Also survived out here all winter long. And this is the bottom part of my variegated Scindapsus that was in the greenhouse, the IKEA cabinet. I chopped between every node, and now I'm just waiting for the nodes to reshoot. But it hasn't been that long. Oh, you can probably see a little shoot coming in there. Yeah. Pinapitipatita. Do we have to talk about this? No, thank you. Serpents, do we have to talk about this? No, thank you. Amidrium medium silver, we can talk about this. These light-induced damages came from inside. It was actually under the sun bulb where the Discoides gala is now, and it got too close to the grow light. But yeah, look how beautiful this silverish sheen is. It's just such a stunning plant. Really fills this spot, and there's 4 shoots on here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I used the pencil over here, like the brush over here, similar to the chopsticks, from stopping it to go off the pole. Another variegated Monstera, and honestly I think this is my favorite out of the ones that I've got. It has the nicest variegation, isn't that large, but it has the nicest display. So yeah, definitely reconfirms to me that I need to chop that other one up. And this one is Frosted Hearts, Syngonium. Not really ambitious with that. Look at all the spider webs. Yeah. This is the trailing Siltepecan. That's why I said I'm not really putting much effort into the climbing one, because I like this trailing display much better. Here I've got a Syngonium erythrophyllum coming back to life. Here I've got another Monstera Adansonia coming back to life because I don't have enough of those already. Never remember this plant's name, but it looks gorgeous. Something with Swany, Monstera Peru. Yeah, fight for your survival over there. This is another one that Tim from Grow Vertical gave me. It's a Dean McDowell cross. It just says cross. I don't know what the other hybrid is. Oh, sorry, that's better. I'm not the biggest fan of crawlers, but I just keep it here, and I have no immediate plans. See how we go. Desert Rose, I think, was also gifted to me by one of the attendees of my Mosspaw workshop, so special. She also gave me this begonia, which I think looks really cute. Over here is a Philodendron Whippleby, which is also a new addition. I got this as a birthday present. And over here is a Bilinum, which is Bilicosum and Pastasanum. And another Silver Band Maranta. Might get a little bit too much light, actually. Looks a bit bleached. And a little Oxalis. And a Lemon Lime Maranta. I love Marantas. And this, as well as all of these stumps over here, are all crazy rubbish. I chopped them back completely due to thrips, and now they're slowly coming back. This is a new addition as well, also from Tim from Grow Vertical. It is Philodendron bicolor, green at the front, red at the back. And look at the petioles. The petioles are perfect half-half, if my phone would love to focus. Here we go. Only put this on a Mosspaw yesterday, so early days. There you go. Platinum Silver, Platinum Dragon, regrown from just a corm. Happy days. Oh my god, Dragon Scale. Also grown back from a corm. Oh, and a Black Velvet. Over here we've got the Cistus Discolor. Haven't been very successful at growing this. It's the only surviving piece left. Begonia Silver Queen, I think. Cut her back completely at the beginning of spring, and look at these new leaves coming out. So cute. And a Spider-Man Jewel Orchid. Now the trailing plants. Nepenthes Rocco. All of these pitches are new from this season. It had no pitches left at the beginning of spring, so I'm really, really happy about that. Looking really good. And she's done that every year. This carnivorous plant has never given me a picture, so I know that they all don't like the same things and so on, but quite clearly the conditions that I've got that work well for this one do not work for this one. Over here I've got a Hoya, and guys, I think my Hoya is blooming. Is this a bloom about to come out? I think so. A peduncle, huh? And another one here maybe. Now, this has been out here year round as well. It's trailing along the really dirty greenhouse. I should clean this again. Honestly, this happens within just a couple of weeks. Spiders love it in here. I'm warming up to this plant. It's not a showstopper, but I think it's nice as a filler in my greenhouse, to be honest. And then the other hanging plants are all kind of Ripsalis here. Actually, do I only have two left? Yeah, and here. I just think they create a nice atmosphere, but I also wanted to keep the greenhouse a little bit less messy this year, so I don't have all too many things hanging. Overall, you can tell that this greenhouse is a little bit of a rescue section at the moment. In winter, all of my rescue plants go upstairs into the attic. I cleaned out the attic almost completely now, and most of them came back out here because I think in here they'll just have the best chances of surviving and thriving and growing. They get lots of good light, lots of humidity and nice warm temperatures. I don't heat the greenhouse, so during winter it gets really cold and it can be really wet and humid as well. Wet and cold is not a good combination. But this time of the year it gets nice and warm, especially with all of the sun exposure. I have a misting system set up that cools down the greenhouse and keeps the humidity up. Oh wow, that plane is loud, huh? The misting system cools it down, keeps the humidity up, and obviously helps watering the plants a little bit. I still need to water with the hose every now and then though. So overall, the greenhouse is the most tropical environment I have to offer, so a lot of the plants that aren't looking so good are going out here so that they can grow nicely, and then once they look nicely they can go somewhere else to be displayed a little bit nicer, if you know what I mean. So it's kind of like my rescue section. You saw that not many plants, I think this is really the standout. The medium is like the standout as to like, this is actually a nice specimen. Everything else is kind of still in the recovery stage, and that's also okay, you know, like that's part of plant care. Not all plants will look amazing at all times, so it is also important that you have a spot where you can put plants that still offers great conditions, so they actually have a chance to recover while not being so in your face, you know. So kind of like, I just close the doors. As a collective it still looks nice and lush, but each plant in itself isn't looking that amazing, right? If I wouldn't have this and I would have to put all of these plants somewhere inside as well, I would probably get rid of most of them because they're not worth being displayed inside. Inside I go for much more quality over quantity, whereas in here it's just chuck them all in there and hope for the best. It is okay, you're going to a good home. You will be well taken care of. You will be well loved. Are you coming to the farewell as well, darling? Oh, sorry, that's a bit awkward. Interrupted me there in a very personal moment. But yes, the greenhouse is going to a good place. It will go down to AJ's. We're storing it there for now, but eventually we might actually build it at hers as well when we have time. I have a lot of other priorities at the moment, but I've also had interest from a few people on Instagram that might also want to purchase it. So at the end of the day, I am confident that the greenhouse will go to a new home that is very appreciative of the greenhouse, and we'll have lots and lots of fun with the greenhouse. And of course we're going to look at the greenhouse now as well, so you get a bit of a final update of what it looks like. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the journey first. I suppose the video is long enough, doesn't really matter if I talk another 10 minutes or not. I want to get it off my chest. I very much enjoyed having the greenhouse, but as with everything in my plant journey, to me it's not about having the greenhouse, it's really about the journey. So it's bittersweet getting rid of it. Of course I would love to keep the greenhouse because it enables me to grow in a completely different environment to my indoors, and with a different environment comes different care practices, which just means a more well-rounded experience as a grower, or more experience as a grower, more learnings and so on. And of course it just gives me room for more plants, and It's not a bad thing to have more plants. But the greenhouse definitely has also been weighing on my shoulders. Because I'm a renter. And it's all good while you stay in the same rental, but you know, when it's time to move, and I have to admit this time around it was my decision to move. I wasn't kicked out of this place like the last 2 times. Oh, I suppose the last 2 times I wasn't kicked out for bad behavior. I was kicked out because the owners wanted to move back in, so it is what it is. But this time around I voluntarily gave up my lease because it is too expensive, and my housemate wants to move somewhere else as well. So I thought, you know what, new chapter. And I actually love change. I love a new challenge and so on. So it was my decision to leave this place. So hence my decision to leave the garden and the greenhouse behind. And I made that decision to favor a more cost-effective rental option instead. And you know, there was a moment where I was thinking, should I maybe just keep this rental because I love the garden and it enables me to keep my greenhouse. But then the greenhouse kind of becomes a burden rather than a joy. Now I'm stuck with this place that I technically can't afford by myself, just so I can keep the greenhouse, for example, you know. So I just wanted to have nice memories with the greenhouse, and I wanted to enjoy my greenhouse journey. And as soon as it felt like a burden or a liability where, you know, suddenly it costs me a lot of money to pay for the space that then enables me to have the greenhouse, I feel like I will start losing joy. So, you know, I think sometimes it's also important to know when to say goodbye. And I wouldn't say the chapter for me in greenhouses is closed, right? We're just putting it on pause while I sort out my larger living situation. Maybe one day I can buy a place and then I can have a more permanent greenhouse and so on, right? So it is bittersweet, definitely. I would obviously love to keep it, but I don't love to keep it at any cost, if you know what I mean. And there's also like a bit of a weight lifted off my shoulders now that I don't have the greenhouse anymore. Well, it's still very much behind me. Let's say like in 2 weeks' time, when Jan doesn't have the greenhouse anymore, it is one less thing to worry about with the next move, because it will be inevitable. As a renter in Sydney, everything is very short term. Moving frequently is quite common and so on. So I know it will happen again, and there's kind of like it's kind of like a liberating feeling knowing that the next time around when I need to look for a new place, if it's a rental or my own place, it's one less thing I have to move. One less thing to make the move so daunting, one less thing to worry about with my new place and so on. But of course, if it would have been convenient and I found a new place that can accommodate it, I would have also happily taken it with me, just not at all cost, right? And I think that's a thing that I learned over the years. Not just with the greenhouse, right? We're having a bigger conversation here. We're just using the greenhouse as a metaphor. The same applies to plants. If you feel like a plant is suddenly becoming a liability and it's actually painful for you to keep growing the plant, accommodating the plant and so on, it is okay to say goodbye. I know that there's probably going to be people on the internet that are going to be mad at me for, you know, having a greenhouse and then only having it for 2.5 years and then not being able to accommodate it and be like, oh, well, why would you get a greenhouse if you're a renter in the first place and so on, you know. But you can also not please everybody. It doesn't really matter what you do, there's always going to be somebody who's upset, obviously going on and on and on in circles. But I hope this video isn't discouraging anybody to potentially get a greenhouse even if you're not in a permanent living situation, because you know what, you can get a greenhouse and then you can also get rid of a greenhouse. Imagine you couldn't do anything in life because you never know if it's going to be permanent or not. You should never enter any relationship. No relationship is guaranteed to be permanent. You shouldn't ever buy a place because that place could burn down or it could have asbestos and you need to move out or whatever. Actually, there's a lot of joy in just enjoying the moment and enjoying the temporary rather than always just aiming for a permanent long-term solution. You know what? Maybe I wouldn't even enjoy it if it's permanent and long-term and I know I'm stuck with this greenhouse for the rest of my life. I enjoyed the journey. I enjoyed the learning curve. I enjoyed getting it, having a new space to explore. I didn't enjoy moving it, but I just enjoyed the journey. Right, it's raining, so I quickly had to put the umbrella up. Rain, probably a good segue to get off of that emotional topic and talk about the greenhouse, because I said it's going to be a celebration. I think the reason why I enjoy the greenhouse so much is because it was so different to everything I've done before. I mean, so different, still plants, but you know what I mean. I've been growing plants indoors for many, many years, and of course when we're growing indoors we're also challenged with different sets of conditions. But the one thing that we all have in common, and that all of my places has in common as well, because I'm about to move to my 5th place since being a crazy plant parent, all of these places are designed for humans, and humans love a specific set of conditions, right? There are, well, World Health Organizational guidelines as to what sort of temperature we should be exposed to. I think it's like 20 degrees Celsius or 21 or 20, something like that. It's like the optimal recommended temperature for humans. They also recommend that it shouldn't drop below 18 in your house, and obviously they don't recommend it getting too hot, and that's also eventually becoming uncomfortable, right? We also don't love 99% humidity in our houses because that could, adversely affect the actual house. So when we're growing indoors, our conditions are most likely more similar than they're different, because those conditions are supposed to suit us, and at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if you live in Europe or South America or Africa or Australia or Asia, we're all humans. Yes, of course there's differences, but it's not like one of you guys watching is actually living in a bedroom that is 35 degrees and 99% humidity. Hopefully not. So when we're growing plants indoors, we have a few differences in temperatures, we have a few differences in humidity, but it will never be as different as it is growing in a greenhouse. The greenhouse has conditions optimized for plants, not for humans. And so the conditions in there are more likely going to be 90% humidity, because I have a misting system in there that is just constantly providing water to the environment. It is made out of glass and the sun hits it, so it gets quite hot in summer. Yesterday we had a 40-degree hot day. I had to keep all of the windows open and the misting on a lot to not get this greenhouse to go over 40 degrees, right? So I actually cooled it down with the misting, and I think the highest we've had in there was 39 yesterday, and today it's like 20. Anyway, in winter I don't heat the greenhouse because I don't have a power outlet out here. So in winter the greenhouse went down to like 3, 4, 5 degrees Celsius. So there are a lot of fluctuations in conditions in there, specifically when we're talking about temperature and light exposure. And that is something that we don't usually experience inside, or at least not to that extreme. I would be very concerned if my bedroom would be 3 degrees in winter and 40 degrees in summer. I don't think it will make for a good night of sleep on either of those extremes. Instead, we use heaters and air conditioners to kind of bring the temperature down to an average of 22 degrees throughout the year. That was something I've never experienced before. I never had to deal with these extremes, and not just me, my plants as well, right? And then obviously I have to decide which plants do I expose to these extremes. Do I move plants in summer and back out in winter and so on? That's nothing I've ever experienced growing indoors. Indoors I changed them maybe from this wall to this wall because I like the look of it better, but I'm not necessarily moving them around as much to account for changes in temperatures. And well, I suppose light exposure is still something you deal with indoors if you're relying on natural light. I mainly rely on grow lights these days. So it was very much teaching me to focus a little bit more on conditions and monitor conditions, and then work on supplementing conditions. How can I make the greenhouse not go too hot in summer? How can I make the greenhouse not go too cold in winter? Spoiler alert, I didn't find a solution without power. How can I make sure that the constant water provision is not going to harm the plants, airflow and so on, right? So in there, my focus wasn't on my care approach. My focus wasn't on perfecting my chop and extends, keeping my moss poles moist with my water bottle upside down technique, providing nutrients, pest treatment and so on. All of that care stuff that we're so focused on when we're growing outdoors was kind of easy because I just hoist them down. They're all hanging on the wall, so they're draining pretty freely. I have a fan in there, so there's constant airflow. It's outside, there's natural predators, there's like hundreds of spiders in the greenhouse, so pests didn't seem as big of an issue in here as it is inside and so on. So because it was so much easier from a care perspective, I was really able to focus on conditions. So I think that was a really nice learning curve for me, because it really made me focus on a different aspect of growing plants, and obviously it made me learn a lot more about the plants that I grew as well. Not every plant liked it in there. I had plants that did not like it in the greenhouse because it was too humid, which is a good lesson to learn, because sometimes we think more is more. It's not always more, right? Just because it's nice and humid in there doesn't mean that every plant likes it. Specifically, like my Florida ghost, for example, completely melted in that high humidity, hot, environment, whereas it likes it indoors with lower humidity and lower temperatures. Other plants, however, I was never able to make thrive until I put them in the greenhouse, like my Nepenthes, for example. I've had it grown indoors and it didn't give me a single pitcher for the first year. In the second year, I put it in the greenhouse and pitcher galore. So in that instance, it's a good learning because I realized that, okay, there's actually nothing I could have done indoors from a care perspective to ever make this plant thrive. I was just not giving it the right conditions to make it thrive in the first place. Once I gave it the right conditions, I had to do bugger all. All I need to do is make sure it doesn't dry out, but that's it. I don't have to do anything else for this plant. So, you know, I keep talking about conditions versus care. Conditions set the potential, care realizes the potential, and I keep going on and on and on about it. But this one was really like a nice practical application for myself, which it taught me which plants to keep and which plants not to keep. If I know I have a plant that only thrives in the greenhouse, but it then dies in the greenhouse over winter, then I know it's a plant that, you know what, it's probably not going to be a keeper for me because I can only make it happy for half a year. Maybe that's not my favorite plant to grow. And it was also great to have that other space to experiment. Have one plant grown in 2 different environments and see which one it prefers. See the differences in growth, see the difference in leaf shape as a result of the different conditions and so on. So, I mean, I keep going on and on and on about it, and I know the video is really long by now, like really, really long. But it was just such a nice experience that I'm really grateful I was able to have. And I really hope that one day I can have this experience again. Now let's talk a little bit more recent. I knew this day was gonna come. I was pretty certain I will move out of this house already at the beginning of spring. And I mean, I talked to you guys about it in some of my live update videos as well. So really I have to say, I think last year the greenhouse looked so good. Or even the two years ago as well. It's kind of always look good, but I think this spring I really put less effort into my greenhouse because I knew that I will eventually have to get rid of it anyway. So I think this season I've treated it more like a rescue section. So a lot of the plants in there are double ups or propagations or plants that I'm trying to grow back. And so on, rather than actually trying to make the greenhouse in itself a feature, because then it would make the next part so much harder. Next week, AJ is picking up the greenhouse and I obviously need to do something about all the plants that are in the greenhouse. I will give some to AJ as well, we can sell them, but a lot of them will also come with me, but those plants are now facing a little bit of a shock, going from one set of conditions, which is very tropical, to a less tropical environment. But nothing we wouldn't be able to overcome. Anyway, I think we should have a bit of a closer look, maybe, no? And let me take you closer with my phone so we can have a look at all of these plants one last time. When I said rescue section, I meant it. This is the top part of the Majestic, and I actually have the bottom part in here as well. The bottom part, it looks like something is happening. I'm actually not mad at this at all. This is my variegated Milano. Also came out here as a rescue because it had too many aphids. Honestly, sometimes when I can't be asked to deal with pests, I just put it outside and the spiders will help me. Thank you. This one I'm actually quite excited about. This one I'm definitely taking with me. This is a hybrid of Milano and Autumn Queen. This is Milano, just the non-variegated version. And then this is Autumn Queen. So I'm quite excited to see what this looks like because I don't think it's a hybrid that like anybody has. Tim from Grow Vertical made it. This one is a Corsinianum. I might actually grow this as a crawler going forward because I know they can crawl. And I think I'll have more space in the new place available. Right? In here, it was obviously super convenient to hang a lot of moss poles, but I think in my new place it will be better to have slightly less moss poles. Over here is the titanium, the bottom part of my titanium that I'm propagating. And this is a plant that not many people have as well. So I'll definitely give some to AJ and then she can sell some on. And over here is the bottom part of my El Choco. I think Timmy wanted one, so maybe I'll give this one to Tim. Here's my Indonesian marble. I'm honestly not sure what I'm going to do with this because I've been hiding this plant a little bit. And it's not that pretty, but maybe it could be a candidate for a balcony. So it's kind of like, it tests the waters, you know what I mean? Is it maybe getting burned? Is it getting bashed around on my new balcony, right? Would be good to do a bit of experimenting with a plant that I don't care about all too much. rather than just putting my favorite plant out there straight away. Guys, you're running out of battery. One moment, please. Alright, over here, my full display of... No misting! Hang on, I'm supposed to turn this off. Okay, we're back. Great, now everything is wet. Where was I? Oh yeah, the crystallinum grew back so well in here. It had crazy thrips over winter, and now I'm really happy with it again. Over here's my rugosa. That was also chopped in a bunch of nodes. Now I have all of these tiny new shoots coming out. It's actually quite cute. I will probably just keep one, and the rest AJ might be able to sell. And Adansonii, a tenue. I think it's time to say goodbye to the tenue. I discovered bad scale on this the other day, actually. I don't know. This is a sapinada, but it's quite funky. I think I will give this whole pole to Tim to put in his garden, and he can climb up the fence, because I think it will do well out there. And if we're putting it in his garden, scale is not so much of an issue as well. It will just be eaten by predators. Scindapsus variegata. I think AJ said she wanted some of this as well, so she'll get some of this. My Pinati Patita, it is time to say goodbye to her. I have tried to recover her for 2 years now. What I might do is I might just take like a tiny cutting, or I might just take the stem cutting out and just start a whole journey again. And then if I start the whole journey again, it's not going to be a space commitment for the next 2 years at least, right? But I keep a piece of the DNA. A medium, that one will stay as it is. It has actually flowered like crazy. I have probably ripped off 8 flowers of this plant already this season. Not my preference. I'd rather have leaves, but it is what it is. Shows that the plant is happy. Oh, over here I've got a... what's this? A serpents. I think I'll also say goodbye to this, actually. That's a different video. I haven't made up my mind exactly which plants I'm going to keep, which ones I'm going to give away, and so on. So it's easy to say now, it's harder to make a final call eventually. And then this is a variegated Monstera. I think I will probably keep this one because it has the nicer variegation. But maybe. I don't know yet. Ooh, hard decision to make. Frosted Heart over here. Oh, it's actually going way off the pole. I should get this back. No idea what I'm gonna do with this, but I think it might be a candidate for Tim because it would look great on his fence. Peru, I don't know. This plant's name, I never remember. People always remind me in the comment section, then I just forget again. This is a begonia I was given by one of the attendees of my workshop, Rebecca, and it's growing so well for me. I'll definitely bring this along. I think this one was a Dean and something hybrid. Dean and Pasta hybrid, I think. No. Dean, I think Dean X, we don't know. Yeah. Whippleway definitely coming. The Morantas are doing super well out here. Really happy with that. Look at this lemon lime. It's doing incredible. This one's coming with my housemate. This is actually my housemate's plant, so she gets to keep one. And this one is a Bilinum. Billigatia and vercosum. Not happy. No, Bilinum. Billigatia and Passasanum. Alrighty, then down here we actually have the first successful root in leca over here, which is good news. Yeah, look at that. So it's working, just took its sweet time. This is a cupria, and here's the big mother cupria. And I saw a new leaf here. This is a new leaf. So she's growing, and there's another new leaf here. Yeah, happy days. She's definitely happy over here. Didn't expect her to have that much tolerance to light, actually. Here's my Adansonia. You would have seen that recent video, hopefully, where I talk about the spiral aspect of it. This is a bicolor. Green front, red backs, super sexy. Siltepecana, erythrophyllum, and some random alocasias growing back everywhere. No, anthuriums, sorry. These are all my crazy rubbish, so I think I'll give some of those away. Platinum dragon. Oh, sorry, it just dropped water from the picture on my phone, sauce guys. And dragon scale. Regal shields. I love the cissus over here at the moment. It's found the fence and then now this plant, so. Anyway, and a Snow Queen, I think, begonia. Was that it? Oh, here's the Nepenthes rocco, one of my carnivorous plants. Lots of pictures. These are all pictures from this season. And then this carnivorous plant I've had for 3 years now and has never grown a single picture in my life. There would have been some pictures on this plant in some of these updates, but they're the pictures that it came with. It never grew one for me. I might bring it with me and just to see if the new set of conditions might serve this plant better, because maybe this one won't be so happy in the new place. I'm not too sure. And then over here, can you believe it? I've got a Hoya and she's in bloom and I'm actually enjoying it. So to all of the Hoya heads out there, I'm not gonna become a Hoya collector, but I can appreciate this Hoya. You were right, I was wrong. Not all Hoyas are hideous. Some are acceptable. Anyway, let me talk about this in a sec. And here's a Ripsalis and another one there as well. Now, one of the things I'm actually kind of super excited about in the new place is that I think I'll have a lot more hanging opportunities for plants. And I spoke about that in a recent Q&A as well, where I see a lot of people having nice hanging plants and really nice lush hanging plants. And it made me think about where would I possibly hang a plant, and the only answer I had was the greenhouse. So I think especially these hanging plants like the Hoyas and so on, I'll have a really cool idea to really make them shine at the new place. So I'm really excited, and I'll bring a lot of my trailing plants, or a lot of the, even like these ones, you know. I mean, it's not trailing yet, but it will eventually, and there's like 20 shoots in here. So the plants that I'll bring, or the plants that I give away, isn't just based on what piece of DNA do I want to hold on to. It's obviously also based on my business, right? Am I maybe working on a video with this plant and I want to see the video through, then I might bring it with me as well. But it also takes into account what plants I believe I will be able to display nicely at the new place, and what plants will have a good chance of growing there. Obviously that second part I'm not too certain about yet. I don't know what plants are going to have a good time. So far I've been at this place for 5 minutes, right? And there's 50 other people around you. So I haven't, and obviously you're just there on one day at one point in time. I know it's north facing, but it is not very light. But I mean, I'll bring grow lights and so on. Anyway, proof is in the pudding. I need to see how my plants react to the new place and not, but after 6 years of growing, I should be in a position to make somewhat of an educated guess. And if I feel like a plant might not have a good time at that new place, or I know that I won't have a spot to display the plant so that the plant actually gets a chance to thrive, then I think I will just part ways with it, and I'll give it to my friends, I'll give it to AJ, and you know what? Maybe one day some of these plants make it back into my collection, because that's the beauty about plants. They grow and they can be propagated, and then they can be shared again. So it's not about possessing and holding on to all of the plants. And I think over the last year I've made a lot of videos around that, and I spoke a lot about this quality over quantity approach. And some people have pointed it out to me. We're like, you talk about quality over quantity, but you have a lot of plants. And yes, I do, it's my job. But I think it's time to actually, you know, I practice what I preach and go for a little bit more quality over quantity. And I think a new place is a great starting point for that. So I think over the next week I will have to make some serious decisions on what plants to part with and what plants to keep. But that would have already been in the past, so I think you would have seen all of that already, because this video is going to take me forever to put together. So I should probably get started with that, and that means that it's time to say goodbye. Not just to the greenhouse, but to you guys as well. Thank you so much for coming along on this journey with me over the last 2.5 years. Thank you, Sproutwell, for initiating the journey for me 2.5 years ago. It will be a bittersweet goodbye, but for now, I still get to enjoy it for another week. So I'll enjoy it in peace by myself. And you know what is actually a really nice thing? Some of this footage will live on forever. So as much as the greenhouse might be gone, the memories aren't gone, and the videos will live on forever. So let's watch them. Yay! And while you're there, give the video a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel. And here's to lots and lots of adventures at the new place.